This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cosmographia podcast. I am Russ. This is my brother Kyle.
Yep.
We are hosts, resident tech support experts, recording guys. And we're also joined by Bradley.
I'm here, man.
Yeah. Bradley is Randall's longtime traveling companion and video documenter. He runs Geocosmic Rex.
Research associate.
Yeah. And Mike doesn't really belong here, but we're letting him stay anyway. What's that, Mike?
No, Mike and I we go back about as long as Brad and I go back, and we met because we built a garage studio for Mike years ago. And when we were doing the Zoom conferences leading up to the Colorado trip, we were over there at Mike's studio. Mike is a retired, what would you call yourself? What did you call yourself, Mike? When you were
a recovering journalist.
A recovering journalist, yeah. So he's here helping us basically archive all this for history. And he's also documenting our current project that we're doing, which is pretty awesome. And maybe at some point we'll share some little bits and pieces of what's going on my day job.
He also has a really nice studio that you used during the Zoom conferences leading up to the trip.
Yeah, that's
As
what
you
I was
mentioned, but
I think Mike has been kicked out of his own studio.
yeah, it looks like he's been kicked out of his nice studio.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to broach that question there.
Well, it's just a mess. Since I blew up my computer, the place is littered with computer parts.
Oh, yeah.
On my half of the room, so I've just come into here to a corner in my son's former room.
That works.
Yep.
Yeah. So Cosmographia, just to let everybody know, is kind of an ongoing conversation. So you can come in and listen to any episode you want, but your best bet is to start at the beginning because we are always touching on subjects that we talked about in previous episodes. So
Yeah, you might think of it as an extended conversation.
Right.
And
exactly.
We might go through 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 episodes where we're basically addressing the same theme. And not always, but generally I like to start by introducing some of the more fundamental material and then get deeper into the specifics as we go along. So it definitely helps if you go to the beginning of it and start listening to it through, just in the same way as if you were going to read a book. Rather than jumping around from chapter to chapter, start with chapter 1.
Right.
And then, of course, we will segue into new subject matter, and so you can jump in on those episodes, and we'll, in the synopsis of each episode, we can put a little flag or an indicator that we're kind of maybe launching out on a new direction, or there's a new, because like we talked about, how many episodes was our focus, the discussion of Atlantis? 5 or 6 episodes, right?
Something like that, 6.
Something like that, yeah. And now we're kind of, even though this is related material and relevant for understanding the big picture, we've kind of segued off into another direction now when talking about the mass extinction of the megafauna. So that was mostly what we were talking about last week. And that, of course, is relevant because this is something that was going on at the same time as all of this stuff we've been talking about for the last
I really hate inconsiderate people.
episodes.
What's up, buddy?
That's right.
Then hopefully in the future it's going to be easier to sort them out because we're going to have a number for the sequential podcast, but we're also going to have a number for the group of Atlantis directed conversations.
Yeah, exactly.
So where it may seem strange right now as they're being numbered, in the future once they're all done, it is hopefully going to make more sense.
It makes sense, yeah. It's
Episode
episode 6, Atlantis Part 4. It'll make
as they come out now, yeah, and people that are fortunate enough to be in on it as it's happening, yeah, awesome. But it looks kind of funky.
Yeah. Yeah, and one other thing I was going to say before we get started is this is episode 13, and it's Halloween season, so hopefully nothing explodes. No one dies.
Yeah, we're actually one day now out of it. The Day of the Dead celebration was always generally 3 days, and All Hallows Eve October 31st was the eve of this 3-day celebration of the dead and of the ancestors and so on. So that was, pretty much practiced all over the world in ancient times.
And in the Catholic Church, November 1st was All Saints Day.
All Saints Day.
November 2nd is All Souls Day.
Right.
So yes, we're out of the Halloween festival.
We're out of that. And basically, we've now passed through the densest part of the torrid stream. So it kind of fits that, that we're in that Day of the Dead mindset during basically those few days when we're passing through the densest part of the
Also
stream.
doing episode 13.
That's what I was saying.
I'm trying to say.
One more transverse of the,
That was all
of
muscle
the
memory there.
meteor stream that we've survived. So yeah, we got
Why
through
don't,
it.
Randall, without going into the full Halloween spiel that we did a video for. By the way, George Howard plugged the video, the Halloween video on his page.
On the Cosmic Tusk, he did. Yep.
Yeah, on the Cosmic Tusk. So just briefly to explain to people who haven't seen that video and plugged the video, why the Halloween references matter, cosmically speaking.
Well, because they're associated temporally with the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth crosses twice each year. And so that's going to be a subject of a future conversation that we will explore in great detail. But the idea is that the Earth crosses that stream twice each year, once in late October, early November, as the material is coming in from near the Jupiter or Jovian orbit, and then the second time in late summer when the material has made its transit around the sun and is now heading back out
I wanted to shoot
the
later
Jovian
there, but it's okay.
orbit. We cross the stream twice, and so the idea is that Earth may have encountered the disintegrating byproducts of the torrid meteor system on more than one occasion, maybe multiple occasions. And so it gets into this whole Day of the Dead tradition. It's also associated with the destruction of the world through flood. So a lot of the flood myths are associated and have their roots in this Day of the Dead tradition. So it's a really interesting stuff. We will definitely get into exploring the torrid meteor stream in great detail. Yeah, because it's important that people understand that in its potential role in Earth history, its potential role in the events of the Younger Dryas, and the mass extinction that we're actually talking about right now, the megafaunal extinctions. All of these things are interconnected.
And then also, Randall, the culmination of the Pleiades directly overhead and their position as the shoulder of the bull and all the different places that those get pulled in. So yeah, it's a very
and if you
complex and fascinating story.
And as a viewer of this podcast, if you want more detail, go to the Geocosmic Rex video page and look up Randall's Halloween video. It's really interesting. Gives a lot of insight as to why universally, worldwide, this time of year is sacred to the dead.
It's the cosmic origins of Halloween, I believe is the title. Cosmic Origins of Halloween.
It's about 25 minutes long, and it's worth watching.
Yeah, the idea that this is a carrying forward of an ancient memory of the day that everything died, right?
Yes,
exactly.
And what we get into in that 20 minutes, of course, is only cursory. I mean, we could spend easily a couple of 2-hour episodes covering that in detail, and then we probably will.
Yes.
Because it touches upon the torrids, but there's a lot more that needs to be explored there. And again, because it's part of this whole grand mystery that we're exploring here, we have to look at it at some point in great detail.
Yep.
And as a preview, just throw that in there. That is the first couple of Cosmography 101 classes that are on the Geocosmic Rex channel.
Good.
So yeah, I think it's 4, 5, and 6. The first couple lectures were right at Halloween, so they can get a preview.
Cool. Mm-hmm. One other thing I wanted to say before we get started is about the length. So we have a goal of 1 hour per podcast, and that's because we have an infinite number of podcasts in the future. So the idea is to just do this for an hour, and we usually go to an hour and a half or 2. We've never been able to actually keep it down to 1 hour, but that's the goal, is 1 hour per podcast.
Let's not burn everybody out.
Right. So
right, we want these to be digestible chunks here. Let's not overeat. And yeah, so I know that some people are sort of complaining a bit that it stopped too soon, but bear in mind there will quickly be another chapter or episode posted that picks it right up and carries it on.
Exactly.
And, like you said, we have potentially an infinite number of podcasts here.
Right.
At the rate that technology is advancing, you never know.
Yeah. So thank you to all of you who said that you would love to have much longer ones, but our goal is to keep them to an hour ish, because we are going to keep posting it. So we appreciate that all of you would say you would sit down and watch us for 4 hours, but we can't do that once a week. Yeah.
Yeah, we realize the fans that are here and want to see the video immediately. We love that.
Yeah.
But again, if it's a year from now, somebody that's just learning about Randall can go back and then they can binge on 10 episodes in a row, and they will get that. You get as much as they want all at once. But right now, as they're coming out new, we're trying to keep up.
Right.
That is what is colloquially known as all the Randall you can handle.
That's right. A year from now, you will have 52 freaking hours of podcasts to watch. So don't worry about how they're being.
That's right. Take a break for the winter and come back in the spring and binge out.
All right. So where were we, Randall? Let's.
We were talking about again this most recent mass extinction in Earth history, which was the demise of the great megafauna. And depending on how you divide up the number of species worldwide, we basically are seeing at least 100, maybe up to 120, again, depending on exactly where your taxonomic division occurs. But essentially, we see about half of the species globally that are more than 100 pounds body weight, which is sort of the cutoff is actually 44 kilograms, which is very close to 100 pounds. Above that is considered megafauna, right? So what we're seeing is a loss of megafaunal species that was close to half of the number of species globally. So what remains in the aftermath of those events at the end of the last ice age, at the termination of the Pleistocene epoch and the onset of the Holocene post-glacial epoch, saw an extinction of mammalian species whose numbers would have exceeded or been at least as equal to what we see in the world today. In other words, let me put it to you this way. If we were to lose 100 to 120 species of megafauna today, that's pretty much all the megafauna. That's pretty much every species of megafauna, on every continent, including Africa, the subcontinent of India, North America. Yeah, you start naming them, the lions and tigers and bears and caribou and coyotes and wildebeests and giraffes, and start making a list, right? You're going to get about 120 roughly species.
Good, man.
Again, how do you divide it? Can sometimes make more species or sometimes less species. But basically, the idea is
megafauna only mammals, or does it count any animal over, like a crocodile? Is that?
Fauna. Yeah, so it could be a crocodile.
Okay.
Yeah, right. It could be a crocodile or an alligator. But generally, the extinction was exclusively limited to mammals for the most part.
Interesting.
Yeah, for the most part. There were a few exceptions, but because there were bird species that went extinct as well. I'm not as well informed on the specific species of birds that went extinct as mammals. My interest has been more in mammals, but really need to look at that too, because each one of these provides clues to understanding what actually happened.
Right.
Because even if we accept the role of an impact, there's still a lot between, there was an impact of something from space, 30 or 40 million animals disappeared from the planet, but what happened specifically in between there is still pretty vague. Those specific steps, the details are what matter. As it's been said, the devil is in the details. But to set this into context, to get the scale or magnitude of this mass extinction, you have to think of this: the loss of animals, if replicated today, would essentially leave us with no mega mammals.
Yeah.
Basically half of the megafaunal species on Earth disappeared within a couple of thousand years. So what happened? And it's still, it hasn't been figured out. But I think we're a lot closer now that we're willing to open to the possibility that there was something extraterrestrial involved, like an impact. Because you can see where the dead end was in the previous thinking, where human predation was considered to be the predominant agency for the extinction, which as we begin to break this apart and we look at the specifics of the extinction, human predation certainly was a factor. I'm not dismissing it. It was a factor, but it was a minor factor, and it's not the factor that led to the actual extinction. Now, post-extinction, there were residual survivors that remained. The pygmy mammoths on Wrangel Island is a good example. Now, if you have small pockets of survivors, now in that case, maybe you could say that humans provided the final nail in the coffin. I don't totally dismiss that idea, but essentially the collapse of species, at roughly 12 to 13,000 years ago, had very little to do with humans.
Yeah, it wouldn't be considered overhunting if there was only a few left and you killed them while hunting.
Right.
Yeah.
In a very insular, limited environment too. You have to keep that in mind.
It seems to me that any species of animal that is killed off by human activity was already going extinct. Otherwise, right?
Yes, that would be my point. And so I don't say that humans didn't play a role,
right?
But they weren't the dominant role. They weren't the thing that set the ball in motion. It took something a lot bigger than tribes of a few dozen hunters with spears to cause the mass extermination worldwide. And certainly what we begin to the information and the research and the documentation we begin to introduce in the last episode, you can see it is totally inconsistent with the idea of human
what's up,
overkill.
man?
You start talking
Lex
about
Friedman, I don't
the
know
numbers
who
of
that is, my man.
mammoth remains being dredged
Thanks,
up
buddy.
out of the Siberian permafrost and being washed up out of the Arctic Ocean.
I don't know who Lex Friedman
And
is.
when you see those thousands upon thousands of tusks going to the world ivory market back in the 19th century that are being excavated from the frozen permafrost, that's not humans. That's not a small band of human hunters, literally decimating thousands of mammoths and leaving their carcasses there on the permafrost as they're, sweeping across the Bering Land Bridge down into
all nicely piled up in a garbage dump.
Yeah. So, that's
Dudes and spears and butt flaps did not kill thousands of mammoths all at the same place, right?
precisely what I was about to say. But nonetheless, check this out, because this really captures it here, which kind of shows the paradigm that there are actually people that do now believe that this constitutes the major agency of extinction. Yeah. Now, did this happen? It probably did. Although, considering the various fauna that was available, I don't know what the really big incentive would be to go after the most dangerous animal to take down. At the very top of the food chain. There might be an occasion that you would want a mammoth, but there was a lot of small game, and we know from looking at the cultural sites of the Clovis that they were hunting and eating small game. They were fishing, they were hunting and gathering, and this constituted the bulk of their diet was small game, fishing and hunting and gathering, right?
Yeah.
And so, there was a study done by a Russian scientist I read years ago, and I just remembered it because he was trying to calculate, and of course his numbers were wildly conservative, But what he was trying to do was calculate how much mammoth meat the Pleistocene hunters had to eat in order to essentially eat the species to extinction. You know, and
I love Russian scientists.
what incentive would these hunters have to basically bring down an elephant if you weren't eating it, if you weren't eating the meat? So, I mean, really,
trophies or something like that, the tusks, the bones for materials, but
could be some coming of age, like proves you're the most badass warrior.
That's more like one.
Yeah.
Every now and again.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
Exactly. So yeah, the whole notion to me of human predation seemed silly even from the beginning. Instinctively, it just didn't make sense to me. And then as I went in and learned more and more about the taphonomic circumstances, and let me define that term because that's going to be a very useful term that we use. Taphonomy is the study of what happens to the carcass of, say in this case, an animal at the time of its death and the time it becomes part of the fossil record.
Oh, yes.
There are a number of routes that can lead from the death of the individual and its interment into the fossil record. And that process there is the science of taphonomy. So when I talk about the taphonomic circumstances, I'm talking about, for example, it might be a woolly mammoth that's flash frozen, and we're going to be looking at that a little bit more detail here in a few minutes. Or it might be, a disarticulated carcass found frozen in the permafrost. How did that get there? Now, that might be different than an animal basically dying in the ocean and sinking to the bottom, and then, being preserved because of anoxic conditions. Now, anoxic simply means without oxygen.
No oxygen.
In order to preserve these carcasses, you have to essentially remove the oxygen from the environment, because otherwise they quickly disappear. I've got some interesting studies that were done back in the 80s and early 90s when biologists were studying the mass African elephant mortality that resulted basically from two things: from poaching, which once automatic weapons were introduced into Africa, poaching numbers went way up, and then you also had extensive droughts in sub-Saharan Africa in the 1980s, and so you had mass deaths of elephants around watering holes, and then also with the actual cases of human predation, where all they were after was the tusks. You had carcasses of elephants left just lying on the landscape with their tusks removed. But here, the taphonomic studies were interesting because what they showed is even a huge elephant carcass oftentimes was basically gone within 5 years. And as a result of bacterial disintegration, of scavengers, all of that. Essentially, within 5 years, a lot of these times, these elephant carcasses were gone. They don't just lay there on the landscape and become part of the fossil record. They have to, basically, be quickly buried. They have to quickly be removed from those processes that would ordinarily recycle that carcass. And so now you come to the situation you have to address is how do you quickly remove these carcasses from the factors that would cause it to be recycled. Think about I think we mentioned this last week, the number of American bison that were basically left to rot on the prairies. We don't find their fossilized remains. You know? So that's the normal course of things. Fossilization is not really the normal course of things.
Very abnormal. Yeah, it is. Extreme circumstances require fossilization.
Yeah. So, anyways, we are. My point is that if we wanted to affect a mass extinction today that was equivalent to the mass extinction at the end of the Ice Age, we would basically have to exterminate every animal on Earth over 100 pounds in body weight. And that's not too much of an exaggeration. So anyways, we don't want that to happen again.
That's
And
right.
the claim is now being made that we are in the midst of the 6th great mass extinction, right? And this is referencing the Great Five in Earth history. And I'm sure that, Kyle, you can quickly name the Great Five.
Nope.
Okay, so this is some.
Permian extinction was
That was number 3.
number 3.
And that was the granddaddy
Yeah.
of all of them.
Yep.
That was 90 to 95% of all species. Actually, the earliest was the terminal Ordovician, but it really wasn't the oldest. There's at least one huge extinction that occurred in the Cambrian, but it's less known than these other 5. And then the Permian, the Ordovician was then followed by the late Devonian, which was roughly 360 million years ago. And then that was followed by the Permian Triassic, which was the really big one. And it's now dated to about 251 million years ago. And then following that was the Triassic Jurassic, and that was what opened the door to the ascent of the dinosaurs.
Right.
That was about 144 million years ago. And then
There's Cretaceous Tertiary.
then there was the Cretaceous. And then the Cretaceous was really the dominance of the dinosaurs. And actually back up the Triassic Jurassic, I misspoke. It was about 214 million years ago. Then the cusp of the Triassic or the Jurassic Cretaceous was about 144 million years ago. And then, of course, the Cretaceous came to an abrupt end at about 66 million years ago, and that was the last of the Great Five that basically took out the dinosaurs. So these were the Great Five, and I am writing a series of articles, essays, whatever you want to call them, right now about the specifics that we now know about the nature of those events. And they were truly extraordinary, and they were really times of major upheaval, catastrophic upheaval on a global scale. That would, easily terminate the human species were something like that to occur again, unless of course we had colonies in space. That would be the one way. That would be the only way we would survive events on that scale. Now, I'm not saying we would be expecting any event on that scale, although it could happen. That's the point. And we're just beginning to figure out the probabilities here. You can make assumptions that lead to probabilistic assumptions, conclusions rather. But the more we know, the more we learn, the more it becomes apparent to us that these kinds of events, not necessarily the planetary killer events that had triggered the Great Five, but events that certainly could cause the collapse of civilization are way more frequent than anybody was even imagining a generation or two ago. And that is a critical insight here. That's a critical awareness that we need to come to terms with. And then when you couple that with the fact that we look back over the last 250,000 years of Earth history, and we find that periods of relative climate warmth and stability, such as we have enjoyed during the Holocene, are actually the exception. And the longest that we've now seen in the last, say, 250,000 years is the so-called Eemian period, which we've essentially already exceeded that. And the Eemian period itself, which was previously assumed to have been an equivalent period of stability to the Holocene, has already discovered that there were several very prominent discontinuities within the Eemian, right? Which was, I think, 105 to about 125, 125,000 years ago.
How did I run out of bullets?
From about 105,000 to 125,000, just roughly. So give somebody a comparison. But even within the Eemian, there was major spikes that, if equivalent today, would put major stress on civilization, major stress. And so we're really, we're it seems like we've led a charmed life for a few millennium here. And there's no guarantee that this is going to continue on.
Yeah.
And that's why I get so frustrated when all of the discussion about global change and climate change is all focused on carbon dioxide, to the exclusion of other factors that we know without any doubt whatsoever have been major players in triggering global change. we're going to be talking about volcanism here and the role that these great volcanic events have had in Earth history. In the last one, we'll talk about Tambora, which occurred in 1815, and how that led to a year without a summer in 1816, when, celebrants of July 4th in New England were having to wear overcoats because it was a snowstorm in New England on July 4th, the year without a summer, and it was repeated crop failures. There was one scholar who referred to it as the last great subsistence crisis in Western civilization. Now, what would happen with a repeat of Tambora? We would come through that much better than people did in 1816, but it would still be a major stress. What we would see is that there would be very large crop failures. And what that would lead to is temporary, very large spikes in the cost of food. Primarily, that would be the first place we would hit, is agricultural products would go way up in price if we had an equivalent year, let's say, to 1816, because there would be repeated crop failures, right? And in the poorer communities, there would be serious consequences. Particularly, as long as we have an advanced industrial civilization, and we keep intact our trade networks and so forth, some areas that are harder hit than other areas have a network of relief that can be provided. But when you have these discontinuities in environmental stability, there are thresholds. There are a series of thresholds, and each time a threshold is breached, the effects of these events expand to another level. If we take and look at an example like when Katrina happened and wiped out New Orleans, New Orleans is recovering. It's still recovering, but what we found in the aftermath of that was that, there was a lot of relief that came in from all over the country, right, that helped New Orleans recover. But the problem is, imagine an event that would be, say, an order of magnitude beyond the Katrina hurricane that struck New Orleans. Imagine that there were 10 major cities that went through that level of disruption and destruction. That would be 10 times harder to recover from than that single event of Katrina in, what was it, 2011? What year was Katrina?
2005.
Yeah, well, I'm where am I? 2005, right? Yes. So here's my point. What if you went two orders of magnitude beyond Katrina, and you were talking about 100 major cities that went through that level? Well, now you're talking about decades of recovery from that. Yeah. And now what if we're talking about 3 orders of magnitude? Well, 3 orders of magnitude, we're now looking at perhaps the extinction of modern civilization, not the extinction of human species. And here's the thing we've got to come to terms with. Events that could be considered 3 orders of magnitude more severe than Katrina are abundant through the history of the planet, even recent Earth history. So these are a real ongoing thing that happens and has happened literally hundreds of times. So we can't assume that, these kind of natural events aren't going to happen again. So this is why, I get frustrated, is because we need to be looking at that. If we're going to talk about climate change, we need to be talking about natural climate change. And we cannot be dismissive of it, because this is the record that we've got. This is the record that is coming up through all of the proxies and all of the measurements of past global changes, is that, yes, these things really do happen, and they happen with far more frequency than anybody had imagined a generation or two ago. But now, when we get back and we're talking about here the events at the Younger Dryas, we are talking about a civilization killer there. Now, what is the chances that something of that severity would happen again? Well, I would call that low probability. I would. It's possible, but it's a low probability, because we have to go back. If we're going to look at
lower,
what?
Lower, but it's
lower. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If we go back in our record of global change, we have to go back at least 3 million years, maybe 5 million years, to find an event that was comparable in severity to the terminal Pleistocene mass extinction. Given that the number of species lost, you could almost think of that as a yardstick for habitat loss, right? Because when you destroy habitat, that's how you destroy species generally. Whether that habitat loss comes because of a more gradual climate change, which of course has the problem from extinction scenarios, is it gives species time to adapt. what we're looking at the terminal Pleistocene is very rapid climate change, very rapid and widespread habitat loss, and then widespread and rapid species loss. But what I'm getting at here is that in order to find something equivalent to that, we go back to an extinction event usually called the Hemphillian, which is dated around 5 million years ago. Now, my point is this: if we had an event today that was the level of Younger Dryas, yeah, I think that would pretty much put us back in the Stone Age. The recovery from that, the global consequences of it were too widespread and too severe, and that would be the kind of and two, if you go into a century of extreme bitter cold, that's going to definitely cause widespread agricultural disruption and failure. And you're also going to have, see, here's the thing: we've got an infrastructure in place now, and we can sustain outlying communities in the events of a disaster. But at some point, you're going to have the local survivors of a disaster are going to be completely preoccupied with their own survival, not helping the guy 200 miles away. You see, their focus is going to be on their own survival. Now, my thought is that the chances of something as severe as the Younger Dryas happening in our lifetimes is low. Not out of the question, it's low. Could happen. But what is much higher in probability is the kind of thing that could literally cause severe stress to global civilization. I mean, because if you had, let's face it, in the aftermath of the Younger Dryas and that series of episodes, the human population was drastically reduced. Well, in a few minutes, I'll pull up a slide and show you
oh my God, that was terrible.
how dramatic the evidence is for human population collapse in North America. But even a much lesser event than the Younger Dryas could cause mass mortality on a global scale, and could cause the collapse of economic systems global that would take a century or more to recover from. So and as we come down the spectrum, the hierarchy, yeah, we could completely miss a mass extinction event, that level event, but still suffer profound consequences to our global society and global economy that would put major stress on lots of people, if not ultimately, death. We're talking about, hundreds of millions of people could die as a result of a shift much less severe than the Younger Dryas. That's the point, see? I mean, we're talking about events that would be as severe to our modern society as the bubonic plague was to the late Middle Ages.
That's what I was going to say. When you have the Little Ice Age, you have massive crop failures, then you have malnutrition, then you get plague, and everybody dies.
Yeah. That's pretty much the sequence that seems to pretty much fit the pattern now.
Right.
You have climate collapse, you have global cooling that causes crop failures. Crop failures lead to famine. Famine lead to people becoming weak and susceptible to opportunistic diseases, and then you have pestilence. Yep. And we see that pattern repeated at the onset of the Dark Ages between 536 and 542 AD. With the beginning of the Justinian plague, and when we see it repeated again with the onset of the bubonic plague in about, 1342, somewhere around right in there, that came right in the aftermath of the first climatic deteroration that signaled that, looks like the medieval warm period is over.
Pick up the stupid
and
gun.
As we've talked about, that coincided with the rapid cessation of the great cathedral building enterprise. Because the cathedrals were built during the medieval warm period when crops were abundant and people had a lot to eat. And, when that came to an end, so did the cathedral building.
The strange thing to me about the Younger Dryas cataclysm, whatever it was, whether it was the onset or the end, is that you have these places like in Siberia where there's just a mass amount of mammoth bones under the tundra, right? There's all these remains concentrated, and then supposedly the human population was pretty high at that point too. But where are the mass amounts of bones of humans under tundra?
You, Kyle, are hitting upon what I consider to be one of the most interesting, unexplained questions about this whole phenomenon. Is where are the abundant human remains? Where are the Clovis remains? And we're going to address that. But at this point, we know that they were there. We see their campsites. We see their villages, their migratory paths. We see their toolkits, their debitage mounds, all of that. They've left lots of evidence for their having existed all over unglaciated North America. Yet, where are they?
No.
Where did they bury themselves? I mean, where did they inter their dead? Like, it's weird that none of that stuff has been found. Even
Right.
people that are fossilized, but you would think that there would be, burial sites. I don't know.
And what is it? The Anzac site? Somebody mentioned it earlier.
Anzac.
Thank you. The Anzac site might be the only case of a Clovis specimen.
Right.
Yeah, and it's strange too. It's like, there's two child remains there, and one of them is not Clovis.
It's 2,000 years younger than the Clovis skeleton. Anzac 2 is
So it's
very weird.
yeah.
It is weird. Yeah, when Graham was writing America Before, we communicated somewhat on the Anzac site, and I was able to dig up a few things specifically on that for him. But it's been 2-3 years now, and I need to go back and review what the specifics were. But yeah, it's bizarre, and then really, at the time, that was where I really began to confront this unanswered question of, well,
Where are they?
where are they? Right, exactly. Where are they?
Yeah. So also, I just looked this up. The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, Black Plague, resulted in the deaths of an estimated 75 to 200 million people in Eurasia between 1347 and 1351.
Okay, 1340. I said around 1342. I
Yeah,
was kind of in
that's
the
right.
ballpark, but the conditions that led to it were already underway by 1342.
Well, think if we had to, in a modern day, if we had something that killed 200 million people,
Yeah.
that would be
Well, that would be two-thirds the population of the U.S.
Right.
Basically.
yeah.
Yeah. And of course we have drugs and things today and much better ways of treating that kind of stuff. But again, all of that depends upon the infrastructure being intact.
Yeah. And people elsewhere being able to help people who are under.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah. So here, this is we'll pull this up. This is a great slide here because it really helps to show, like, this is an example. This is Clovis age quarries. And here's 3 sites: Adams, Kentucky, Carson, Connecticut, Short, Tennessee, which is the name, I guess, of the primary discoverers of it. So you've got Kentucky, Tennessee, and South Carolina, which were all active quarries for about between 300 to 500 years that were being actively quarried. And you can see, like, the total number of artifacts over here on the left, right? So you've got a lot of artifacts, 1,000 artifacts that are found there in Kentucky. You've got 800 that are found in Tennessee, and almost 500 found at the Topper site in South Carolina. Then you get to 12,900 years ago, and then look what happens.
Yeah.
So here's the number of artifacts post-Clovis.
Yeah.
So here you had all of this activity going on right up to this threshold, and then boom, it's cut off. And so it's evidence like this that suggests that humans were as much a victim of these great changes as the woolly mammoths and all the rest of the megafauna, and that in fact
Right.
it was not the humans. And if the humans are struggling to survive and seeing their population numbers collapse, I don't think that they were going to be busy slaughtering 10 to 12 million mammoths worldwide.
Right. And humans are megafauna. We, in general, are over 100 pounds. So we count as mammals that are over 100 pounds, megafauna.
Yeah, we do. We
Our
count.
habitat. Same habitat. So.
Same habitat, right. Yeah, let's see, what's this one? So this is just the Topper quarry itself. And so notice what happens here. Here's the Younger Dryas boundary, represented by these red dots. And you can see that there was consistent occupation of this site for centuries. And then all of a sudden, Down it goes, post-Clovis. But again, what does that again suggest? This is, and this is from Malcolm LeCompte's paper, who we joined in the roundtable with to discuss the origin of Carolina Bays a couple of years ago. And he was also the lead author of the great debunking of the debunkers. That were attempting, yeah. Although Malcolm does not care for the theory of Tony Zamora, the ice boulder hypothesis.
Oh yeah, he didn't like that one.
He doesn't like that one. Yeah, there's a number of issues with it, but I'm not taking any sides on that. I'm just waiting to see more evidence, and how the Carolina Bays may fit in with these events or not, as the case may be. I'm inclined to think that they do somehow, but the Carolina Bays are an unresolved question at this point. And
right.
Yeah. So, but the Topper site is right out there in Carolina Bay country, and whatever the solution to Carolina Bays is, I think it's a very interesting question because they're a bizarre phenomenon. And again, we'll put that down as on our list for upcoming topics to address.
That says there was a decline in core usage of greater than 99% that persisted for approximately 600 years. So it was 600 years before people showed back up and started coring it again and leaving ours.
Yes. That's exactly right. A decline in core usage greater than 99%.
That's interesting. There's like the story of the Tower of Babel, the biblical story. Like after the flood, it was like 600 years after that cataclysm before the people came out of the mountains and settled in the land of Shinar and started making bricks.
Yeah.
That's brutal, man.
Wow, what a memory.
So brutal.
That's one of our favorite
What a Bible scholar.
strange ancient stories. Let us make bricks and bake them in the sun.
Takes 600 years for you to pick up,
Were you guys raised Catholic?
No,
Just Christian, not Catholic.
Christian, okay. Well, yeah, okay.
on and off Catholic.
Yeah, on and off, My mom's a devout Catholic now, but...
Oh, okay, so we're going to stop this share unless there's something else here we could pull up and quick look at. Let's see. Oh, Blackwater Draw. This is also from Malcolm's paper. Sampling site showing the younger, driest boundary layer is the dotted line.
Who's
right
Lex Friedman?
You don't see a black mat. You don't see the prominent black mat at Blackwater Draw like you do at Murray Springs and some of the others. But yeah, this is a great paper. I would bet that if people wanted to read it, I would not be surprised if you could find it on Google Scholar. But an independent evaluation of conflicting microspheral results from different investigations of the younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Okay, I got this from the supplementary information. But
that's funny, man.
The article itself is a very good read. I would suggest, having well, these days, if you're reading, you've got your computer, you can look up any term and immediately find the definition of it. And that's one reason why I haven't been too concerned about defining every single term. I know I throw out a term, I just throw out the term taxonomic, right? I'm assuming that the people who are tuning into this are probably going to be capable enough to simply look something up online and find the definition. But, for years and years and years, when I was, in high school and the years after, I read stuff that was way beyond my pay grade at this time. So I always kept one of these at hand.
Ah, yes.
And I used it constantly. And I don't know why it seems like people are forgetting how to use a dictionary, but I still use that. I still keep it, as you can see, I still have it right here because I like it. Look at what Brad has there. See, Brad is an old-fashioned scholar. We actually have written material. I know a lot of people, maybe younger ones, probably don't know what written material actually is, and if they've ever seen any.
You know what else you can do, Randall, to help those people? Lots of them have Alexa or Google, so you can just, whenever you want them to actually have a word looked up, just do it. Hey, Google, look up what taphonomy, and their phone sitting next to their computer when they're watching this will actually hear that and look the word up for them.
Oh, I thought it was dead.
There we go. See,
yeah,
I'm catching. I'm trying to stay up to speed. It's hard to sometimes focus on 20,000 years ago and then also focus on what's happening at the present. But
Well, I definitely appreciate the vocabulary lesson
Yes.
of every episode.
Every episode, we learn new words.
Really
It's
great.
great.
Well, yeah, and I've always thought it was fun to learn new words. I love learning new words.
Yep.
You know, I really do. And I used to keep vocabulary lists with definitions. And of course, as you learn new words, then you find yourself having to turn to the dictionary fewer and fewer times because you've got a ever expanding vocabulary.
Right.
So, yeah, and I think most of the people who are listening to this are happy to do that. They don't expect to just be spoon-fed every little thing. Yeah, okay, here's the topper site. Early Holocene, early Younger Dryas boundary shown by the dotted line, and you see the Clovis debitage. That's the debris that's left over from the flint knapping and the tool making.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, in fact, while you're sitting there, Kyle, why don't you pull up Google Scholar and put in this, and let's see if it's available for free download, because it may well be, and people could then download this, which is one of the most valuable and important papers written on this, because in the immediate aftermath of the first proposition that there had been a cosmic impact triggering the global changes at the Younger Dryas boundary, there was a concerted effort to suppress this heretical idea, mostly amongst scientists who were invested in the idea of human overkill. That's an important link to make there. Many of the critics that early on attacked the idea of a possible impact being the trigger were also proponents of the human predation theory of mass extinction for whatever reason. And in some of the cases, I'm convinced that the reason was political more than anything else. But the point is that they made attacks that were then got a lot of press and attempted to prove that the proponents of an impact hypothesis were full of crap. But then Malcolm's paper comes out and basically debunks the debunkers and shows, for example, they went out and they took samples and they came back and said, well, we double tested, we did an independent test of the samples and we did not find the impact proxies there, right? So Malcolm and his team go out using their protocols and quickly realize that where they took the samples wasn't even in the right place. So clearly, if you've got a centimeter layer in which the proxies are deposited and preserved, and you don't sample that layer, no, you're not going to find the stuff, are you?
Right.
Right. And so in this paper, he systematically goes through and deconstructs the criticisms of the objectors, and that's why this paper is so great.
You finding it?
Go to Google Scholar there, Kyle.
Conflicting microspheral results from different investigations of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
That's the one, published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
That's right.
Does it give a link to a PDF? Oh, you're just looking at on your phone?
Yeah, so he looked it up on Google Scholar, and it is there.
Yes, there it is, PDF.
It's there. All right, folks. You can go on, and for free, you can download this paper, print it out however you want to read it. And I know it's going to be technical, but as you read through it, if you've got questions, I can't necessarily explain every detail in the paper, but I have a pretty good working knowledge of most of what it's discussing in there, and so we could then make that.
We'll put a link to the PDF download in the show notes.
Perfect.
It's only 10 pages of 1-point font.
But yeah, it's a great, a very important paper. Which I highly, highly recommend. So I'm going to jump back here and
Better write that one down, Brad.
I'm getting it.
So in a recent article that came out in Quaternary International, which is one of the journals that I regularly like to read, an investigator by the name of Pat Shipman. This came out in 2015. Quaternary International deals with any events having to do with the Quaternary, which was basically from 2.6 million years ago until today. So the Quaternary would encompass the Holocene and the Pleistocene. The beginning of the Quaternary is the Pleistocene, which, if you listen to some of my older lectures, I'm giving the date of 1.6 million years for the beginning of the Quaternary. This is the Quaternary period. The period is subdivided into epochs. The Quaternary consists of two epochs, the Pleistocene and the Holocene. We're now in the Holocene and have been for 11,600 years, right? But the Quaternary, in my older lectures, I'm talking about it being dated at 1.6 million, because this was, 20 years ago, this was the duration that was accepted in the literature and so on. However, new research has pushed its age back by 1 million years. And what defines the Quaternary, I think, more than any other single thing, is the beginning of this oscillation between glacial interglacial ages. That's the thing that really characterizes the Quaternary and the Pleistocene. So you have Quaternary, which is the period. It's broken into two very asymmetrical epochs. The Pleistocene, which lasted from 2.5 million years ago down to 11,000 years ago, and then the Holocene. So one of the legitimate questions is are we really out of the ice ages? Are we into something completely different now?
Because it's unusually stable.
What's that?
Because it's like unusually stable. But
Yeah, the Holocene has been unusual, and as we have looked at the ice core graphs, I mean, that's clear to see there, the difference between Quaternary and Holocene.
Right.
But yeah, so the Quaternary now has been pushed back to 2.6 million years, which I find to be interesting. Why is 2.6 million years interesting? That would be 2,600,000 years, right? 2.6 million. What happens if you divide that by 100? You get the precessional cycle of 26,000 years.
1,000 years.
So the Quaternary, you could basically say, is 100 precessional cycles almost precisely.
Wow.
And if, going back to Hamlet's Mill that we talked about, in some of the earlier episodes, who defined the archaic concept of the great year is primarily the precessional cycle, the changing of the 26,000 year cycle of changing pole stars, the movement of the 26,000 year movement of the equinoxes and the solstices through the plane of the ecliptic, right? 26,000 years. So that to me becomes a very useful mnemonic. You simply multiply that by 100, and now you've got the length of the Quaternary. And this idea that something happened 100 great years ago, right? That caused a major shift from the extended warmth of the Pliocene into this glacial interglacial dance that's been going on ever since. So, yeah. Then you've got the possibility of a 26 million year cycle
there, but
in the
I think I should just stick with
the
what
extinction. What, did you
it, I
see
don't
my
like it that
puppy?
much.
Yeah, we just saw the tail.
A flag.
Oh,
go
the tail.
We heard the door open and then the flag went by.
White flag behind.
Yeah, so I'll before our next episode, I'll go out and shoot these dogs so they don't interrupt us anymore.
No, those dogs.
No, I couldn't even. No.
Yeah.
These are, I have wonderful dogs.
Yes.
They're very sweet. They're good guardians, but extremely sweet.
They're huge.
Yeah.
They're massive dogs.
They're the kind of dogs. They're the kind of dogs you would want to have if you were living in the world with Pleistocene lions and giant cave bears.
Right. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're at an hour, so we're gonna wrap it up.
I mean, but it's exactly 1 hour.
Exactly 1 hour. Like one of these days, we can actually exactly on the hour.
Well, thanks for reminding me. I think we should go a little bit further.
No problem.
Don't lose the track of the 26 million there, and then it'll go up one more scale too, won't it?
Well, then you got 260 million years. It's very close to the estimated time of a galactic rotation.
Oh.
So is this coincidence, or are we looking at some kind of
plan?
Synchrony here that links things by powers of 10? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But nonetheless, it's to me very interesting. See, and so this idea of this 26,000 year great year cycle becomes a useful tool, if you will, to help comprehend these larger cycles of change. And whether or not there's any coincidence there or not, I'm not claiming that there's anything other than coincidence. But then again, I don't know. That synchrony may have some root in some kind of harmonization of cycles on a cosmic level.
So wait, the rotation of the galaxy is 10,000 precessional cycles, basically, or is that right? Because you got 100 at 2.6 million, and then you said 260 million.
Yeah.
One trip around
I think it's 1,000.
the galaxy.
What'd we say?
Yeah, it'd be 10,000.
Yeah, 10. Yeah.
10,000.
10,000 great years.
Yeah.
It's starting to sound like a day of Brahma.
A day of Brahma.
Yeah. What is that?
Well, yeah, and you know, which brings up, not to digress into that, but certainly when we begin to look at some of these ancient traditions and we find these phenomenally long cycles of time, we're going, oh, wait a second, these guys are thinking terms that really are almost modern in the sense, you know.
Right.
You know, the idea that the world is 432 billion years old.
Yeah.
Which comes out strikingly close to the 450 or 4.5 billion, 4.32 billion years old, the age of the Earth in the Vedas, which is very close to the 4.5 billion estimate for,
Science, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
And the 4.32 billion years is one day of Brahma, isn't it? That's what that is?
Yeah, I think that's what that is. Yeah. And then of course you've got, since we're talking about the yugas, we'll throw this out there for a second. You know, you've got within that hierarchical scale, you've got, if you go and you look at the Sumerian king lists, the sum total of the 10 Sumerian kings is 432,000 years, the total number of reigns, right? And each one of the reigns as basically coming through the tradition, and we'll devote a segment to this. You know, is one of these cosmic numbers that we've been talking about. One of these, that I call them the Vedic numbers, you know, these numbers that recur over and over again that all add up and reduce to 9, right? All these multiples of 9, right? But if you look at them, they're built on this ternary scale, if you want to call it that, where it's pyramidal, right? And you've got the Kali Yuga, which is 432,000 years in the Vedas, which interestingly, so it's like, the Sumerian king lists talk about these ages that are measured in tens of thousands of years. They sum to 432,000. And then you get the Vedas, and it picks up the range from there, and it extends the range into hundreds of thousands of year cycles, right? It's almost as if the Sumerian king lists and the Vedic numbers are essentially part of this continuum.
Yeah, a complete set.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so you've got the Kali Yuga, which is 432,000 years, and then you've got the Dwapara Yuga, which is twice that, 864,000. And then you've got the Treta Yuga, which is 3 times that, or 1,296,000. And I'm sure at this moment everybody listening is pulling out their calculators and checking my numbers here. But if you go 3 times 432,000, you get 1,296,000. Right? So now you have this Treta Yuga, it's 1,296,000 years, right? Well, go ahead and divide that by 50. And what do you get? Are you doing it?
I'll try it.
All right. It's in your hands, Russ.
Yeah.
1,296,000 years in the Treta Yuga cycle, which comes from thousands of years ago, the Vedic tradition.
So divided by 50, it's 25,920, which is exact.
Right. Yeah. So they have this recognized grand cycle of time that turns out to be 50 precessional cycles. Is that coincidence? You know, again,
So that's half of the. What you were
That's
just saying.
half of the
quaternary
quaternary period.
period.
Yeah, that's one half the quaternary period, or is it the?
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quaternary.
Yeah. It's half the quaternary.
Wow.
Exactly. It's half the quaternary. That's right. Because double that is you get the 20, what did I say? 25,920,000. No, 2.59 million. That's what we're trying to get to. which I'm rounding off to 2.6 million, which
Right.
is the length of the quaternary. I don't know if everybody was able to keep all that straight, but
Numbers are hard when you're listening. So
yeah, when you're listening, exactly. But so anyways, let's get back to this for a few more minutes. So anyways, I was talking about this, when we're talking about mass kill sites, this Pat Shipman wrote in Quaternary International. That's how we got off on the Quaternary. This is a great journal. This is one of my favorites. I don't think you can find much of this online because, again, I use the library resources for this, but the title of the article is, How Do You Kill 86 Mammoths? Taphonomic Investigations of Mammoth Megasites. And here's what Pat Shipman says. Since the late 19th century, archaeological sites dominated by mammoth remains have been an important focus of research. A key question is how the bones of large numbers of mammoths, ranging from a minimum number of individuals of about 5 up to hundreds of individuals, were deposited in one place. Despite much investigation, the cause of death of mammoths in these sites has remained controversial. Here, for convenience, I refer to such sites as mammoth megasites. So we can incorporate that term into our vocabulary, mammoth megasites. Now, one of those mammoth megasites that Brad and I visited in our journey with Graham. What year was that, Brad?
That was 14.
Okay, 14. Yeah, we visited the Hot Springs Mammoth Site in South Dakota, and this is a mammoth megasite. And I have pictures of us there. These were from a journal, but I need to update this and put my own and Brad's pictures in here. But yeah, so this was a mammoth entombment where, like it says, over 50 mammoth skeletons unearthed so far. And then I'm asking the question, gradual accumulation or sudden burial.
Well, what's the material that they're in?
Well, it's like a hard clay matrix, and sort of the official explanation is that there was a sinkhole, and a mammoth wandered in and fell into the sinkhole and then couldn't get out, and then a few years later another mammoth obliviously came up and fell into the same sinkhole, and this process continued for a period of time. However, not everybody agrees with that. And
you think?
and I think it was Larry Eigenbrod who wrote I probably have it right in here, the quote from him. He looked at it and said, well, he thought it was more consistent with a bloat and float scenario. Did you get that? Bloat and float. So in other words, you've got a bunch of drowned mammoths floating in water, and they settle into this basin and then get covered in mud, and then the mud dries out and turns into this matrix in which they are now entombed and being excavated. And I find that far more plausible than the idea that some really dumb woolly mammoths just kept falling in the same sinkhole over and over again. So yeah, you can see there's like, and there may be double or triple the number, because the excavations are only in a limited area. And interestingly, when we were there, I was taking the tour, and the woman who is the guide is explaining the official, and I asked the question, I wanted to know, well, what estimates were there on the time frame? Because again, the assumptions here in the gradualistic scenario is that these were individual events, maybe over thousands of years, right?
Right.
So I asked, what was the dating? Because it looks to me like the matrix in which they are was deposited in mass. And I asked her that question.
Yeah.
Because I said, well, if it was deposited in mass, then it was probably a sudden. And she got really, were you there, Brad? Did you hear that? How upset she got?
I don't remember
And how dismissed.
specifically.
Yeah, you might have been off with Graham or something at that point, but she really acted like she was offended at the question, and I was quite taken aback by it because I thought it was a very reasonable question. But she was basically giving this textbook explanation, and then I asked about the, how much time, do we have actual estimates of the time? Has there been radiocarbon dating done on these mammoth remains here that show that it was over a long period of time that they, one by one, got accumulated in this sinkhole? Or is it more like Larry Eigenbrod, and I think it was Larry Eigenbrod that was saying that it looks like you had a lot of carcasses floating in water that settled into this basin and then got covered in mud. And that just makes a whole lot more sense to me.
What are the green arrows pointing to on that picture, Randall?
Let's see.
There's 2 green arrows on the right.
Right at the right edge.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not a big...
don't recall
Yeah.
what specifically that was.
This is where you put your brush
This is where they
and the buckets. Collect your buckets here.
I think that might have been it, yeah. Put your...
buckets go here. Yeah.
I don't have a map, but doesn't the topography kind of support that bloat and float also, Randall? Because there is kind of a shallow place and then a narrow gorge that water would have had to back up behind and then flow out through, so they would have gotten kind of deposited and sat down right there in that clay.
Exactly. And I think it'd be good to for the last few minutes to get into this story. Here's old Charles R. Knight again, one of my favorites. This is his 1908 painting. Kind of interesting, 1908, Tunguska. And, here's the mastodon, not a mammoth. One of the ways you can tell the differences between a mammoth and a mastodon is the profile of the skull. The mastodon skull is much more receding. The mammoth skull tends to be much more vertical. And mastodons were browsers. They were found. They lived in forests and ate mostly tree branches, whereas mammoths were grazers who liked the open steppe land or savanna land where they could graze on grass, basically. So that was the difference between these major differences between these two distinct species of proboscideans. You can add this to your lexicon now.
That's why there's a web browser app called Mastodon. I never figured that out. Because they're browsers. I got it.
No, okay. Okay. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, before we go on, Kyle,
Yeah.
say the word proboscidean.
Proboscidean.
Yes, and you know what proboscis is? Your
don't.
nose.
Schnoz.
Ah.
Your schnoz, right, your schnoz. So proboscideans have big long schnozzes.
Okay.
I think that actually is the technical definition if you look. Long, extended schnozzes.
Schnozzes. That's right.
I was going to ask you if the mastodons, like when they're found, their remains are found, are they typically like in buried forests as well?
Well, yeah, they're found in areas that were forested, yes. That's exactly right. And from studies of the remains in their stomachs and even like looking at mastodon coprolites, they can decipher the food that they were eating. And generally what you see is digested tree branches and the pollen of various trees and seeds and the things that they were eating was and they were endemic to forests, basically. Now this is not a very good image, but this is the Beresovka mammoth as he was found back in 1902, I believe was the year, and cropping out from a some collapsed permafrost. You see this cliff here collapsed onto, and then revealed this guy sitting here, basically. So picture he's buried under here, and then the soil falls away and reveals him sitting here, right? And what you're looking here at is the skull, and this is the left forelimb right here.
Wow.
So this is basically how he was found. You can see here the forelimb here is here, and then here's his back foot. Whoops, what you see, can you see that? Yeah, you see part of it right here. This next one is a better photograph. You see the back leg here, the front forelimb, the skull. Right.
Wow.
So, and see, he was found on his haunches like this, and as I explained, his hip bones were broken, as if he was slammed back onto his haunches with great force. So some of the interesting circumstances surrounding this guy, which we'll look at right here, okay? He weighed approximately 6 tons. The contents of the stomach were not putrefied, so the carcass must have frozen completely in 10 hours or less to prevent putrefaction. Flowering plants among the stomach contents indicate some fairly mild climate, perhaps autumn. Fairly high temperature at the time of death, approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit or more. The temperature required to freeze the 6-ton mammoth in less than 10 hours is approximately 100 to 150 degrees below zero. Had to have remained completely frozen from the time of death to the time of exhumation. Mammoth sitting on haunches, both hip bones broken, indicating that the animal must have been thrown back violently. Burial must have been instantaneous to prevent decay of carcass. Erect penis indicates rapid suffocation under pressure. So interesting circumstances that don't fit the gradualist paradigm and are completely inconsistent with death by human predation. There have been many examples. This is, was it Dima, the name of this baby woolly mammoth that was found mummified in the permafrost. Here we go. This was a great article that came out back in 1962, back in the heyday of strict gradualism. And it was an independent researcher by the name of Harold E. Lippman published this in the journal Science about the finding of these repeated findings of frozen mammoths. In an earlier issue of Science, paleontologist William R. Farron made a valiant attempt to salvage the gradualistic position vis-a-vis the frozen mammoths. But these fossils of the Siberian permafrost present an insuperable difficulty for a theory of slow, gradual geology. Baron Cuvier, one of the most critical observers of these remains, insisted that they were frozen suddenly. He wrote, "It is well known that its tusks are still so well preserved in cold countries that they are used for the same purpose as new ivory. And as we have before remarked, individuals have been found with the flesh, skin, and hair which had been frozen since the final catastrophe of the globe." And then William R. Farron, who was a strict gradualist, responded to this by this comment right here. "It is not logically sound to postulate a major catastrophe on a scale far beyond anything we have experienced to explain geological phenomena, which can be adequately explained by the everyday processes which we can observe around us." So I like that. So it is not logically sound to postulate anything beyond what we've experienced, you know.
Right.
Is it really? Or is it not logically sound to assume that everything that's happened in the history of the Earth is just comparable to what we've observed in the last 2 centuries? That the last 2 centuries is representative. See, what is really more logically sound here?
Yeah, on a planet that's supposed to be 4 billion years old, you think that everything you've seen in the past 200 years is the same? It's just ridiculous.
4 billion? I thought it was 6,000.
Get out of here, Catholic.
Well, you're a Catholic, Mike.
No. I'm joking.
Yeah, so we've got some interesting, these are just typical of the kinds of finds that occur over and over and over again. This was like from an old journal, circa 1929. Skulls of mammoth, super bison, and American lion found during placer mining operations in Alaska. There's remains of an extinct bison found in frozen muck near Fairbanks, Alaska. And here is one of my favorite guys of all who has written about the terminal Pleistocene extinction. This is Dr. Frank C. Hibben. He was an anthropologist, naturalist, and outdoorsman. And he was one who actually went and followed the placer mining operations, which are using these high-pressure hydraulic hoses to blast away the The permafrost. Yeah. So yeah, here this is an example of
Muck.
the muck, the frozen muck.
Muck rake.
Exactly. To get to the gold deposits, right? So he went along with these guys to see what kind of stuff they were uncovering as they're blasting away at this frozen permafrost. Now there's been an effort to discredit Hibben, again by the same crowd that wants to bury the whole idea of catastrophic extinction, right? Now in Magicians of the Gods, Graham Hancock does a great job of debunking the debunkers, debunking the detractors of Frank C. Hibben and how they manipulated, basically tried to, attack him. Of course, he's gone now, but to smear his reputation in order to discredit what he discovered and reported on. And we're gonna end with that tonight. I'm gonna just quote a little bit from Frank C. Hibben's work, The Lost Americans. And this is what the gradualists and the proponents of human-caused predation have attacked, because this is completely, again, his eyewitness testimony is completely inconsistent with the gradualist paradigm. And again, like I said, there have been, if you go online, you'll find several attempts to discredit Hibben. And again, Graham Hancock does a great job of addressing those attempts to discredit Hibben and his observations and his reporting on those observations. And here's a sample of what he says. The Pleistocene period ended in death. This was no ordinary extinction of a vague geological period which fizzled to an uncertain end. This death was catastrophic and all-inclusive. The large animals that had given the name to the period became extinct. Their death marked the end of the era. But how did they die? What caused the extinction of 40 million animals? In this particular case, and now again, he's reporting from what he has witnessed himself from these placer mining observations. In this particular case, the death was of such colossal proportions as to be staggering to contemplate. Who or what killed the Pleistocene animals is a query that has not yet been answered. The corpus delicti of the deceased in this mystery may be found almost anywhere. Their bones lie bleaching in the sands of Florida and in the gravels of New Jersey. They weather out of the dry terraces of Texas and protrude from the sticky ooze of the tar pits of Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. Thousands of these remains have been encountered in Mexico and even in South America. The bodies lie as articulated skeletons revealed by dust storms, or as isolated bones and fragments in ditches or canals. The bodies of the victims are everywhere in evidence. In spite of the indications that a few animals escaped the tragedy, there is no doubt that the major portion of the great animals of the Pleistocene met their end at the same time. And it might appear at first that many of these great animals died natural deaths. That is, that the remains that we find in the Pleistocene strata over the continent represent the normal death that ends the ordinary life cycle. However, where we can study these animals in such detail, such as in the great bone deposits of Nebraska, we find literally thousands of these remains together. The young lie with the old, foal with dam and calf with cow. Whole herds of animals were apparently killed together, overcome by some common power. Interspersed in the muck depths and sometimes in the very piles of bones and tusks themselves are layers of volcanic ash. There is no doubt that coincidental with the end of the Pleistocene animals, at least in Alaska, there were violent volcanic eruptions of tremendous proportions. And then in addressing the matter of the frozen carcasses that were constantly turning up, he points out that it stands to reason that animals whose flesh is still preserved must have been killed and buried quickly to be preserved at all. Bodies that die and lie on the surface soon disintegrate, and the bones are scattered. Throughout the Alaskan mucks, there is evidence of atmospheric disturbance of unparalleled violence. Mammoth and bison alike were torn and twisted as though by a cosmic hand in godly rage. In one place, we can find the foreleg and shoulder of a mammoth with portions of the flesh and the toenails and the hair still clinging to the blackened bones. Close by is the neck and skull of a bison with the vertebrae clinging together with tendons and ligaments of the chitinous covering of the horns intact. There is no mark of a knife or cutting implement. The animals were simply torn apart and scattered over the landscape like things of straw and string. Mixed with the piles of bones are trees, also twisted and torn and piled in tangled groups, and the whole is covered with the fine sifting muck, then frozen solid.
God.
What a portrait. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is amazing. What? So
Also reminds me of
Where did
Earth and Upheaval. That's where I've heard that.
yeah, you're from this guy's writing. Was it a book or a paper?
Yeah, The Lost Americans.
Getting it?
Getting
Yeah. Yeah. So he was one of the few scattered catastrophists, in the mid 20th century. I think this book was written it was definitely the 40s. I think it was 1946. I think it was published in 1946. Not 100% sure, but somewhere
I was
around
going
there.
to say 52, but yeah.
Well, that could
back
be.
in there. He's from New Mexico State University, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what we're exploring. We're going to be getting into this further. We're going to be talking about the impact younger dryas, the impact hypothesis. We're going to get people up to speed on that. So if you listen through the number of episodes that we devote to that, you should have a pretty solid working knowledge of where we're at, the state of understanding about that phenomena. I'm glad to hear that George Howard's going to come on and join us. He runs the website Cosmic Tusk. Really good source of information about all of these events we're talking about here. And yeah, we're going to be getting some other interesting guests too, I'm quite sure, in the near future. And we're also planning some perks and things for people that are helping us out in one way or another, for all the subscribers and Patreon contributors. We've got some pretty good juicy stuff in the pipeline that we're going to be making available soon.
Yes.
So
Yes, thank you. Thank you to everyone who has joined the Patreon in support. We really appreciate that. Like Randall said, we're going to be getting perks. We're working on that. So we really appreciate you guys' support right now, where there are almost none. But one of the good perks is that we will pay attention to your comments. We give priority to them, right? So if you are a Patreon supporter and you have questions, we read all emails and all comments, but the Patreon supporters get first priority. So that's one of the perks that's already happening. So the website is patreon.com/Randall Carlson. Isn't that right, Brad? Correct. There's also a link to the Patreon on the website cosmographia.com, which that does work now. I've made sure of that.
It's in the video descriptions, and it's also in the banner. It'll link on the Cosmographia YouTube channel. So
right.
Plenty of ways to find us on Patreon.
Right.
And I'll make one final comment here. A lot of people have really seemed to be enjoying what we're doing. A lot of favorable comments. There's been a few critical of our format. I just want to make clear that I don't believe that academic pursuits and investigations like this should be dry. We should be having fun with it. Otherwise, why bother? And what you're seeing here is a collective effort. This is a team effort. Each person you see here is making a contribution to seeing that this happens. Without these guys, I wouldn't really be doing this right now. So keep that in mind before you start, tossing barbs our way about the format, that it might be a little too casual for your tastes or whatever, because listen, that's the way we're going to do this. It's not meant to be a dry college classroom lecture, right? It's more freewheeling than that, because hey, that's the way we are. I can't help it. We're Hicks, okay? So
Speak for yourself.
well, yeah, I mean, with the exception of Mike, who, like I've said repeatedly, we keep him here so he can kind of have some measure of what normalcy really is.
Normalcy.
Right.
So,
Mike is the
reference.
Yeah, Mike is the normal reference. Exactly.
Yeah, Mike is the normal guy
You're
here.
a social scale man.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're in the striped shirt and everything, man. You're a great people, man.
That's right.
But I do have to agree with one of the comments and I don't know why this is, but you guys really do look shiny.
Yeah, we make sure that we're shining before we come in here to do
You guys, like Kyle, maybe you can get your wife to put a little like powder on you or something before. Is that
Too
possible?
much cocoa butter there, guys.
We proudly adopt the title of shiny people. We are the shining ones.
Okay.
Come to us for knowledge.
I like that better, the shining ones. If you start playing the shiny people video, I don't know, I'm out of here.
Too many royalties.
Yeah.
That's right. We are the Anu, the shining ones.
Yeah, come down.
But I don't have anything against REM, right? Because after all, they were the ones who saying it's the end of the world as we know it.
That's right.
Yeah. All right.
They're losing their religion.
That too. Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Good
totally
show.
cool.
Good show.
I'm totally cool with the criticism. Just support the show.
That's right. Criticize us all you want, but jump on
Right.
Patreon.
That's right.
Also, go to iTunes and give us 5 stars and tell us how much you hate us. But still, 5 stars every time. And thanks to everybody that has done reviews. I'm keeping up with that, so that's going great. So thanks you guys so much for that.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
5-star, Randall.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen. It's been great, and
Yeah.
I'll see you next week, if not sooner.
All
Excellent.
right.
Good night. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. Putting things into a chronostratigraphic context and causing havoc in the uniformitarian paradigm. We are back with Cosmographia podcast. You like that, Randall? Yes. We're only here for the eyebrows.
I can live with it for the time being.
All right.
I'll put forth a valiant effort.
So it's been what do we have? A month since we recorded. We did some conferences. We had other stuff going on. So
We did. We're finally all back at our home bases for the time being.
that's right.
For number 14.
For episode 14. So before we get back into the megafauna, I had one question that has to deal with the Atlantis stuff, and I just wanted. This is something I've wondered for a while. Like, so the geologists who were basically saying, that there is no geological evidence for any that Atlantis could be in the Atlantic, right? Mm-hmm. Are they wrong, or are they lying? Because those are two different things.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're lying. I think that they're so constrained within their vision by the dogmas that they've built their ideology around that they just can't see it. I just, it's okay. It's too accepted by mainstream academia that Atlantis had no literal or historical reality behind it. And so once you've assumed that, and that becomes your working model of history, and it is now like guilty by association because there's been so much woo around the whole Atlantis thing that it just becomes easier, I think, to just not deal with it, because there's no reason that any geologists in their professional work would even have to address the idea of Atlantis. So it's been totally left up to the fringe researchers, which essentially has led to what I think is a lot of tangents. And that's why what I thought, when I first read Plato, which I guess, mid-70s, and then read and then reread and then probably reread again and again and again, maybe half a dozen times at least 3 or 4 translations. What it led me to think was, well, when you get past all the woo, there's nothing here that's so incredible that it's completely out of the question. Other than how your vision of what the civilization may have been. But as I've repeatedly said, I'm not going beyond the idea of simply a, Mycenaean or Minoan or Phoenician model, but maybe grander than that, but maybe not. Maybe just because the Minoan civilization in itself was pretty impressive, and their maritime skills were quite advanced. So we don't really have to go beyond that. I'm not saying that we should never go beyond that in our thinking as to what a Pleistocene culture, an Ice Age culture may have been able to achieve. But at the same time, there's nothing that I've pointed out or said in any of this that proves number one, proves the existence of Atlantis, but basically says that if you just take Plato at face value, there's nothing really that outlandish about it.
Right.
It's not so extreme and not so fringe that there could have been a culture on an island in the mid-Atlantic, because we've seen that there is evidence that there were islands much more extensive than there is today during the Ice Age, and we covered the multiple reasons for that and the evidence for massive vertical movement. So that was the whole point there, I think, is that we just go back and see if it makes sense. And what I've been trying to get at is basically saying, no, we haven't proven that Atlantis is there. Maybe that could happen or maybe not, we don't know what's down there, because unless maybe the U.S. Navy has information that we don't know, because they have done bathymetric surveys of the Atlantic Ocean. But the thing is, if you're not looking for something,
you're never going to find it.
You're not going to find it, right? And when you look at archaeological remains, oftentimes, like the ruins of old buildings, oftentimes are difficult to differentiate from natural, natural rock. If you're looking at buildings that have crumbled, like say fallen in an earthquake, and they've been laying there for 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years, and nature's already beginning to reclaim. If we look at something that's 10,000 or 15,000 years old, and it's basically something that's been reduced to rubble, and in this case, not only reduced to rubble, but then subsided beneath the ocean.
What?
Well, I mean,
what?
If you're not looking for something, you might not see it.
Right.
So you'd have to go there specifically looking for something, and it would have to be fairly evident. So what I'm getting at is really all I'm trying to do is say that the idea of Atlantis is not so outrageous that it needs to be automatically dismissed, but that if you look at the details of Plato's account, there's really nothing that contradicts or rules out the details that he specifically describes in his two dialogues, which to me then says, okay, so then the whole thing hinges upon our assumptions about what could be happening culturally 12,000 to 14,000 to 15,000 years ago. And if we make the assumption that there was nothing beyond Stone Age nomadic type existence, well then that basically rules it all out, despite the fact that the geography and the geology, the hydrology, the oceanography are consistent.
Fuck right off,
If we have ruled out the possibility that there was a culture that, for example, could explore perhaps large regions of the Earth's surface, that could have had colonies, if we rule that out, then of course the whole Atlantis thing, there's no merit to it.
Right.
If we accept that as a possibility, though, then of course the whole thing becomes, much more feasible.
Right. But the response to the Ignatius Donnelly stuff, we talked about that. There was basically a person who was a geologist. I can't remember the names or anything, but they responded and said, look, there is no, two or three of his points were based on geology, and we can say that those are wrong. And so you don't think you think that person was just wrong, not lying? Like they just didn't know the research, or do you think that they were aware and they were just
No,
lying?
I don't. That was Dorothy Vitaliano. I don't think she was lying. I think she just didn't know. Because by the mid '70s, we didn't really know that much about the ocean floor.
Yeah.
So I just saw something the other day about what's his name, an oceanographer. I captured it because it was very interesting to me, and it was commenting about
Shane.
how much we still had to learn.
I think I know Shane.
Yeah, but some of those papers you were reading us were from the 50s, so done before.
Shane, I think I know Shane.
So there was, yes, the evidence was already accumulating by the mid-70s.
Oh, you told me
it had
about
been
Shane.
accumulating for a quarter century.
He's you told me about
there
him.
could have been something more going on.
Shout out. Nice man. How's
in
it going there,
terms
buddy?
of,
You doing the afternoon shift?
What may have transpired. Lost my train of thought there.
No, it's all right. Yeah, the evidence had been accumulating, and so I was just surprised that a person who was a geologist who set out to look into the matter actually didn't look into the matter and just wrote a book saying, no, this is wrong.
Well, she was the editor of the book. There was 5 or 6, I think, contributors to it that looked at it from different angles. He was the one who pretty much addressed it from the geological point of view.
Yeah, Shane is the man.
And said, if Ignatius Donnelly's 13 propositions, which, we should actually get into that. Since we're going to do, I think, one follow-up episode
good at his
on
job.
Atlantis
Nice.
to address some of the questions and things that have come up. We could look at some of those other propositions of his that were thrown out on the assumption that the geology didn't work.
Right.
But if the geology does work, then I would say that some of his other propositions would warrant
Shot too early.
a more in-depth
Diagnose and fix
look.
everything in MINS. Nice.
Okay. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
it's good to have some experience there. There's a lot of experience guys there.
We've been dealing with that particular that span of time when we've been talking about Atlantis 11,600 years ago, give or take. I would say give or take a century. Okay, puts us within that framework. So in that span of time, we know that there is a meltwater pulse, which is usually called meltwater pulse 1.
Yeah, his afternoon nice.
It was preceded by meltwater pulse 1A, which was about 1,300 years earlier, or roughly 12,900 years ago. And these two meltwater pulses actually bracket the Younger Dryas. And I have a slide here, which I think I will go ahead and pull up. Let's see if I can grab it. I think this is it right here.
Degenerates, what?
Okay, we see it.
There it is. Now, this is a curve of sea level rise. And if we look at the bottom x-axis here, it's 0, which is basically now.
Dick is being way more generous than me right now.
On the right-hand end
Dick
of
is
the x-axis is 18, which means
like,
18,000 years ago.
He's destroying
And
biomedical waste as we
up
speak.
this right side, we're looking at solar insolation curves, which if it was the sun and the warming of the sun, the dashed line that you see here would have been the curve. In other words, you would have had a gradual increase in the amount of meltwater and then a gradual decrease, right? Over here is the estimated discharge rate in cubic kilometers per year. So you look at the top of the left-hand y-axis here, you've got 15,000 cubic kilometers. Okay, so what we have here is we've got two meltwater pulses, meltwater pulse 1A, meltwater pulse 1B. Okay, so when this graph was done, back in the 80s, I have the exact date, I can put that up here at some point. There was a range, right? A range of dates. So meltwater pulse 1A ranged between these two spikes right here in the dating. Meltwater pulse 1B ranged right in here. Now, since this, the graph has been refined, and it's been correlated with global extreme events of global warming. But the point is, if we go to 11.6 right here, we see the start of meltwater pulse 1B coming up like this. Here we're going back to you can see right at 13,000 years, there's meltwater pulse 1A. Some of the dates have pushed meltwater pulse 1A back to as far back as 14,600 years. There's a possibility that there were 3 meltwater pulses. We can get into discussing that at some point. But for now, the main thing to take away from this is that the melting of the ice and the contribution of that melting ice back into the ocean basins of the world was not defined by the smooth curve, as one would predict, but spasms, huge spasms of meltwater gushing into the ocean that have been identified now by these two spikes right here. If I go to the graph of climate change, let's go to this one, go to this version of it here. We're coming from the left. So basically what's happening is we're coming out of the depths of the ice age over here on the left. You see this 15,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. The gray box here represents the YD, which is the Younger Dryas. So you see here roughly 12,800 to 11,600 years before present, right? So what you have here is you have this massive spike of warming right here that then jerks its way back down into this full depth of glacial cold, which marks the Younger Dryas. So this spike of warming right here looks like it correlates with meltwater pulse 1A. Then that interval between the two meltwater pulses, let's go back to here. The interval between those two, you can see that there's a huge spike of meltwater, then the volume of meltwater diminishes dramatically and quickly right in here. And then there's the second spike of meltwater being introduced into the world's ocean basins right here. So the idea is that we've got spike number 1 here. Oops, sorry. Spike number 1 here, and you'll notice that this spike, which is a bit higher than this spike of warming right here. See, this is the warming at the end of the Younger Dryas, which was extremely rapid, but you'll notice it's not quite as severe as this one, right? Well, this more severe one then correlates with, with the larger of the two spikes, which would make sense, wouldn't it? And see, so here you're looking at almost 15,000 cubic kilometers of ice melting per year. It actually could have been much greater than that. So this is the Younger Dryas. This return to full glacial cold that lasted about 1,300 years was then followed by a second warming spike. And then over the next, what do you see here, 10,000, so about the next 1,500, 1,600 years, the planet continued to warm up out of the ice age, and then we got up into the warmth, the modern warmth, basically, which is represented by this graph. Notice where we're at right now. Here's your present global warming. Most of the Holocene, I have to report, was warmer than the present warming. And only really the colder part of the Holocene was the Little Ice Age. We've discussed that the Little Ice Age may have been the coldest half millennium of the entire Holocene, basically. Now, if you go back here to the 8,200 years, there's a cooling event, a very rapid cooling event, lasted for 2 or 3 centuries, and then it was over, and then you had another rapid warming spell right here. This global warming right here, from the 8,200 year cooling up to this peak, it certainly was more severe than anything we've seen in the last century. And then you can see that the temperature fluctuates up and down. Then here's your Little Ice Age right here, and then the present global warming. So, but the thing I want the people to be looking at here, the listeners to be looking at here, is this Younger Dryas and how it correlates with these spikes of meltwater. And how that in turn, see this 11,600, that's Plato's date right there. I mean, that's it.
Right.
Which to me would be a signal, like, hey, interesting, but mainstream academia doesn't even consider that, and if they do, it tends to be thought of as merely a coincidence and not something that might actually have significance. That he's describing an island in the ocean that subsided, right? And the date of that subsidence is within a century of one of the great meltwater pulses that of the terminal ice age. So
yeah, clearly a coincidence.
Clearly a coincidence.
No, it's clearly a myth.
Yeah, it's also interesting that warming spike there that caused meltwater pulse 1A is not even as warm as most of the Holocene has been. That's also interesting.
Right. What is the explanation for that? I don't know. Now, when we get to this cooling, yeah, and we're going to start looking at that in this episode. The evidence for an extraterrestrial type event here. What's going on here? I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be argued that it's the sun. Perhaps it is.
Right.
Perhaps it's a combination of things. You know, there's still so much to learn yet. That's why I get really annoyed when I hear somebody talking about the science is settled.
Right.
Because we're not even close to having it settled. Okay. Then here, in the light of what we've been talking about in the last episode with the extinction of the megafauna, let's bring up this graph. This is the late Pleistocene mortality graph, which was published in the 80s, and each square, each little block here represents the finding of a fossil, an extinct mammal that lived in the Pleistocene. We've got here radiocarbon years before present, so down here on the right, we're looking at, there's 4,000, so this last block here is right at 4,000 years old. Over here on the left end, we're 50,000 years old. The y-axis here
what's
gives
up,
you the number of
Tara?
dates. And there's black squares and white squares. Basically, the difference is the accuracy with which they separated their finds into 2 categories. One, the black, which was very accurately dated, and then the white, which wasn't quite as accurately dated, right? So, but other than that, the curve is still obviously represented here. And you can see that you're going along for thousands and thousands of years, and there are sporadic introductions of megafaunal carcasses into the fossil record. But when you get right here, at say here's 12,000, 13, 14,000 years, when you get right into that bracket between meltwater pulse 1A, meltwater pulse 1B, that correlation with the Younger Dryas, this is what happens. All of a sudden, hundreds of examples of fossils, extinct megafaunal fossils, show up. See, this is like, you could think of this as a mortality spike. And this mortality spike is pretty much perfectly bookended by the Younger Dryas.
So that the y-axis there says number of dates, but does that mean like the number of samples, basically? How many of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Number
So
of
if we
dates.
look at this one here, we come across, that is 45. That's 50.
50. Yeah.
50 dates there.
Right. So 50 times they were dating fossils they found there. So you got 50 different
Yeah.
samples.
So 50 samples were dated and gave you this large spike right here.
Right. Whereas previous to that, we're at least leading almost all the way up to that, those two big spikes, everything was below 5 in number of samples. So
Exactly. And then
So-
all of a sudden you get to this terminal ice age, terminal Pleistocene, Holocene transition that coincides with the meltwater pulses, which coincides with the climate spikes, and right in that bracket is this.
wow.
And then at the end of this, half the megafauna of the planet is gone. Zip.
Right.
So many of the individual animals decimated that there was no possibility of them reproducing, which basically means you have to ultimately, for a species to go extinct, you have to basically eliminate every single
Pair.
viable pair. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to do it in a single generation.
And you have to do it in a single generation.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So I would say these three graphs correlate. Now, what's driving this? What we know, I would suggest that the mortality is a measure of something that's going on. And again, the mortality is going to be directly related to loss of habitat. Species loss can be directly correlated with habitat loss. Habitat loss is going to be directly correlated with what? Well, what is it that's going to basically eliminate habitats? Well, now is when we get into the various catastrophic scenarios. You know, what could, for example, destroy millions of acres of grassland that would have supported a megafauna, or millions of acres of forest that would have supported a foraging or a browsing megafauna, right? So these, you're basically losing habitat, and even in discussions of modern extinctions, that's what a lot of the extinctions would be ultimately blamed upon, is loss of habitat.
Right.
When we see extinctions on islands, that's where most of the modern extinctions of the last couple of hundred years have been on islands, and islands are a microcosm. And you know, when you're talking about thresholds of processes that could lead to mass extinction episodes, in order to completely eliminate a species, one of the models is that there are various thresholds. Once those thresholds are breached, now the species is basically a lost cause. On islands, those thresholds are much lower. And most of the extinctions on islands were the result of the introduction of invasive species. But if you look at the spike of modern extinctions, you find that it's gone way down in the last few decades, actually. And we're going to do a series on extinctions in Earth history, because it's a very important thing to understand, especially because extinctions are now being brought into the political discussion.
Right. And it seems interesting to me too that, like, because it's hard to look and say, like, well, what would you consider to be a constant level of extinction? We don't know that. How many animals are going extinct all the time anyway?
Well, yeah, if you look at the older ideas, it's pretty much at any given time, 10%, and it's kind of an arbitrary number. 10% of species are going extinct.
Going extinct at any given time.
10% of new species are evolving. And in that model, you know, the evolution is being driven by natural selection.
Right.
And it's assumed that natural selection is a random process.
Sure. Yeah.
But if you question that today, you know, then you suddenly get lumped in with fundamentalists and Bible thumpers, and you know,
Right.
There are some
6,000 years old.
yeah, and there are some, you know, there are ways, methods, or I would say tactics of evasion, so that some of the questions don't have to be addressed, because that just complicates things. And like, you don't need to complicate things just to do your government job or your industry job or whatever the case may be, or your job in academia. which is basically to promulgate a certain model of reality.
Yes.
So these three graphs are, to me, very interesting, and to look at these graphs and ultimately the question raised then is, clearly a warming or a cooling spike. I mean, we're looking at 10 degrees centigrade here, right, which is about 18 degrees Fahrenheit. That is an enormous warming and an enormous cooling. These are massive fluctuations of the climate, right? So we need to be asking what's driving that. That's what we're looking for. That's, to me, the ultimate question, is the trigger. Something, this is not just happening. Something is triggering this. So, okay, let's start talking some more about some of the interesting circumstances under which these fossils are found. That was one of the things that's always intrigued me. So I like to go back to old stuff, because a lot of times the old stuff can actually be pretty right on. I mean, see, here's the thing. At the beginning of geology, you had these guys going out there who are looking at the landscapes without any preconceptions, right? They're just seeing and reporting upon what they're seeing. Interestingly, when you look at what so many of the early geologists, and whether it was Cuvier or Buckland or Adam Sedgwick or Roderick Murchison, the list goes on, they all looked at the landscape and in their own way saw that there was the effects of catastrophic episodes in the history of the Earth. Now, this is in the 1820s, 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, right? As we get closer to the 20th century is when uniformity becomes a dogma, primarily through the efforts of Charles Lyell, Playfair, James Hutton were the three that pretty much came up with Hutton came up with the idea of uniformitarianism. Charles Lyell is the one who pretty much was able to introduce it as dogma into the newly established geological halls of academia that were consolidating and forming in the late 19th century. Does that make sense? So as they were, because in the 1820s to 1860s, 1870s, there was no formal geological science, right? It became formalized, say, between the 1870s and the 1900s. Becoming formalized as an academic discipline led to the establishment of dogmas, right? And one of the preeminent dogmas of geological science was the doctrine of uniformity. And so this is why when we get to the 1920s, J. Harlan Bretz had such a hard time getting his massive evidence for gigantic floods accepted by the geological community. That's why it took 30 years from the first publication of his papers. Really, the first one was about 1923, where he specifically invoked the idea of massive floods, right? And it was really not until the mid-60s that you see the geological community beginning to accept the idea. We will have future episodes that address where I think this whole understanding of megafloods has gotten to now. In my opinion, there was dogmas introduced into the models between the 50s and 60s. In other words, the academic community, the geological community accepted the reality of great floods, but did so only with a lot of strings attached to it and a lot of limitations that, in my opinion, were artificially imposed on the model of flood causation. And so I wanted to get into that in great detail, because some of the areas where I've been attacked has been people looking superficially at some of the things I've said or written about the mega floods, projected their own ideas of what they think I'm saying, which is not what I'm really saying, and then use that to try to discredit the things that I have said, that I really have said. So that at some point I would like to address that in more detail, because what it's gotten down to now is the idea between one gigantic flood, at least in terms of the Pacific Northwestern floods, the so-called Missoula floods, or many, many, many floods. It's 40 to 90 floods, right? And we will examine those models and everything in between. And I will have a chance, I would like to anyway, have a chance to really get into what I think are the inconsistencies and the omissions within the standard model, which has been pretty much intact since the 1950s and 1960s, with some elaborations, and we get into all that. But interestingly, I look at those meltwater floods correlated with the meltwater pulses into the global ocean, which of course only makes sense, right? If you've got rapid rises of sea level, that because you've got, 10 or 15 or maybe more, maybe 20,000 cubic kilometers of meltwater being introduced into the oceans causing that rise, well, obviously, yes, you've got enormous melting. And that enormous melting is going to be causing enormous floods. And what I think that they're missing is by looking at isolating regions and looking at those, when you look at the Missoula floods that created the Channel Scablands, you can look at them as a catastrophic event, cataclysmic, beyond anything we've experienced in modern times, yet still limited to the region. And what I'm saying is, no, if we put that box around it, we're not going to really understand the totality of the process, because we have to understand that these gigantic floods are issuing from all over the ocean, and they're actually even issuing from far up from 500 to 1,000 kilometers back from the margins of the ocean, which is not what we would expect from normal melting, which would be recession of the glacier margin back, you see. So yeah, and also those floods, the timing of those floods, I want to look at that in terms of these three graphs that we just looked at. Also the fact that I would say 85 to 90% of the fossilized remains that are being found are found in depositional environments that are most readily and accurately explained as flood deposition.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You're damn right it makes sense. Okay, so now this is a Jeremiah Van Rensselaer, maybe Rensselaer, I don't know, maybe it's a Jeremiah Van Rensselaer, MD. He wrote this in 1826, right? Now, just because it's written in 1826 doesn't mean that it has no diagnostic value, okay? So let's settle that right now. Somebody's going to get under there. He's quoting stuff from way back, like because somebody observed something 200 years ago, that observation has no value or validity, right?
Right, let's throw out everything Newton said then, right?
Yeah, let's throw out everything that Newton said, and Galileo and Kepler and Copernicus. Yeah, right.
Well, one of the arguments I've heard on that front is well, we have better technology and our methods are better now, and
Well, of course.
Say to that.
Right, but ultimately, all science begins with observation, and the most fundamental observational process of all is this right here, our own eyes. Everything else is just an extension of that. So here's what Jeremiah Van Rensselaer, MD, wrote in the American Journal of Science, 1826. The title of his report is the notice of a recent discovery of the fossil remains of the mastodon. He says, during a jaunt made last month in company with Dr. Decay and Mr. William Cooper to the tertiary region of New Jersey, we had the good fortune to disinter and to bring to the city the skeleton, nearly entire, of a mastodon, or mammoth as it is colloquially but improperly termed. About 3 miles west of the watering place is situated the farm of Poplar, occupied by Mr. William Croxton, Esquire, and owned by his father, who nearly 6 years ago began to reclaim a marsh about a quarter of a mile from the house. A marsh would be a low area. Usually it will be very boggy, there will be peat deposits. typically in a marsh. Sometimes they can be very thick, right? This marsh was usually covered by about 2 feet of water. The water was easily drained off. When the moisture having evaporated and the earth particles consolidated, the surface sunk very gradually between 2 and 3 feet below its former level. Last year, in crossing this field formed by the reclaimed marsh, the attention of the proprietor was attracted by something sticking out of the ground. A lot of these finds are somebody seeing something sticking out of the ground, which proved to be a tooth. He then searched a little and found part of the head of a large animal, partially exposed, being covered by grass only. Mr. Proxon had the kindness to conduct us to the spot, where we soon found sufficient inducement to dig, and in short time our hopes were fully realized and our most sanguine expectations surpassed. In the course of that and the following day, we recovered all the bones of the skeleton that Mr. C had left. It is to be observed that our skeleton was found much nearer to the ocean than any yet discovered, and is perhaps to be considered as one of the most perfect that we possess of that immense animal. The bones near the surface of the field and within the influence of frost have all suffered more or less, but as we proceeded down, they became more sound, and the bones of the legs and the feet are perfectly solid and in excellent preservation. Its position, corresponding with that of the skeleton recently found on the Wabash, was vertical, the feet resting on a stratum of sand and gravel. How do you get a skeleton preserved vertical?
Right.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yes. Then we'll
They
go.
have to be buried while they're standing up, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we'll go to the year 1952, right? In the Ohio Journal of Science was a report, and here's what it says. In November of 1949, some workmen at Oralton Farms, which is in Madison County, Ohio, were probing with an iron rod to locate a plugged drain tile. Striking a hard object, they made an excavation, finding instead of a tile, a large mammal bone. The manager of the farms notified members of the staff of the Ohio State Museum, who identified the specimen as that of the mastodon Mammoth americanum. Arrangements were made to excavate the site. Excavation showed that the bones were lying on and in a layer of limey clay or marl about 1 foot in thickness, which extended to a depth of about 3 feet. The marl lies upon the glacial till. Above the marl layer is a layer of black muck or peaty material about 2 feet in depth. Now again, so what we have here is kind of a low basin environment, kind of a marsh, right? Just very similar to the finding that we were just looking at from 1826. The remains of this mammoth are found in there, buried near the surface, right? So it turns out, then, going on here, that the skeleton proved to be badly disturbed and the bones crushed and broken. As an example of the amount of disturbance, one of the ribs lay beneath one of the tusks, while another was thrust through an aperture in the pelvis. A shoulder blade rested to the right of the skull, and one of the large neck vertebrae was found about 10 feet from the skull, near a portion of the pelvis. In spite of the wide dislocation of the parts, the bones of one of the feet remained intact and in place in the spot where the animal last stepped. Even the largest of the bones, such as the thigh bones, were broken squarely across, indicating that some considerable force had been exerted upon them. any conclusion as to an agency powerful enough to cause such destruction must be highly speculative. So you got to picture this. How would you accomplish that? Well, basically, you could get something very similar to that effect if you had a gigantic hammer, and as this mastodon is ambling across the land, this hammer comes down and crushes the flat, snapping the huge femurs, which I'm going to show you a picture here. We're going to do a screen share.
There's a few behind Brad, too.
Yeah, there's a mastodon behind Brad, exactly.
So yeah, crush that guy flat and spread bones all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So here's the pit. And
oh, this is the one you were just talking about.
This is the one I was just talking about. Yeah, so here he is. He's cleaning off the skull, which is right there. And you can see some of the other bones right over here. They've got the pit roped off. And you see that's buried under, looks like a total of about 4 feet of material here. There's the femur right over there. That's the thigh bone. Okay, so here's the femur, and the arrow is pointing to a break right there where the femur has snapped. And you can see the size of that bone. I mean, it's 6 to 8 inches thick. So, interestingly, what do we attribute an incident like that? What force could crush a mastodon? And the question is whatever killed this mastodon, was it an isolated event? Or was the death of this mastodon part of a much larger event that was actually the extinction of the species? See, that's the question that I would ask at this point. In either case, the implications are rather interesting because we're faced with something just like the frozen Berezovka mammoth.
So are we talking about a big flying chunk of ice here after?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knows, I guess, but I'm trying to figure out what could be a giant wouldn't leave a crater.
I would have I would leave a, let me see what I'm trying to say. I have my preferred explanation for how you do this, right? And we can certainly get into that. So let's go on here. The idea here is the overkill hypothesis. Paul Martin was I would say was the sort of the founder of the modern idea of the overkill hypothesis. Now, the overkill, also called the blitzkrieg hypothesis, is the idea that ultimately the extinction of the megafauna is blamed upon human hunters. And Paul Martin was the primary proponent of that idea, going back to the 60s. Now, this idea had been around for decades, but what he did was in an era when nobody was really contemplating the extinction, the mass extinction. He brought the mass extinction into academic discussion, published papers on it. His conclusion was that it had to be humans because he couldn't visualize anything else. Like, for example, in this paper, co-authored by Paul Martin and H.E. Wright, which was published in 1967, it was at the 7th Congress of the International Association of Quaternary Research. Quaternary, of course, is the two geological epochs of the Pleistocene and the Holocene. Okay. The title of their paper was Pleistocene Extinctions, the Search for a Cause. So they wrote, Pleistocene geologists are not the only ones who have a good deal at stake in understanding what caused extinction at the end of the glacial period. If climatic change was responsible, then it must have been a change of a magnitude not known previously. Then they asked the rhetorical question, are meteorologists prepared to recognize the possibility of a climatic shock wave of unprecedented dimension within the last 15,000 years? Question mark? Well, their answer to that question was basically, no, they're not. We're not. The academic community is not ready to recognize the possibility of a climatic shockwave of unprecedented dimension. Not in 1967. They weren't. So, in 1983, another paleontologist by the name of W. Jeffrey Spalding was looking at the overkill hypothesis. And he says the overkill hypothesis as a plausible explanation for the extinctions of the late Wisconsin megafauna. And this was published in the journal Quaternary Research, volume 20, page 110. The author at the time was with the Department of Botany and Quaternary Research Center at the University of Washington in Seattle. The overkill hypothesis attributes the extinction of late Pleistocene megafauna to predation by Upper Paleolithic big game hunters. Whatever their cause, terminal Wisconsin extinctions of mega mammals are of great interest to natural scientists. It can be argued that because of their timing, these extinctions represent a single event, and that because of its impact, it is the most drastic ecological catastrophe noted in the Quaternary record of the Western Hemisphere. Given that the Quaternary record at this point in 1987, I think it was considered to be about 2.5 million years, that means it's a pretty drastic extinction event. In North America alone, 34 genera of mega mammals. Now, genera is the next taxonomic level above species, right? So go species, then genera. In North America alone, 34 genera of mega mammals, including 7 families and 1 entire order, became extinct at the close of the Wisconsin being the name of the North American Ice Age. The number of latest glacial generic extinctions of large mammals exceeds the number of genera lost during the preceding 3 million years. Yeah. The overkill hypothesis is among the more radical and probably the most controversial of the proposed explanations of late Wisconsin megafauna extinctions. It is also the only one, get this, it is also the only one that approaches the requirements of a valid, testable hypothesis. It specifies the mechanism, timing, and specific effects of a discrete phenomenon. It accounts for the majority of the fossil data, and most importantly, some of its crucial aspects are falsifiable. I'll pause right there and I'll say it accounts for majority of the fossil data. I would say that that is completely an inaccurate statement. That the overkill hypothesis, human predation, does not, I mean, just the 2 examples I just read. I don't think you can blame the death of the Oralton Farms mastodon on human predation. Unless humans killed the mammoth, the mastodon, it was laying there underground, and then something came along and crushed it, right? What it comes down to is, was the crushing of that mastodon skeleton the same thing that caused its death? I would say, but his next statement, I totally agree with, that it is falsifiable. And I think since 87, when this was written, I think there's been enough evidence that's accumulated that totally contradicts the possibility that roving bands, small roving bands of nomadic hunters using spears, was able to cause the total extirpation of over 100 species of megafauna at the end of the last ice age. 2 important dependent components of Martin's theory are, number 1, megafauna extinction occurred abruptly, and that at about 11,000 years ago in North America. Now, given that this is the mid-'80s, that this dating, we've pushed that back So that you really need to add another millennium or two, because this is all based on radiocarbon dates, and the radiocarbon dates have been recalibrated since this was written. So this is actually going to be a millennium or more too young. So just bear that in mind. So number one, megafauna extinction occurred abruptly at about 11,000 years ago in North America. And two, the first colonization of the Western Hemisphere by Upper Paleolithic man was coeval with those extinctions. Now, notice the second assumption. The idea that the extinction occurred coeval, that's the term they use, of the first colonization of the Western Hemisphere by Upper Paleolithic man. So that's one of the dependent, so there are these two dependent components of Martin's theory. So what happens then if we discover evidence that pushes the date of North American Paleo-Indians back 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years? Well, now you don't have the correlation anymore between the mass extinction and the
arrival. Yeah.
That goes away. And I think at this point, there's enough evidence in hand to say, clearly the Clovis were there 500 years before the extinction. Did they do it? Well, they probably got the blame. But as we showed, we see that the Clovis culture collapsed at the same time as the extinction.
Yeah.
So these are, as it said, these are the two important dependent components of this idea of overkill. That it occurred abruptly, right? Now that we're going to agree with. Yes, certainly in the geological sense, it occurred very abruptly. Even if it took 1,000 or 1,300 years or 2,000 years, it's still inexplicably abrupt. But we can actually show from things like that graph that I just showed you, the mortality graph, that, yeah, it looks like pretty much that massive mortality event all occurred within about 1,000 years. And maybe within that, because that graph is already 2.5 decades old. See, as we refine our dates, that graph may actually get narrower and more prominent. Yeah. So then he finally goes on to say, and this is an important point too, at Cowboy Cave in the Canyonlands of southeastern Utah, a stratified deposit of bison dung terminates abruptly at about 11,000 years before present. The Cowboy Cave record suggests that as a biotic phenomena, the mechanism causing terminal Wisconsin extinction had an impact even on those genera that ultimately survived the event. That brought up the example of the American bison, which was, I kind of did a little digging in and looking, and I think that what I found was that the nadir of the bison, North American bison population, there was right around 300 individuals, down from literally millions. Okay, so if the bison had, in fact, if the bison, those 300 individuals had been left to their own devices, they may have not survived. I mean, they actually, of course, the bison didn't. I don't think there were too many predators after after the extinction of the American Pleistocene lion and the giant short-faced bear and the saber-toothed cat. There may have not been predators that could take, maybe a pack of wolves could certainly take down a bison. But the point being is the species came very, very close to extinction. Now, if we were looking back from 10,000 years from now, we could totally miss the fact that the American bison was within a hair's breadth of extinction. So a lot of the species that did survive, the point here being, let's take the American moose. The American moose, or reindeer. Reindeer existed during the late Pleistocene. Reindeer survived. But that's not to say that the total number of reindeer wasn't decimated by the same events, because think about it, it's logical. You can't just exterminate completely, half of the megafauna and then leave the other half completely untouched or unfazed. In the nature of these events, those other species had to have been affected as well. And that's his point here, that the mechanism causing terminal Wisconsin extinction had an impact even on those genera that ultimately survived the event. So.
And that was based on, was that in a cave?
Yeah, that was in a cave.
Yeah, so there was bison dung in a cave, and all of a sudden that deposition stops abruptly.
Yes.
And so like all the bison that were leaving that in the cave disappeared.
Yes.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah. So now here, this was an interesting debate that was going on in the pages of Science back in the journal Science back in 1962. An article by Harold E. Lippman, who is an independent researcher, who wrote in that the frozen mammoths was clearly an indication of some kind of a catastrophic event. And this appeared in the pages of Science back on August 10th, 1962. And it was a challenge by Harold Lippman and a response by William R. Farron, who was at the time, you could say, an establishment academic geologist, right? So this is what Lippman was talking about. He was referring back to this sort of debate that had been taking place in the pages of the journal Science. He says, in an earlier issue of Science, William R. Farron made a valiant attempt to salvage the gradualistic position vis-a-vis the frozen mammoths. But these fossils of the Siberian permafrost present an insuperable difficulty for a theory of slow, gradual geology. Baron Cuvier, one of the most critical observers of these remains, insisted that they were frozen suddenly. He wrote, "It is well known that its tusks are still so well preserved in cold countries that they are used for the same purpose as new ivory. And as we have before remarked, individuals have been found with the flesh, skin, and hair which had been frozen since the final catastrophe of the globe." End of quote by Baron Cuvier, who is considered one of the founding fathers of geology and paleontology. Now, William R. Farron, defending the establishment point of view, responded to Lippman's challenge in the pages of Science and said this: "It is not," and this really represents the mindset, okay? "It is not logically sound to postulate a major catastrophe
Come on, man.
on a scale far beyond anything we have experienced to explain geological phenomena which can be adequately explained by the everyday processes which we can observe around us." So that was pretty much the idea right there. Sums it up. It's not logically sound to postulate something on a scale beyond what we have experienced and which can be adequately explained by the everyday processes. So that was pretty much epitomized the academic perspective on these ideas in 1962. And Harold Lippman would have been considered a crackpot. Pretty much.
They also, I want to say, they keep referring to them as fossils, but most of these aren't actually
right
fossilized, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, what is the trigger? That's really what the question is. If there was if the trigger was not waves of barbaric Paleo-Indian hunters, obliterating everything before them so rapidly that these species, extinct species, couldn't even reproduce, then what was it? And was the Oralton Farms mastodon a clue? I'm going to go back here to the time of Thomas Jefferson. Are we allowed to do this? Because we're going back now to, the early 1800s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Back to 1780. Can we do that? If we do that, then that pretty much discredits everything, right?
Yeah, everything we say is discredited after that.
Everything we say is discredited after that. Yeah. But you know what? We're going to do it anyway.
That's right.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Can't discredit somebody who, well, yeah, I don't have any. You can't discredit me, so I'm not worried about it.
Oh, this was Jefferson writing about 1780 when he was governor of Virginia. Notes on Virginia, right? Anybody can go dig up notes on Virginia, find this this account in those pages. He says, our quadrupeds, big four-footed beasts, right? Four, ped means foot, four-footed. Our quadrupeds have been mostly described by Linnaeus and Monsieur de Buffon. Of these, the mammoth, or big buffalo, as called by the Indians, must certainly have been the largest. A delegation of warriors from the Delaware tribe visited the governor of Virginia, and here he's referring to himself in the second person, during the Revolution on matters of business. After these had been discussed and settled in council, the governor asked them some questions relative to their country, and among others, what they knew or had heard of the animal whose bones were found at the salt licks of the Ohio. Their chief speaker immediately put himself into an attitude of oratory and with a pomp suited to what he conceived the elevation of his subject, informed him that it was a tradition handed down from their fathers that in ancient times a herd of these tremendous animals came to the big bone licks and began a universal destruction of the bear, deer, elk, buffaloes, and other animals which had been created for use of the Indian. And then the great man above, looking down and seeing this, became so enraged that he seized his lightning, descended on the earth, seated himself on a neighboring mountain on a rock of which his seat and the print of his feet are still to be seen, and hurled his bolts among them till the whole were slaughtered.
Wow.
So could that be a clue?
Yeah, sounds like a lot of clues.
Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the imprint of where he sat
Right.
sounds like a crater.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Now, hurled his bolts among them. I know there's going to be those who immediately assume that that's supports the electric universe model.
Right.
I don't think we need to go there because, I mean, we're looking at evidence now that can actually be explained through the impact of a bolide or a piece of a comet nucleus much more effectively than a much more hypothetical model, because we're now actually confronted with the finding of the actual fingerprints
Right.
of that
Also,
kind of event.
Thunderbolt, the term Thunderbolt, used to be used in reference to more than just lightning strikes also. So,
Yeah, yeah. Although, interestingly, certainly there is going to be electrical phenomena. Now, I'm not
Right.
going to rule that out. There was electrical phenomena associated with the Tunguska event,
Right.
right?
When you
And-
put enough dust into the atmosphere, there's going to be a lot of electrical phenomena.
that's right.
Exactly. So there's a lot more we could get into here.
We
But
are close to an hour.
Yeah, we're up on time.
We
so,
may be at an hour.
yeah,
okay, can we go another 10 minutes? Is that allowed?
I
I'm
guess.
totally down.
Well, is that okay with you, Mike?
Tell me more, mammoth.
Sure, let's go to midnight, dude.
Oh gosh, it is almost midnight. Okay, so here's some more clues. When we see, so what I've been doing is going through the literature of the finding of these specimens and the circumstances under which they're found. Now, there's a term we're going to introduce here: taphonomy. Taphonomy is the study of what happens to a fossil specimen between the time it was a living organism and the time it becomes preserved in the fossil record. Now, there are multiple routes to get from living organism to fossil. Like you were pointing out, the processes involved in the preservation of the late Pleistocene mammalian fauna are not going to be the same thing that leads to the preservation, say, of an ammonite or a cephalopod from the Mesozoic, right? But we still consider them, in a sense, fossils. The idea of taphonomy still applies. We're still interested in.
No, that was so fast. That run was so the start was really fast.
Well, to know
faster than usual.
The process by which it went from a living mastodon to the circumstances under which it was found, that is taphonomy.
Okay.
Right? That's taphonomy. So we're looking at the taphonomic circumstances in relation to the finding of these animals. Now this is appeared in the 1986 in a journal called the American Midlands Naturalist. Now the thing is I have to, in finding this stuff, you have to not only go through the more accepted mainstream stuff, you have to also go off into the things that's outside the mainstream that perhaps mainstream academia is not necessarily going to be referencing the American Midlands Naturalist, because this is a regional journal, but it gives a report on findings that are germane to that particular region. So somebody studying what's going on in the Southwest or the Northeast might not be reading the American Midlands Naturalist, right? So anyways, we'll get into this. This is entitled Late Glacial Pollen and Macrofossils Associated with the Raccoon Mastodon in Lapeer County, Michigan, okay? Warren Whitry directed a systematic excavation of the site in 1965 and 1966 and recorded the location of all recovered fossils. The mastodon was an old male. Whitry stated, quote, now, the bones of the feet were widely scattered. And here's a key point. Many of them are charred in a manner which indicated that flesh and cartilage were present when burning took place. Some of the ribs, vertebrae, long bones, and the base of the skull were also charred in a way indicating that flesh was still present. The skull was 20 feet away from the place where it should have been. It lay upon its base on the surface of the glacial till. The plow, however, did not do all the damage to the skull. At least 3 large pieces of it had been removed prior to the plowing and were found in undisturbed earth 20 feet from the skull in the area of the left leg. So once again, we have the finding of a disarticulated skeleton, but now we have the addition of major charring that apparently was the result of a fire intense enough that it burned through the flesh, see, and charred the bones. See, so if we're going to try to understand this, I think we have to look at these events as part of a pattern and not assume, like the quote I read from the mainstream viewpoint, that the conditions under which these specimens are found can be readily explained by human hunting.
Right.
Yeah. Can you say, could one say in general that fossils are typically created in a situation that's catastrophic?
Yeah.
Most of the time, if something wanders off and just slowly dies in the woods, its bones end up getting scattered by scavengers and
Yes, that's a very good point. Very important point. Fossilization is not right. It's not the normal process. It isn't the normal process. It requires rapid burial. It requires removal from oxygen, removal from forces that would recycle it, like you just said, scavengers. I have studies on modern elephant mortality that I've looked at in order to try to get a better perspective on the extinction of the late Pleistocene proboscideans. Well, what you find is that modern examples would be mass deaths of elephants at watering holes, dried up watering holes during periods of drought. You know, sub-Saharan Africa was subject to severe droughts in the 1980s, and several million mammoths succumbed to those droughts. Several million elephants succumbed to those droughts, right? And so you had water holes, you know, that had numerous skeletons of elephants that had died there, right? Well, some of these paleontologists went and did taphonomic studies. And generally what they found was that in 5 or 6 or 7 years, those skeletons had been reprocessed. Yeah. They weren't there anymore.
Right.
They were gone. So, yeah, if you wanted to preserve those, you needed to bury them. And bury them quickly. So, yeah, you're exactly right. Fossilization itself almost seems to suggest something out of the ordinary.
Right. So I wanted to read this too. I mean, this is just the definition of a fossil, because I've always looked at it in terms of just like something that's turned to stone or whatever, but it just says a remnant or trace of an organism of a past geologic age, such as a skeleton or leaf imprint, embedded and preserved in the Earth's crust.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be stonified.
Right.
Right. It doesn't have to be mineralized. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Every day, especially on this show.
Yep.
So here's an account of a mastodon unearthed in Sonora, Mexico. The account appeared in the Arizona Republic in May of 1998. It's entitled Village's Treasure. So deep in rural cow country on a dirt road connecting one farming village to another, history lay buried for more than 10,000 years. Beneath the packed brown dirt, under the route crossed daily by pickup trucks, cattle cars, horses, and herds, archaeologists recently unearthed the skeleton of a mastodon. Lying on its side, its more than 6-foot-long tusks spearing the embankment, the mastodon remains are being called a Mexican national treasure. In all of Mexico, northern Sonora has one of the richest deposits of fossil and historic artifacts. Petroglyphs and cave paintings are found across the state. In recent years, scientists have discovered fossilized remains of saber-toothed tigers, ancient turtles, and mammoths. But the discovery of a mastodon, which lived at the end of the Ice Age, is a significant find, said Ron Radkovich, a paleontologist with the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum in Tucson. To become a fossil, an animal has to be buried very quickly after dying and remain buried, Radkovich said. Scientists believe that the Cucurpe mastodon died in a muddy bog and became covered with muck that protected the carcass from scavengers and the decaying effects of oxygen and weather. So you notice as we start going through this, we find that peat bogs, marshes, gravel pits. Now you picture that if an animal is caught up in a flood, if you look at the hydrodynamics of a flood event, what you see is as the flood finally dissipates, it will settle out in low spots, in basins, right? Material that is being conveyed within the currents then will accumulate in those low spots and in those basins. When you accumulate this, a lot of, say, organic material, if you have a great flood, it's going to sweep up earth, animals, trees, vegetation, right? So as this water settles in low spots, this will create the raw organic material that will metamorphose into peat. And also we could go through the litany of findings, and over and over and over again we find these specimens being found in gravel pits.
So I always thought it was strange how these things, you know, could basically be mummified in a bog. It's wet, and you know, I always thought that was interesting. But I guess your point is that it's anaerobic. There's no oxygen, and that's
limited oxygen. And in the case of the, you know, these are skeletons now, so the flesh has apparently decayed away, the skin, the hair, for the most part, right? But the bones are still there. They are they are insulated enough from oxygen and from weathering and from scavengers that at least the bones can be preserved.
Yeah, and there are the bog bodies. Now they're not that old, but some of them are 6,000 years old.
And they have become mummified in a sense.
Mummified, yeah.
Yeah. So, so what we're getting at here, I guess, is ultimately what we want to try to figure out here is what is the trigger.
Fascinating.
I think we'll go on to talking about some of the associations between mammoths, and there are associations between extinct megafauna and hunters, no doubt. But it's a big leap to extrapolate from a few isolated examples of, for example, mammoth skeletons found with Clovis spear points embedded in their rib cage to that Paleo-Indian hunters exterminated the entire species.
And you would seem to think that if they were killing all of these animals, then they should have plenty of sustenance. So why did their population bottleneck as well?
They all got fat. Too many mammoth burgers.
Well, I read a Russian paper years ago where he actually did an analysis trying to figure out how much meat these Paleo-Indian hunters were going to have to consume in order to cause the extinction of the species.
Wow. I got to find that.
I'm sure I can find it. I've got it in my archives, but
it's also just ridiculously hard to believe that they also killed all the beavers and the horses and the the other fauna that died. It's just
right. And I think if you confront them with that, what they'll generally say is because of the fact that the mammoths were a top tier species, once they went extinct, somehow it was able
percolated down,
the trickle down effect. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So. All right, so I guess we'll break from this one and resume in the next episode.
All right.
We'll get into discussing what could have ultimately been the cause, what was the trigger, what evidence exists. Now, and evidence does exist that begins to point in a very, very definite direction as to what the trigger may have been.
All right,
great episode. All right, everybody can get a hold of us, the whole team here, at cosmographia1618@gmail.com. Also check the website, cosmographia.com. There is a Patreon where you guys can support Randall and his work and this ongoing podcast. Many of you have done that already. Thank you guys so much for that. We really appreciate all the support.
We really do. We really appreciate that.
Support is growing, and it's really going to help out, and it already has begun to. So thank you guys so much. So that is patreon.com/Randall Carlson. Everything is posted on YouTube, at first at Geocosmic Rex, and then later on at Cosmographia channel, which now already has over 1,000 subscribers. So again, thank you guys so much. That really helps with the metrics, and also the ad revenue does bring in cash. So all of that helps. So we really appreciate that, all the support, all the comments. We all are reading the comments, so keep them coming. So
and we will be addressing some of the comments, actually.
Right. That's right.
We really appreciate all of you who enjoy the show, and to the angry mob, thanks for watching.
That's right. Thanks for watching, guys. Really appreciate it.
I would add to, if you're going to ask a question or have a detailed commentary, to send it to that email address.
That's right.
Don't leave it to a Facebook page or, a group. Send it to the email so we can share it and we can all see it is the best place. So at the cosmographia1618@gmail.com.
Right. And also, if you are a Patreon supporter, you can send us messages through Patreon, and those will definitely get looked at as well. So that's a good way to do it if you are on the Patreon support. And we are coming up with other things that we're going to do for people who are supporting. I know right now there's not anything in particular except there's early access, but we're coming up with ideas, guys. So we really appreciate you jumping in early before everything's worked out.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Very much appreciated.
Oh, I lost it. Well, great show, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Randall
Always a
show.
pleasure.
Yep. All right.
Yeah,
Till
it's
next
good,
week.
Good launching pad to get into what's going to come for many more episodes.
All right.
Good night.
Everybody. Good night.
Ciao.
Good night.
Bam.
Okay,
Mike gone.
Okay, Mike's gone. We can talk freely now.
Yes. Everyone can relax.
Mike. Great guy.
Yeah.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast.
All right, welcome back everyone to Cosmographia Podcast with Randall Carlson. We are the Snake Brothers, Russ and Kyle. We're here with Mike and Brad and Randall. How are y'all doing out there?
Actually,
I am
I'm
here.
doing better this week than I was last week. I was, well, here I go again. I just had a little bit of a hoarse throat last week, left over from cold. I had my November cold that I seem to get like clockwork every year. It must be something about the latitude of North Georgia. Somewhere,
Just in time to go to Little Rock
just in time to go to Little Rock, exactly.
and have
Try
to speak.
And have to speak, exactly. But, yeah, much better now. And, ready
Mike,
to go.
you're there in Georgia too. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I actually am getting over about pneumonia. I had pneumonia a couple weeks ago.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's where I got it from. Well, thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate
But yes,
that. Man.
much better now. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so Mike, here you were dealing with something probably the same time I was.
Yeah.
Okay. You know,
All right, well, we're really looking forward to getting back into the Younger Dryas. That period, we were talking about the megafaunal extinction events. And,
we were. And we've been talking a bit about the circumstances under which the fossilized carcasses are being found. Now, Kyle, do you remember the term?
taphonomy.
Very good. All right.
Hey.
You get an attaboy for that.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to be deeply disappointed if you didn't remember that, Kyle.
I would have been too.
I'm glad you didn't ask me because
He could name that tune in less than 2 syllables.
I'm okay. I actually am, working here. I've been taking notes on some of these terms and getting the definitions. I'm trying to, commit those to memory. So
Good.
I ordered the book you suggested.
The Geological Dictionary.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very helpful. It's got thousands of terms. I've used this for years. I'll go ahead and plug it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
plug it.
This is what I use when I need to look up a term. And you can see it's quite a fat book and has a lot of terms.
All right.
More than I could memorize. I'm trying.
Well, and we're
But I'm
close
not
to
there yet.
setting up a store so we can post these books that you offer, and then people can purchase them through our little storefront, and that'll boost our income, and people get this information that you tell them they need to be digging into. So
Oh.
yeah, that's another item that'll be going in the store.
Excellent. So yeah, taphonomy then is the study of what happens between the point the death of a living animal and its interment as part of the fossil record. What are those processes? And there's a multiplicity of processes. Obviously, the processes that affect late Ordovician marine environment are not necessarily going to be the same processes that caused the death assemblages of the Pleistocene megafauna. But it's still the same idea. What occurs in that window of time there? So I'm very interested in the circumstances in which the Pleistocene megafauna are found. I'm fascinated by all of these great nonlinear events within the stratigraphic history of life on Earth. And that includes, the mass extinction events. But I'm especially interested in the most recent one, which was the terminal Pleistocene megafaunal extinction that occurred around 12 to 13,000 years ago. Now, depending on whose studies you look at, it could be a thing that's drawn out over 3 or 4 or 5,000 years, or it could be something that's very closer to instantaneous. I think that the model that makes the most sense to me is that you might have had a couple of pulses, episodes of mass mortality, but you had survivors. The problem is when we begin to understand how drastically the environment of planet Earth changed in that transition from Pleistocene to Holocene, whether it took 2,000 years or 5,000 years is almost irrelevant, because the extent of the changes that we're talking about here and the geological time spans that we're talking about are insignificant, but the changes are very significant. And one of the things that involved, of course, was complete alteration of existing biomes, complete rearrangement of existing ecosystems. And so there may have been, what we may be needing to look at is, I'll use the term bimodal, a bimodal event where you had slower extinction events, but superimposed upon that a couple of very extreme pulses of mortality. And I think that is going to be the more realistic scenario. One end is a very, to me, maybe oversimplified, that boom, they're all gone in an instant, right? Some of the critics of the impact hypothesis for as a factor in the mass extinction are invoking what to me is an oversimplified scenario, a kind of a straw man scenario, and saying, well, we don't see the evidence that they all disappeared in 1 day or 1 week, therefore it was not impact related, right? But I think that's oversimplified and unrealistic, because I think what we're seeing here is a series of episodes whose cumulative effect was this massive alteration of the planetary ecosystem. Within that sequence of events, you had several pulses of mass mortality, and then you had more protracted episodes of mortality because of the fact that you had surviving species that were either varying degrees of successfully adapting to these dramatically altered ecologies. The ones that managed to adapt, basically the evidence that they adapted was that they proliferated and they're still extant rather than extinct, whereas a lot of species went extinct. And these are the ones we've been talking about the last couple of episodes here. We've been looking at the idea of the mammoths and the mastodons and the ground sloths and this amazing fauna, the American Pleistocene lion that was the size of a horse, the giant camels, the dire wolves, the list goes on and on and on. It seems to be an effort that if we're going to say, well, they didn't all go extinct at precisely the same time, therefore it couldn't have been any kind of an impact of it. See, that's kind of what where the criticism kind of plays out to that level, right? Whereas I go so far as to speculate, and this is of course speculation, that we are looking at a multiple episode of event that maybe took a total of about 3,000 years. And we brought up the idea of the meltwater pulses. Earliest meltwater pulse is now dated at 14,600 years ago. I think there might be reason to question that dating, but for now I'm going to accept it, right? Then we have the younger dryas boundary at 12,000, I forget the exact number now, but between 12,008 and 12,900 years ago. And then we have meltwater pulse 1b, which is dated at 11,600 years ago, which is also the date that is now given for the inception of the Holocene, the modern epoch that we now find ourselves in. So I find it interesting that there is this correlation between these things. And I'm of the matter that we might be looking at, in a sense, kind of a perfect storm of things. In a more modern context, if we look at, say, the eruption of Tambora back in 1815, right, that led to the subsequent year without a summer in 1816, there were two things that sort of mutually reinforced each other. One was the volcano itself and the massive emissions of sulfate aerosols and dust and ash into the global atmosphere that acted as a canopy, preventing the typical amount of solar radiation to penetrate, right? But at the same time, we're in this Maunder minimum, we're in this phase of lowered solar activity. So when you had the lowered solar activity coupled with the volcanic eruptions, well, then of course it can be more extreme. And as we commented before, you know, historians who've looked at that episode and the famines that were generated during that summer of 1860, because there were repeated crop failures. Because in fact there were three, like in northern United States, there were 3 frosts over the summer. There would be a frost that would kill off the young crops, then they would replant, and then another frost would come along and kill off the plants again. So you had a lot of mass starvation. It's been called the last great subsistence crisis of Western civilization. And I think we're seeing the tandem effects of the cumulative effects of volcanoes and solar. And I think that we could be looking at events, and I think we're also going to be finding out as we go forward with this that many of these kinds of events are interlinked. I mean, we'll talk about this, but there is some very interesting evidence out there which suggests that impact type events can induce volcanism, right? So if that's the case, and that's an if, I'm not proclaiming it as settled science because it's not, but if it is the case, and there is evidence that seems to suggest a correlation, right? A correlation between enhanced impact activity and enhanced volcanic activity. And David Alton and a number of other geologists have actually published on this, and you know, I think Michael Rampino and several others, I could probably pull up their references. But the idea is that perhaps these great impacts or impact events exogenically can trigger an endogenic response. And I think that's be a very interesting potential line of study and research for the next couple of decades, is this relationship between what's going on out there and what's going on down below us. And it could turn out also that the sun is playing a role, that if the sun's activity changes, there could be an endogenic response in the earth. And there's some interesting research now that is showing and suggesting that the entire solar system is essentially acting as a unitary system. And it's also being modulated by forces from outside the solar system that could be literally a galactic level. And this is where I'd like to take some of this discussion as we proceed through these podcasts. But for tonight, we'll continue up with this idea of looking at this most recent event, because obviously the most recent events within the history of these kinds of catastrophic things is going to have the most evidence preserved that we can study directly and learn from. Obviously, like when you go back in time, we can talk about the Great Five mass extinctions in Earth history. And the most recent of the Great Five, of course, was the Cretaceous Tertiary of roughly 66 million years ago that saw the end of the dinosaurs. Well, when we go back from there, we go back from the Cretaceous Tertiary and we get to the Triassic-Jurassic extinction. We go back from there and we get to the Permian-Triassic. So the Triassic is actually bookended by two incredibly intense events. Two of the great mass extinctions in the history of planet Earth. The Permian-Triassic that ended the Permian times into the Triassic, and then the catastrophe that ended the Triassic. When you go back from there, we find that in the late Devonian, there was a series of catastrophic episodes. They weren't as intense as the Permian Triassic or as intense as the Cretaceous Tertiary, right? of all of those mass extinctions, the Cretaceous Tertiary is the most settled science as to cause. And in the agreement, it's pretty much that it was triggered by this, at least one massive impact that created the Chicxulub crater, which is now buried under the Yucatan Peninsula. But there's also evidence that there clustered around there were a number of other impacts, and some of them pretty sizable. Indian geologists have looked and found evidence of a crater on, they refer to as Shiva, on the floor of the Indian Ocean, that looks to be in a pretty significant crater. And so a lot of the critics initially to the impact hypothesis for the extinction of the dinosaurs said, well, we can see that some species of dinosaurs that were already stressed, or some species had already gone extinct, right? So therefore, there was no catastrophe. I don't read it that way. I read it that, yeah, what we're actually seeing now is that we could be looking at a juxtaposition of multiple catastrophes playing out over time, which brings us to a model that I think we need to be looking at, which is the idea that impacts can be randomly spread through time, but they can also be clustered. And that's a very important idea, I think, that there could be bombardment episodes where the probabilities of Earth being impacted increase maybe by several orders of magnitude. And that, again, is something we're going to explore as we move forward through these discussions and through these podcasts. So in the Devonian, the late Devonian, what we see is that there was no episode of mass mortality to the same degree as we find in the Permian Triassic, or we find in the Triassic Jurassic, or like we find in the Cretaceous Tertiary. But what we see is it's actually spread out more, and there seems to have been multiple episodes of mass death that then ended with a major loss of extant species that had endured throughout the Devonian. Go back beyond that, I think we get to the oldest of the Great Five, the terminal Ordovician. Very severe. But one of the points I'm trying to make here is, as we go back, each one gets a little harder to discern and tease out the kinds of proxy evidence that could really tell us what happened. But if we do look, it seems that in each of the cases, and we certainly are going to talk about this in much greater detail. I'm actually writing up a whole series about this right now. In each of these cases, we find very convincing evidence for massive volcanism, right? The Permian Triassic mass extinction was associated with the formation of the Siberian Traps, which is this massive basaltic eruption, extrusive eruption, that buried about 6 to 7 million square miles of what is now Siberia, right? Now, that much basaltic lava being spewed out is going to really pollute the atmosphere with a lot of really exotic stuff, most especially the sulfate aerosols, and it's going to trigger acidic rain on a really potent level. We find also, we find with the Triassic Jurassic extinction, there was the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, which was another huge volcanic outflow, right? When we get to the Cretaceous Tertiary, we've got the Deccan Traps of India. Exactly, again, this massive outflow of basaltic lava and releasing into the global atmosphere all of these various substances that can then linger in the atmosphere for decades. In addition to the ash and the particulate matter, you've also got the gases, right? So, but in addition to that, just like at the Cretaceous Tertiary, we see that there appears to have been two factors involved: gigantic volcanism, gigantic impact, right? Both of those are well established. What are the relative roles of each of those? It's still being worked out. But it's clear that both of them would have had a profound effect on the stability of the planetary ecosystem. And when we go back to the Ordovician, when we come forward to the Devonian, we come forward to the Triassic, to the Permian Triassic, then to the Triassic Jurassic, in every case, there is evidence, not proof, but evidence of some type of an extraterrestrial fingerprint, usually in the form of iridium, platinum, or shocked quartz. Those seem to be the three but not in the levels that we find at the KT or Cretaceous Tertiary boundary, because at that level, it's pretty well concluded that there is a correlation between the extraterrestrial proxy deposition and the sudden and total demise of many species of late Cretaceous dinosaur. As we go back, it gets harder to make those subtle comparisons where we can say, well, the volcanism played this role, impacts played this role. But I think what we need to be looking at, though, again, is that impacts may be the ultimate trigger. The impacts are the shock and the force of an impact induces instabilities into the Earth's crust that's propagated through the mantle, and there could most likely, and this is not a totally fringe idea, it's out there being looked at by some major academic people, that there could be a very significant response, endogenic response in the form of volcanism and seismicity. And we should definitely get into that. But so my point, I guess, in all this, 2 points here. One is that when we start looking at catastrophes, the problem is each catastrophe tends to rearrange the planet so much that it obscures the evidence for the earlier catastrophes, right? That's a part of it. Also, the idea that once you start looking at it, you realize that these catastrophes are a lot more prevalent than had really been assumed even a generation ago. And we also see this idea of thresholds, that you know, that something can happen. Earth had a cosmic encounter in June 30th, 1908. Didn't cause a mass extinction, right? Didn't decimate half of the globe or anything like that. It was just basically a pinprick. It was a cosmic pinprick. Yet that cosmic pinprick, now from that we can extrapolate and go, well, what would happen if we encountered a swarm of Tunguska type? And that is a very plausible model. It's one that's been developed by the British neocatastrophists for 30 years anyway. You guys should probably know about this, the book by Victor Klube and William Napier that came out in 1980 called The Cosmic Serpent. And basically that idea was that the serpent was a metaphor for these cosmic visitations. And that idea, they've been developing that idea ever since. We got a great comment from Bill Napier onto George Howard's website after that last Joe Rogan podcast.
All right.
Where we were debating. So he knows about what we're doing. I don't know if he's a member of the Comet research team or not, but I think he is. But in anyways, these guys have been doing really important and valuable work. And developing this model really that puts the planet that we inhabit into a much larger cosmic ecosystem. And so I think we really need to be looking in that context in order to understand these great sweeping changes that have engulfed this planet repeatedly. And of course, then the most recent one, which I would basically think of as a global extinction event, is the one that occurred at the last ice age. Now, I notice sometimes people get a little confused. We're talking about, like, for example, during the Permian Triassic, we're talking about maybe 90% of all species on Earth went extinct, but we're talking about all species, and the dominant number of species that went extinct were actually marine species rather than terrestrial species, right? When we're looking at the Cretaceous Tertiary, we're looking at about 3/4 of all species, right? And again, with the Triassic Jurassic, maybe somewhere between 3/4 and 90%, right? Well, we're talking all species. When we look at the Pleistocene Holocene transition and the mass extinction of the megafauna, that doesn't even really rank as one of the great five. And the reason is we're talking about, obviously, the disappearance of half the megafauna of the planet is going to be an extraordinary event. It's going to be an extreme event. But in terms of total number of species, it's relatively insignificant. And significant is that basically what we see is a decapitation of the top of the food chain, right? And we see a loss of maybe 50% of megafauna species globally, worldwide. Okay, what caused that? So this is what we've been talking about, and this is the question that I think we need to address in the quest to understand the great mass extinctions through Earth history and these great nonlinear events, these event nodes, if you want to think of it that way. This is the most recent. And there's some very useful parallels that are emerging between what happened 12 to 13,000 years ago and what happened 66 million years ago. In its own way, they're almost sort of like bookends of the Cenozoic. But we'll get into some of those specifics. What I want to get back to is the conditions under which we find these megafauna. And there seems to be some consistency there, and I brought this up last week. We'll look at this one here, and this is just an example of literally hundreds and hundreds that I've collected together. Brad and I guess it was 2001, we went up along the Bow River. We didn't go to this site, but we were up along the Bow River looking for, which is a river that flows eastward out of the Canadian Rockies, out onto the prairies of Alberta. And what was interesting about the Bow River was it was apparently a conduit for massive meltwater floods. And so we were looking to document a ripple train that has been observed up there on the gravel terraces along the Bow River. But what's interesting about those gravel terraces is that they have served to be a repository for many of these extinct mammals from the late Pleistocene. So in this case, this was goes back to 1968. C.S. Churcher, this was published in the Canadian Journal of Earth Sciences, and I'm sure everybody listening is probably are regular readers of the Canadian Journal of Earth Sciences. So here's what it says. The gravel deposits on the second major terrace above the north bank of the Bow River at Cochrane, Alberta, have been known by the local inhabitants to yield the bones of large mammals. Now, in this terrace, we're talking about gravel deposits. We're talking about flat, shelf-like features that flank the present-day river. And these flat features are composed of gravel, right? And when they say gravel, that also includes boulders. Now, you know that the transition between a gravel and boulder is about 12 inches. I think that's about the size of a soccer ball, right? And once you get to 12 inches, you're now talking about a boulder, not gravel. But embedded all throughout these gravel deposits are much larger rocks that would be categorized as boulders. So anyways, it's talking about these terraces, and we'll explain here how these terraces work when we get to into the episodes about mega floods, right? We'll explain the genesis of these flat terraces and these shelf-like. You almost have to picture the modern river, but then there are these flat shelf-like features. Sometimes they can be a single pair, sometimes they can be multiple, 2 or even 3 pairs of these shelves, right? And they are composed of gravels, and they are a legacy of enormously augmented flows through these valleys. So the gravel deposits on the second major terrace above the north bank of the Bow River at Cochrane, Alberta, not Alabama, have been known by the local inhabitants to yield the bones of large mammals. These bones have been recovered from 2 series of pits, that's gravel pits. You know, they go in and you quarry the gravel and you use it to make primarily concrete out of and road building and so on. So when they're excavating these pits in this gravel to recover this gravel, what they do is they keep finding the remains of these extinct animals. And it is from these pits that the materials described here have been obtained. The body of an axis is recognizably from a small equid, that's a horse. The specimen is water-worn and lacks all of the neural arch. Now, and here's the critical part. Carbonized patches are present on the right side of the odontoid peg, and on the body, we're just talking about, these are technical terms for the bones, which indicate possible scorching by fire. Remember the example we cited towards the end of our last podcast was a mastodon remains that also had evidence that looked like it was scorched by fire. The bones were scorched, actually, right? And the suggestion was that the bones were scorched when the flesh was still on the carcass, right? Which means you're talking about a pretty hot fire. Carbonized patches are present on the right side and on the body, which indicate possible scorching by fire. The distal end of the right humerus has been worn away and discolored to a deep or reddish brown, suggesting the effects of fire. The presence of carbonized, scorched, and charred areas on the axis and within the cancellous bones of the humerus indicates that fire had touched the bones. The most likely resulted from a forest fire. The lack of associated charcoal suggests water sorting of the bones and ashes. Now, right there, I think in that case, which can be replicated many times over, we find the evidence of two things, two forces of nature at work: fire and water. Now, how does it end up in the gravel deposits? Well, those gravel deposits are the consequence of floods, giant floods, right? These gravel deposits that form these terraces are not being eroded or created today. They are fossil features in the landscape. The present rivers are merely wending their way through this ancient landscape and doing very little to modify it. But once you understand the genesis of these landscapes, you realize that they were created in a geological eye blink and that they were created under catastrophic circumstances, right? So here we now are finding these remains, these skeletalized remains in these gravel deposits, and they show evidence of having been scorched by fire.
What the fuck
So
was
what we
that,
have
man?
here is
Things
evidence
like
of
this.
fire and water, right? Working together. How do you explain it? What kind of a scenario, other than just some randomized imaginary scenario, which could possibly be credible within a singular instance, but when you have multiple instances where you have remains of whether it's vegetation or animals that look like they have been scorched by fire, but they are now found in flood deposits, how do we explain that?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there would be any normal circumstances that would result in that, especially not when they're in the bottom of some massive gravel pit.
Yeah, they're being dug up from.
It'd be one thing if they were really close to the surface and their bones were scorched, but like you could imagine that they were.
They had to have been burned before they were deposited. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they're so deep in the gravel.
Yeah.
So the water came later, and they were burnt.
So
first.
here I'll finish.
If they were burned that bad and they died on the surface, their bones wouldn't be all together in the, they would have.
Yeah. That's right.
So
You would say the bones would not be articulated.
there you go.
They would, in fact, be disarticulated.
Disarticulated, right?
Yes. Now you can add this one to your vocabulary, Kyle, and you can pull it out every now and then when you need to impress people.
Yeah.
You can refer to something, this or that, being disarticulated.
Like my vocabulary.
Yeah. Or I was going to say perhaps like Russ is feeling a little bit disarticulated this evening.
That's right.
Let me go on with this quote. Okay, it says that this most likely resulted from a forest fire. The lack of associated charcoal suggests water sorting of the bones and ashes. The wood ash and bone charcoal being carried further downstream. It must be concluded that the Cochrane bones derive from a number of individuals of 5 mammalian species, and that they were all water rolled and carried downstream from where death overtook each animal before deposition in the gravel and sand beds. So they obviously weren't scorched by fire after they were water rolled and deposited deep in these gravel deposits. So they had to have been scorched by fire, probably killed by fire, then basically removed and redeposited through floods that came subsequent to the fire.
Randall, is there any dating on these bones?
On this particular bones, I don't have the dating on this, but on a lot of them there are. And it's interesting that it seems like there are sort of a number of clustered dates. We not only find this kind of evidence, most of it seems to be associated with the terminal extinction event and around 12 to 13,000. But we also find evidence that, for example, around 40,000 years ago, there seems to have been a massive event. You know, the Borisovka mammoth in Siberia apparently dates from about that time period, although I don't know if any accurate dating has been done recently. I think based on stratigraphic context, perhaps. I'd have to go back and review. But there is evidence of more like episodic type of episodes that could perhaps go back hundreds of thousands of years. The thing about what makes the Pleistocene-Holocene event the most significant is because it was the most severe. And as we've talked about, I think we'd have to go back a minimum of 3 million, maybe as much as 5 million years to find an equivalent extinction episode as the one of, say, 12 to 13,000 years ago. We could call it the Younger Dryas extinction. But yeah, here's an example. Okay, you asked about dating, Mike. So this was this was published in 1971, right? Now, so since then we refined our dating. It's not going to completely rearrange the dates, although it could be a refinement of the dates. This is a mastodon bone age and geomorphic relations in the Susquehanna Valley, which is Pennsylvania, right? Yeah. On August 10th, 1969, there's that year again, we were given a bone that had been discovered 3.5 meters below the ground surface in a 6.2 meter gravel borrow pit being used for construction of New York Route 17 in southern New York. We have identified the bone as a pelvic fragment of a mastodon, and in obtaining a radiocarbon date, they came up with 13,320 plus or minus 200 years. But this testifies to the state of radiocarbon dating in 1971, because they go on to say virtually the entire specimen was sacrificed in order to obtain that date. A study of stratigraphic aerial relationships indicates the enclosing sediments to be of glaciofluviatile. Got it, Kyle? Glaciofluviatile.
Die, man.
So the deposits, the enclosing sediments, are glaciofluviatile origin, deposited in a valley train when the ice front stood at the valley head's moraine position. Now, glaciofluviatile, just break it down. Glacio means glaciers. Fluvial means flowing water. So this is water flowing from melting glaciers, okay? It's just a long, how many syllables did that have?
What's up, buddy?
A lot, all right? But basically that's what it means. Glacio, glaciers, fluviatile, flowing water. Okay, fluvial means flowing water. The ice front stood at the valley head's moraine position. We're going to come back to that when we start talking about the Finger Lakes of New York, which is extremely interesting. The site is in the valley of the Chemung River, Bradford County, Pennsylvania, 1 kilometer southeast of the valley of Chemung, New York. Of the 10 mastodon and mammoth localities south of the Finger Lakes in central New York, 5 are near the Chemung River in Chemung County and west of Chemung Village. Now there's a reason for that, and that'll become clear, I think, when we begin to look at the particular geomorphic and geological circumstances of these very interesting Finger Lakes, right? These 5 radial lakes that spread outwards, radiating from a central focus point in eastern Lake Ontario. The name Chemung, get this, is derived from an Indian name which means great curved bone, a reference to Indian discoveries of tusks in the region in the 1700s. Radiometric dating of a mastodon bone near Chemung, New York, helps define the final recession of the late Wisconsin Valley Head's ice in the Finger Lakes as occurring between 13,320 years ago and 12,600 years ago. So within that range, see, what's right in the middle of that? Younger Dryas boundary, right? And it marks the beginning of the recession, the melting back of the ice in that region. Connection there? The ice melting, and so, okay, so now we have the ice melting, and apparently melting at such a rate that it's able to sweep over the land, scooping up enormous amounts of gravel, right? And in the process of scooping up those enormous amounts of gravel, also scooping up living animals and drowning those animals, sweeping those animals along, and their remains are now being found within those enclosing sediments that were deposited by extraordinary meltwater floods.
So I have a question. Why are all these extinctions, are they associated with the end of the Younger Dryas, like the meltdown, and not the beginning?
No, most of them are associated with the beginning. This dating right here, from 12,600 to 13,300, pretty much brackets, you know. And it's saying this is something that happened within that range, see? Because in 71, the margin of error of the dating is such that they're only going to say, well, it happened between 12,600 and 13,300 years. But of course, the mean of those two is almost the Younger Dryas. And of course,
when it begins. Okay.
yeah, this when it begins, right? Exactly.
So the black mat layer is the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought it was the. All right.
No, Kyle, I'm glad we finally got that straightened out.
Me too.
Yeah,
This could have been.
beginning of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we talked last week about the Rappoon. Was it the Rappoon? I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but Rappuhn. A mastodon site in Lapeer County, Michigan. They found the bones of a mastodon in a detailed archaeological mapped field location. Discovered, by Gottlieb Rappoon in 1960 during the draining and clearing of a willow swamp in a small, shallow kettle hole depression within a cultivated field. Do you know what a kettle hole is?
Nope, don't recognize it.
Okay, a kettle hole. This is what it is. You've got the glaciers melting down and breaking up, right? I mean, you have to picture in your mind massive stagnant amounts of ice, meltwater carrying icebergs and sediment. The water sweeps over the land, begins to lose energy, and as it does, it lays down its thick sediments of gravel and icebergs that will now be sit in that gravel, right? So now the icebergs melt away, and because they've been sitting in the gravel, there's a natural depression or basin there that forms in the sediment. That can be gravel or it can be glacial till, right? So now you have this. So and when it melts, of course, then it leaves behind. It fills that basin with water, and that is a kettle lake. Now, if the water evaporates away or drains away, it oftentimes will leave a low, kind of a marsh-like environment. The basin will still be there. It might begin to accumulate organic material that begins to form peat. So it'll almost be like a low, swampy area of peat, P-E-A-T, peat. And that's very typical too, right? But its genesis is basically the same. It's just that the subsequent forces that have acted upon it have created, different types of phenomena today when we look at it. In one case, it may be a basin filled with a lake, but in another cases, it may have become filled with organic material. Because it's low and swampy, it may hold a lot of moisture, so you get a different kind of a vegetation growth than you would in the area around it. So that's basically what a kettle lake is, right? So what it's saying here is that he was draining and clearing a willow swamp, there we go, in a small, shallow kettle hole depression within a cultivated field. So now you can picture that. He's farming around there, but there's this low depression with willow trees, presumably, and he's draining it, right? Because it probably held water, maybe ephemerally, maybe it might have not been standing water all year, might have been only in the spring with snow melt off or after rainstorms. I don't know. It doesn't give that detail. So then, in a systematic excavation of the site in 1965 and 1966, they recorded the location of all the recovered fossils. Turned out that the mastodon was an old male. And then he states, and I don't want to reiterate, we did talk about this a little bit last week, but this will help to tie what we're talking now. The bones of the feet were widely scattered. Many of them are charred in a manner which indicated that flesh and cartilage were present when burning took place. Now, it's not too much of a stretch of imagination to imagine that these animals, like this mastodon, was caught in an extraordinarily hot, catastrophic fire that was then subsequently followed by a flood. And that would explain the taphonomic circumstances.
Yeah.
Better than anything else I could come up with.
Yeah.
Right?
Even more interesting because it's burnt while its flesh is still on it. Then it's carried in this enormous flood and then deposited underneath a block of ice. That's all there, because it's in a kettle hole.
Yeah. Well, see, and that would make sense too in a way because, a lot of times these depressions, you go and you look at any flood, right? In the aftermath, or a rainstorm, in the aftermath, you're going to have puddling. You're going to have ponding in low areas. Right? And in the aftermath of a glacial meltdown, some of these things will last for thousands and thousands of years. And so it's not to be unexpected that you might look in a low, boggy area and find in that area not only fluvial sediments, but animals that were, drowned in the waters that created those deposits. See, so here we have gravel pits, water layer. Right? And in those gravel deposits, we find skeletal remains of animals, mostly the extinct animals. Now, we find skeletal remains of living animals, too, because a lot of them die, but just not to the point where there was no viable, reproducible species left, you see. Just like referring back to the example of the American bison. What was it they said? Just maybe 300 individual bisons left around the turn of the century, right? Down from millions. And yet the species is pretty much, with our help, is fully recovered. Of course, it was through our instigation that this species, I say our, actually it was pretty much mostly the federal government who, under the advice of Sherman and Sheridan, who were generals of the victorious Union Army, when the Civil War was over and the South capitulated, the North had this big intact military, victorious military, and they had to find something for them to do. So they put them at the service of the railroads, and under the leadership of Philip Sheridan and William Tecumseh Sherman, they developed this idea that the Plains Indian tribes, which were obstructing their plan for these subsidized railroads, were going to have to somehow be eliminated, and the way they came up with was to destroy their economy, which was the American bison.
Fucking walking guy.
So not only did they send out soldiers to slaughter the animals directly, they also put a $10 bounty on the pelts, the bison pelts. And it was basically, and see, this is a story that we're not told generally because we're always given this picture of, the rich guy at the back of the train shooting, the buffalo down and all of that, but they don't tell you, well, it was a concerted effort to eliminate the species in order to destroy the Plains Indians. But that's a digression there. But I get mad every time I think about that.
That's crazy, yeah.
Yeah. But the point is, the bison got down to about 300 individuals, and then because of some far-sighted humans, we need to save this species. And now it's brought back, and you can buy bison steaks at your local supermarket. Which, hey, if that's what it takes to bring the species back, I'm all for it. But the point is, if we were looking at this, the American bison, from 10,000 years in the future, we could completely miss the fact that for a few decades there, the species came within literal hair's breadth of complete extinction. If those 300 individuals had succumbed, there would be no American bison at all today. See? So one of the points in it I'm trying to make here is even the species that didn't actually go extinct, right, undoubtedly would have suffered enormous losses. But just through the vagaries of these kinds of events and the luck of the draw, some species survived and others didn't. And the ones that survived, it might have only been, who knows, a few hundred individuals left. But given, once the environment stabilized, then they were able to replicate themselves and repopulate the species. So here we find another example of an individual animal. Its taphonomic circumstances are extremely interesting. We find the evidence of fire that's followed by deposition in floods. And then again, this is interesting because the skeleton is disarticulated, very much in the way of the Oralton Farms mastodon that we talked about, which showed all the evidence of an extremely sudden and catastrophic demise. That it fell victim to some kind of extreme crushing force that literally flattened the poor thing out. And it literally sheared off where he was stepping. So you got to picture this mastodon is walking, right? He stepped down, he might weigh 6 tons, right? So he's stepping on the soft earth, his weight is on his back foot. So his back foot has sunk into the soft ground. And at that moment, some force comes along and literally shears off the rest of the skeleton and leaves the foot embedded in the earth, right? So again, the taphonomic circumstances are what we need to be looking at here, because you see, these examples that I'm citing here, there's nothing at all consistent about that with the idea that they succumbed to human predation. Human predation has been the dominant idea since at least the 1960s, that the loss of these great megafauna is ultimately to be blamed upon Paleo-Indian hunters, which we've talked about and will continue to talk about, because as we learn more and more and more, the plausibility of that scenario diminishes to close to zero. So yeah, the skull was 20 feet away from the place where it should have been. It lay upon its base on the surface of the till. At least 3 large pieces of it had been removed prior to the plowing and were found in undisturbed earth 20 feet from the skull in the area. It's almost as if his skull was crushed. The pieces of the skull were. Or was it a result of the disarticulation, was a result of a vigorous transport in swiftly moving water?
Yeah, but wasn't the foot actually, there was a footprint underneath, like it was stepping in?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was stepping, and its rear, I think it was the rear right foot, sunk into the ground. And that foot was still there.
Right, on top of the print of the foot. It's not like the foot was just in the gravel somewhere, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Because the ground surface was there.
Right.
And it was covered by this layer of peat. See, that's the point.
That's what could have done that. And then whatever took the foot off and moved the animal 20 feet away is gone.
Well, now this is a completely different example than I'm citing here now.
Oh, okay.
This one's in Michigan. The Oralton Farms was in Ohio, but they're similar. They're parallel. I mean, in that both of them seem to have died under catastrophic circumstances, and neither of them show any evidence or indication that they were the result of human predation or hunting.
Right.
So, yeah. So then we have the Panthera atrox, which is the Pleistocene lion-like cat. These huge, almost the size of a horse, some of them, the big males, that were inhabitants of North America. Huge predators that could have easily eaten humans, puny little weak humans. Here's this report. Again, going back to the Canadian Journal of Earth Sciences, and I like to read that particular journal because it does cover a lot of the evidence being found up in Canada, which is the area that was pretty much mostly glaciated, and where Bradley and I have done quite a bit of traveling and will continue to do so. This was published in 1971 by C.R. Harrington. He says, evidently, Panthera atrox, or the Pleistocene lion, probably conspecific with the extinct Eurasian cave lion, Panthera leaspalia, probably, that they were cousins of each other. Most likely it entered North America from Eurasia near the close of the penultimate or Illinois glaciation, which would have been a much earlier glaciation, several 100,000 years ago, and was widespread in the southwestern half of the United States, reaching as far south as Peru during the last glaciation. The species also occurred in the unglaciated areas of Alaska and the Yukon Territory during the Wisconsin glaciation. The Panthera atrox became extinct by the close of the last glaciation, which puts it right in the window we're talking about. So fossil material referable to Panthera atrox has been discovered recently in deposits of the last interglacial age and later near Medicine Hat, Alberta. So this was perhaps even an earlier catastrophe. The specimen discussed here is interesting because it is relatively well preserved, is readily identifiable, and because it further extends the known northward range of the species on the Great Plain. The fossil was collected by Mr. Peter Kuhn and his son Gerald while they were shoveling gravel in a pit 1 mile north of the Red Deer River on Highway 41 near Bindloss, Alberta. So the gravel pit is approximately 200 feet above the level of the Red Deer River. So that tells you right there, that gravel is deposited now by water. So that means that the water was carrying gravel at least 200 feet above the modern river. The specimen was discovered about 3 feet below the surface. In April 1970, the author collected phalanges and scapula fragments of an extinct small horse and tusk fragments of an elephant from the same gravel pit. But I'm guessing that that this was probably a deposit of the late Pleistocene rather than an earlier.
What? Like what?
Because of the fact that these gravel, if it's 3 feet from the surface,
Like
that's
what?
likely more recent than going back to a previous interglacial. And then we have a interesting find in Mexico. This is a more recent one. This was published in 1998. Cuquirpe, Sonora. Did we talk about this last week? Deep in rural cow country on a dirt road connecting one farming village to another, history lay buried for more than 10,000 years. Beneath the packed brown dirt, under the route crossed daily by pickup trucks, cattle cars, horses, and herds, archaeologists recently unearthed the skeleton of a mastodon. Lying on its side, its more than 6-foot-long tusks spearing the embankment. The mastodon remains are being called a Mexican national treasure. In all of Mexico, northern Sonora has one of the richest deposits of fossil and historic artifacts. Petroglyphs and cave paintings are found across the state. So, yes, we did talk about that last year. We did, right. But here's the point, and it is worth reiterating, okay? The discovery of this mastodon, which lived at the end of the Ice Age, is significant, said the lead scientist, a paleontologist. And this is a quote: "To become a fossil, an animal has to be buried very quickly after dying and remain buried." I think that's the key takeaway point from this. Scientists believe that the Cuquirpe mastodon died in a muddy bog and became covered with muck. So there you have it, in a muddy bog, So the bog is going to be in a low area where water subsequent in a flood will become ponded. Interesting stuff. And here's the Pawnee Hero Stories and Folk Tales, collected by George Bird Grinnell in 1889. Right? Pawnee. So they believed that there were giant creatures that began to roam all over the earth. And the giant creatures gradually forgot about the creator. But being so big and powerful, they did whatever they wanted. After a while, they began fighting with each other to see who was the greatest and most powerful among them. This led to many fierce struggles, and their constant fighting tore up the forests, dug up the prairies, and knocked down mountains. Because they were so strong, there was much destruction. Finally, Tirawa became angry with the giant animals, stretching out a hand over the land. Tirawa called on the waters to rise. Rain began to fall and water began to bubble up from deep in the earth. Rivers overflowed their banks in a great flood that spread across the land. Everywhere there was water. But the giant animals were tall, so at first they were not afraid. But then their feet began to stick in the mud and they sank into the soft ground. They tried to escape, but the more they struggled, the faster they went down, until at last every one of them sank beneath the water into the mud. When Tirawa saw that all of them were finished, the god waved a hand over the land, making hot breezes blow and causing the sun to dry out the earth. And so now when the Pawnee walk along the riverbanks, sometimes they find giant bones sticking out of the mud. These are the bones from the animals that Tirawa drowned. They are there as a reminder not to forget the Creator. But there are many kinds of these legends that...
Really cool.
That is really cool.
That sounds, I mean, it's the way it starts with the, it's like, it's very similar to the biblical stories of, people got proud and started just doing, not caring, and so God wiped them out.
And there were giants on the face of the earth in those days.
Yeah.
Too. It's like, there you go. There were giants.
Yeah. So, I've collected a lot of these stories together. We'll explore some of them because I believe these stories provide important information and insight. It should not be just dismissed or ignored, which sort of has been the tendency.
Yeah, so that's an oral tradition that's basically been carried on for 12,000 years.
Something like that. Yeah. And of course, the critics will say, well, nobody's going to carry on an oral tradition for that long. Well, that's your assumption.
Right.
Based upon what?
It's been shown that some Australian Aboriginal tribes have oral traditions about things that have been to be 50,000 years old. I mean, they talk about, so.
Yeah, in the words of the great bard, I would quote as best I can, as far as the academics who dismiss these kind of stories out of hand, that they are somehow not relevant, scientifically relevant to understanding these processes. I would merely say that, well, man, that's like just your opinion. That would be my response.
The dude.
Yeah.
The great bard.
That's right. It's just
an eminent sage.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a couple of cool photos to share here.
Cool. We're already at an hour too, but.
Oh, we are?
Yep.
We need to wrap it up then.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
You guys, I swear, you guys are harsh taskmasters. you get me all wound up. I get going, and then
we shut you
comes down. You shut me down. Okay, share here. Let's have a look. This is the Clovis Mammoth Pit. We visited this. I don't remember what year. I'm sure Bradley does remember. What was that, about 2004?
At the Blackwater Draw site?
Yeah.
No, it was a lot more recent than that. It was probably
okay.
14.
Oh yeah, because this is already 2019, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
Oh, jeez. I get off. I quite frequently get off by a decade or more, and have to stop and think.
You were pretty close on the Bow River Valley, though. That was 99, though. Remember you? That was the year when the Shaw paper and the Japanese guys came out. The Back to Brett's was 99, so that's when we were up there in the Bow River Valley. Yeah.
That's right. Okay. Right, because what I remember about that was we were going to go up there to find evidence that the source of the mega floods that produced the scablands were up in the Canadian Rockies, and then just prior to us leaving, the paper comes out that suggests that the source of those floods was the Canadian Rockies. So that was pretty exciting to me.
Perfect timing, yeah, pretty amazing.
Of course, that's the Canadian geologists now, and there's this. We'll be talking about the Canadian geologists versus the American geologists here. Okay, but this is the Clovis Mammoth Pit, and we'll be talking about the Clovis next week. And I'm sure when we have George Howard with us, he'll have some interesting things to say about this. But this was one of the first excavations where the association of humans with extinct megafauna was found. And in fact, if memory serves me correctly, this particular instance of a mammoth burial pit had a skeleton with an embedded Clovis spear point in the rib cage. Well, which led to the supposition then that because we find one or maybe one more example of humans hunting mammoths, that then humans killed them all. Yes. We'll go here. You can kind of get a sense of the pit that's being excavated there. Of course, they've turned it into a little museum these days, which is pretty interesting. And in this next view here, what we're seeing, if this has come up yet, the black mat layer, which it's not very distinct because this has been excavated, but if you look down in the front layer here, these are bones of extinct animals, right, that are below this black mat layer, and these are bones of extant animals found above it.
Wow.
Here you can see there. Here's that layer. This is the Younger Dryas boundary layer. So down here is a bone deposit of extinct animals below that layer. So this is so there's extinct mammals and Clovis artifacts below the black. Now, because of the blackness, you'll notice the lower levels here are dark gray. As you get above them, they get into this buff color. But yeah, the black soot-like material has colored everything gray.
Yeah, look at that though. That's the late great Russell Alt there with us. So that was 2008, man. Now you were closer on that one. That 2014 must have been our second trip through there. But yeah, that was 2008 with Rusty.
So
yeah, the late Russell Alt.
I don't understand so the layer of extant fossils.
Up here.
What episode was that?
Well, I don't know, but it was an episode that wasn't enough to exterminate the species. Who knows? This is something I've wondered about. Could this possibly date to 11,600?
Right. Yeah, at the end.
Wouldn't that be interesting if it did?
Yeah.
And then at Murray Springs in southern Arizona, you can see very distinctly that black map layer.
Yeah.
And as it says in the previous caption here, extinct mammals and Clovis artifacts below the black map layer. You find them below, but no, and let's see, extant or modern animal bones and no Clovis artifacts above. So extinct mammals and Clovis artifacts are below the black map layer, but not above it. And this is at the Murray Springs where you can really see distinctly the black map layer. So below this is Pleistocene, and above this is basically, well, there's the transition. This is the Younger Dryas boundary right here, and it's at the bottom of this black mat layer where the fingerprints of the cosmic event have been found. And so here we go to the the idea, a carbon-rich black layer, commonly referred to as a black mat, with a basal age of approximately 12.9 thousand years, has been identified at over 50 sites across North America. The age of the base of the black mat coincides with the abrupt onset of younger Dryas cooling and megafaunal extinctions in North America. In situ bones, which means bones that were found in the site, of extinct mammals and birds and Clovis tool assemblages occur below the black mat, but not within it or above it. In this paper, we provide evidence for an ejecta layer at the base of the black mat from an extraterrestrial impact 12,900 years ago. So this has been a very controversial idea. We're going to stop the share. But it's an idea that we should definitely be exploring in greater detail. And so far, what seems to be happening is that the proponents of the comet impact seem to be winning, but they've met a lot of resistance, and a lot of this resistance has come from scientists that are promoting the idea of human predation. So think about that. You've got a group of scientists that have for years been promoting the idea of human predation, the overkill hypothesis that it was human hunters with spears that brought the entire species of mastodons and mammoths to extinction. And somehow all of these other species as well, but that's always left very vague. And here is a typical response to this, to the proposition that there could have been something else involved. And I know that this particular academic at the University of California, Davis, who's been in the forefront of pushing the idea of we're currently in the midst of a mass extinction equivalent to the Great Five. And Exhibit A to support that assumption is the terminal Pleistocene megafaunal extinction. Make that connection, right? So in the wake of the finding of extraterrestrial proxies at the bottom of this black mat, this is typical of the response. A new claim that climate knocked off North American megafauna. This is the press release from October 25th, 2007. He says, I wondered to post this link or not. The press release is bad tempered to the point of malice, contains unfounded accusations against opponents, and in discussing the North American extinctions, it ignores all the evidence of Pleistocene extinctions in other continents. Obviously, I think this is worse than useless in the sense that it drives science backward, not forward. But bad stuff happens and you need to learn to recognize it. Now this was directed to his graduate students, right? We're now supposedly going to go out and help figure this all out. And so bear in mind, this guy who wrote this, and I won't even mention his name, he's a professor, an academic, and he is a proponent of human overkill hypothesis. So here he's immediately characterizing this idea that it might have possibly been something cosmic, which is just almost like too exotic, too science fiction-y, too far outside the range of these guys to even contemplate that such a thing could be. Well, just as it was in 1980, when the Alvarez team proposed that the dinosaurs were taken out by of an impact, an extraterrestrial event. You had the same kind of response, except that response was actually more subdued for the simple reason that it did not have the political ramifications that this does. This comes into the scientific discussion loaded with political implications, right? If you're promoting the idea that humans are now precipitating a mass extinction as great as the late Ordovician or the late Devonian or the terminal Triassic, right? Or the Permian Triassic, for God's sakes. Yes, it's being compared. We are in a mass extinction crisis right now that is as severe as the Great Fire. Well, and then if that's challenged your question, then the precedent is invoked. And what's the precedent? Well, look what we already did to the Pleistocene megafauna, which makes our case, right?
Yeah, see, I thought it would have been the man-made climate change narrative that would have been the more powerful factor in them, wanting to reject the idea of a comet impact or an impact.
Well, see, they're related. I mean, because again, the scenario is that humans are now basically literally destroying the planet. And of course, this claim is being made completely without any context, without any geological, historical context at all. Because the people that are making that claim have no understanding of what this planet has endured. And believe me, we're going to get into that in great detail so that people understand. Yeah, this planet, far more frequently than academics even like to recognize, gets its ass kicked. Yeah, well, that was pretty much it. So we're going to pick this up with getting into the nature of the proxies, what this event could have been, and it is by no means cut and dry. There's still a lot of mystery surrounding it, but I guess what I'm trying to make a point here is that we should not be dismissive of it. And this, of course, this goes back. The last quote. This guy goes on and he says, "Yes, you read that correctly." He's talking about the idea that a comet impact or an extraterrestrial impact might have played a role in exterminating the megafauna, right? He says, "Yes, you read that correctly. More junk science. Life's too short to list the things that are wrong with this idea." And then I wrote, "Apparently life is also too short for the professor to list even one thing wrong with this idea."
Yeah.
Perhaps he disputes the presence of microspherules, magnetic grains, fullerenes containing cosmogenic helium, soot, iridium, and other proxies for cosmic impact found repeatedly at dozens of Clovis sites around North America. Or could it be that he is biased by his adherence to an ideological agenda?
Yeah.
So in the ensuing years, since that was written, a whole lot more evidence is accumulated. And we're going to get in and we're going to look at this evidence. And we're going to try to see if we can't come to some deeper understanding of the nature of these events. And I think that's a worthy goal. Yes?
We're gonna have some actual scientists, geologists on here that can tell us firsthand what they found.
Yeah. Well, we're going to start with George Howard next week, who helped found the Comet Research Team. Great fella who's been in the forefront of this for years, and not the kind of guy to cave in to some of these academics with their
snorts of derision.
With their snorts of derision. Thank you. Yes, with their snorts of derision. So, but the thing is, of course, there's a lot of academics too. I mean, this idea has emerged from hard scientific research, highly credentialed individuals. So it's just that you've got an idea here that doesn't fit some of the dominant paradigms that are entrenched actually into a political worldview. And that's what we're basically up against. That the guys proposing the KT extinction event, when they first came out in 1980-81, they didn't have the political factor as strongly entrenched in the controversy as this Younger Dryas impact is. And of course, like now we see the response of the academic community to Graham Hancock's most recent book, and I haven't had a chance yet to look at their attempt to discredit him, but I'm sure similar to the attempts in the past, basically it comes down to we erect these straw men, and then the more vigorously we demolish these straw men, the more it will give the appearance that we've actually done something here. And then on top of that, we'll layer this cake, we'll frost this cake with ad hominem attacks and appeals to authority, and we'll rest on the assumption that the unwashed will buy into that and assume that we have spoken and this is the authority. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting how this plays out. But the thing is that's why one reason we have to avoid the woo, and we're kind of got a balancing act here. On the one hand, we have to avoid the woo, but on the other hand, we can't restrict ourselves, because really the world is a pretty bizarre place, and we have to be open-minded enough to speculate. We have to be willing to speculate, but the speculation needs to be grounded in good science. And we have to be willing to adjust our models when new evidence emerges.
Yep.
All right.
So we got a broad avenue to continue on into the Younger Dryas boundary and the extinctions and the climate change and the mass flooding and the ice age shifts and all that. But in the interim, sporadically, we're going to continue to throw a few more topics in about Atlantis. There'll continue to be follow-up on that, right? And then we are going to go through eventually some of the questions and the good comments that are coming in. So lots to pile in these hours.
Yeah, and Brad and I have to catch up on our editing. And I want to apologize also to some of the people who are wanting one of the comments was that asking us to keep the RSS feed up to date with the YouTube, and that is, I'm lagging behind Brad, so I'm trying to catch up to Brad, and Brad's trying to catch up to the show.
It's true.
When we record the shows, so
it's slowly happening.
It's slowly happening. I'm carving out more time. I'm getting faster at the editing process, so working on it, folks.
Yeah, lots of personal things going on, and we're all making a living on the side of all this, and so we're getting there. It's holiday season, all that. We're putting in time, and it takes time. So we're working on it, and we want it to get out there to everybody. We sure do, but we're catching up. Finding our groove.
Yeah, and we are reading comments, and Randall is paying close attention to the comments. So so we are paying attention to what you guys say. It's just taking our first priority is to get the material recorded. That's number one priority, is to keep this going once a week as much as possible. Once we're totally caught up, then we'll be able to more smoothly integrate commentary into each individual weekly show, because it'll be timely. So we thank everybody for their patience on that. We're still working on it. So, but in the meantime, you can still write us emails, which we will definitely read and eventually get to. Cosmography with a K 1618@gmail.com. Support Randall and this podcast at patreon.com/Randall Carlson.
And thanks to everybody who has supported.
That's right.
Very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right, I think that's a wrap for this week, folks.
Can't wait till next one.
That's right.
Jam
Have
on.
George on. It's going to be awesome. All right. Good night, guys.
Good
All
night.
right, good night. Click.
Great show, Randall.
Thanks.
Fantastico.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cosmographia Podcast. We have a special guest with us today, George Howard. He worked in the U.S. Senate for 6 years. He is an avocational scientist. He is a director of the Comet Research Group and co-author of the seminal paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2007 titled Evidence for an Extraterrestrial Impact 12,900 years ago that contributed to the megafaunal extinctions and the Younger Dryas cooling. He has been involved in this research for 20 years, owns a company in Raleigh, North Carolina in the environmental mitigation business, and he runs the Cosmic Tusk website and blog. George, welcome to the podcast. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Snakes. I'm also a big fan of you guys and very much appreciate hearing y'all's words as often as I can on podcasts. Big podcast fan, and you're leading the way.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
I love being with you on the Edwards Plateau. I love where you live. I'm not sure whether I could stand it out there with the scorpions and all of that.
Yeah.
But to see the night sky like you fellas see it is a special thing.
It is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It is. Randall, Brad, how are you guys doing this week?
We are, well, I can't speak for Brad, but I'm doing quite well after a few harrowing weeks there with personal kind of tragedies going on.
Yeah.
Told you guys about that kind of took me off the rails for a little while, but I'm back. Everything is in context now and in perspective, and things change and we move on. So
all right. Well, I think this is going to be a great show.
I'm getting better at juggling all the chainsaws and the hatchets and axes that is life at this current time, but you know.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm getting better at it. Welcome, George, man. We've been building you up for like 5 or 6 episodes, so
Gotta do
today's the day. We're happy to have you, man.
No pressure.
Hey, I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad to see you guys coming together. You don't know what's going to kind of metamorphosize out of all this information, and to see, you and Randall have always been a pillar of it, and then to see the Snake Bros come on, and then to be able to come on to it's really exciting. I think it's a good format, and I think we get some good information out there from different perspectives.
Excellent.
That's the plan, my man. Glad to have you.
Yeah. So last week Randall, we went through some more of the megafauna that went extinct. We went through the some of the fossil sites, like the one in the kettle bowl or kettle hole out there, and then we talked about some of the criticisms that have come in from people who support the overhunting hypothesis, and that's where we left off. But I think George is going to take us up to 2007 and beyond. Is that right, George?
Yeah, I'll go anywhere Randall wants me to go.
Okay.
He's proud of the show. But I tell you what, Randall, it's a real pleasure to be on here with you particularly, sir.
Oh, likewise, George.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to this and thinking about this for a couple of years now, actually.
Terrific.
Just didn't know when the first venue or opportunity was going to show itself.
That's great.
Yeah, we've done a couple of episodes out in the field now where you and I have been out there together.
Yeah, it's great.
Hopefully do a lot more.
That's right. We have gotten together in the field, me, you, and Brad, and we both played a role in Graham Hancock's recent book.
Yep.
And we had to Wilmington, North Carolina, and had an interesting little scientific session there, to say the least. Came a little controversial, but I think instructive about how with even our own community there can be fractures between what people believe. Our own community being catastrophists. But it's a big subject with not enough information, and we're all entitled to disagree. I think you and I are probably a little bit more on the speculative side. You even more perhaps than I am, but I can explain the perspective I come from and how I got into this debate whenever you like me to.
Yeah, well, we definitely need to go there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think that it would be good to go back to that 2007 paper because I didn't know you when that paper came out, but I can still remember how excited I got when that paper showed up in the scientific press. It was almost like, well, Brad will testify to this because we had been talking about this together for, well, close to 10 years, literally.
Right. I know you know.
So yeah, and pulling these kind of more tentative strands together to come to this conclusion, and then suddenly here's scientific vindication. But what kind of came as a shock to me, I guess, was the response to it that you've mentioned, and I think that's because it almost seemed like there was I wouldn't even know, I would say almost an irrational response to it. Like there was a faction that just didn't want to even consider or go there as a possibility. and immediately began to invoke whatever explanation could seem to offer an alternative to the idea of something from space hitting the Earth. So
Well, I think what you welcomed in 2007 is the same thing I did, having already been a catastrophist, if you will, and people can look that up, but I think the listener of this podcast might understand that some people believe that Earth's history, in fact, human history, is punctuated by tremendous cataclysms. Yes. So that's the first definition of a catastrophist. You and I and Brad all held those views long before that 2007 paper. I was one of the lucky people out there on the internet in the 1990s, or I guess I was the only one, that got contacted by the original credentialed scientists who had found similar evidence that had been, I guess, circumstantially provided by catastrophers like ourselves, that followed up and actually looked and said, can we look at these soils, old, well-dated archaeological soils? And that's the tremendous hack of this scientific team that I'm lucky to be part of, is they said, we're not going to argue about the dates, although that's come to be over the last 15 years, but most of the dates of the original sites are indisputable, that they'd already been well published by other scientists for the last 50 years, like Murray Springs and Blackwater Draw and places like that. So what the Comet Research Group did prior to 2007, which came to fruition in 2007, was said, let's go back to some of these well-dated sites that are well accepted by mainstream archaeology and other geoscientists as being a particular age, and let's look at the soils right at that band where you transition from the well-accepted dramatic change from the Pleistocene to the Holocene.
We left off last episode actually with the black mat.
Did you? That's great, because it's
that's a perfect point for you to pick up the narrative.
Well, it is, and the black mat was the place where perhaps mankind picked up its narrative.
Yeah,
it was a profound transition, even according to mainstream scientists. That's what's so important to first know, perhaps for your viewers. That for at least 50, 60, I was looking the other day to see the first published reporting of there being a dramatic transition in kind of regular scientific literature, and I found it all the way back to 1898, where someone, a European scientist clearly, has said that when I go back through the soil layers, I find something dramatic happened roughly. I don't know whether he dated it correctly, because they certainly didn't have C14 dating, but he said there was a dramatic change 1.5 meters down or 2 meters down or whatever in the local soils. And then you follow it all the way through to the well-defined Usolo soils in Europe, which started to be discovered in the 50s and 60s and set in the sand covers in particularly the lowlands of the Netherlands and Belgium and whatnot, that you can find a dramatic transition. And then bada boom, bada bang, into the 20th century, they're finding the same dramatic transition in soils in North America. And then we're able to date them. And then we're able to see that that's where the first human culture, I have a little show and tell, the Clovis people, you can see there, and that's not a real point, though I wish it were, where the makers of this technology blinked out of the archaeological record. Not coincidentally, that's when the large megafauna blink out of the archaeological record, and not coincidentally, that's where we find a distinct change in the hydrology and surface conditions that resulted in a black mat. I need to note the black mat itself is not like burned material that fell out of the sky. There are things like that, carbon soot, and they call it aciniform soot, exotic kinds of soot that they can connect to these kinds of global and regional conflagrations. But that soot actually shows itself at the bottom of the black mat. The black mat was the change in the hydrology and the climate conditions, and was basically a very, very dark time in the landscape, both from a soil perspective and from a climate perspective and from a livability perspective, if you will. And that shows it. But when they tested below that black mat, immediate below it, the lead authors of our papers discovered that it was enriched with proxy materials from what was apparently an extraordinarily widespread, high heat, high pressure hell event that occurred very, very suddenly. And it's only after that that you don't find either the Clovis people, got a couple of more, the mammoth, our friend the mammoth, that's a mammoth tooth, Yeah, there's the old, had to bring in the cave bear tooth. Kids love that, and you spit it out for the tooth fairy. Give that kind of cave bear tooth. But that megafauna disappears along with that first human culture. It complicates things because that human culture, as you guys well defined in earlier episodes, is implicated in the demise of those 54 genera and 258 different species of animals. Somehow they chased down to the very last of 2 different kinds of birds and a 2-ton armadillo and ate every single one of them. Y'all have well discussed this, so we don't need to plow that ground again. But I don't think that the coincidence between this disappearing and this disappearing is causal between the two, except perhaps in a post-catastrophic situation, or perhaps in bringing the populations down somewhat before the cataclysm happened. What's really at fault is this, and that's a meteorite.
Nice.
And I probably shouldn't say that because we actually believe it's a comet, but the line between meteorites and comets is a shifting thing, as Brandon knows. And Brad, so you hate to use them interchangeably, but it kind of works. This is an iron meteorite, which is now suspected to be perhaps involved with the cataclysm by other scientists, not our group. But I won't get off on that part yet. So
we're transitioning. Sorry, between the A word of Atlantis and the new A word where we're going is asteroid.
There you go.
You bring that up and people just veer off immediately to the left. They don't want to hear that. So it's kind of get the same response as Atlantis if you bring up asteroids.
I think those responses are unfortunate, but I have to be honest, I'm glad I missed the Atlantis episodes because we got enough on our hands with this cataclysm, okay? And that's really important to know where I come from because I will not even say halfway, well, I am. I'm a director of the Comet Research Group, and that's about 65 PhDs in me, okay? And I'm not a credentialed scientist, but I'm a loudmouth.
Useful.
And I hope a responsible one to some degree, and we can get to some of the things that I think we've done to add utility to the debate, like our bibliography that's available at the Cosmic Tusk. That's a pure utility where I'm trying to bring some utility to the group, other than occasional field collection and kibitzing. But
excuse me, Jordan. I hope we can get back to it eventually. You're going to be on with us, I expect, multiple times. Back to where you were one of the original people on the internet as far as discussing the Carolina Bays. And the Carolina Bays really is what led Randall into wanting to explore the Missoula and the other Ice Age floods, which is when I got involved back in '98 when we made our first trip out to the Scablands. So it's interesting that you were putting that out in those years, 20 plus years ago, and that's the same time Randall and I hooked up and started studying those same things. So yeah, eventually we'll get around to letting you tell those stories of those origination points.
Yeah, I can pick up in 2007, which is the modern iteration, where the Carolina Bays, as the snakes know, became the kooky caboose of the theory, okay? And the train had a lot more information it wanted to drag down the tracks than carrying along the Carolina Bays. And that's humbling because that's the way I got into it. But it's also justifiable because the Carolina Bays are still rank controversy, and they should be. There is no acceptable explanation. We've added some to the debate that I can give you, but even as somebody whose name is connected with it, and what Brad's referring to is in the late 90s actually put a paper up on the internet at georgehoward.net that sits up on the Relic site with the HTML breaking down as we speak. The Cosmic Tusk has long eclipsed it for me. But and I have a reprint of it on the Cosmic Tusk. I wrote a paper for a friend who was in college, or helped him out with it, and then posted it because I was fascinated by the phenomenon on the web, and my name became connected with the Carolina Bays, and that's why some of the scientists that were first investigating whether there was a cataclysm at the Younger Dryas boundary contacted me, because the Carolina Bays looked to them to be anomalous too. Did it end up being the best evidence? No, it certainly did not. And the evidence probably shouldn't be brought into the courtroom now. But it's still a fruitful area of research for me, for you, for any of your listeners or watchers. The Carolina Bays are a great and fascinating thing and still need an answer. And they potentially are connected to the YD of that. Some people would say they aren't potentially. But I still, leave open very much, and I know some of the publishing scientists do, that they are connected, but it's simply not the best evidence. But I'm happy to tell you how I got in the bays, or I could pick up at 2007 when they started publishing the papers, and I joined the first one. We went down to Acapulco, so I could go anywhere with that.
Oh, I guess why don't we go with the 2007, and then we could always backtrack into the bays, because people might want to know. I've noticed a lot of comments and things over the last year or two. People are interested in learning more about the bays. When is he going to talk about the bays? So I've sort of almost deliberately avoided getting into the bays, other than a mention here or there, because when I do, I felt like it was going to be important to go into enough detail so that people can see the different sides of the argument. My bay exploration started with Henry Savage's book, which I think, 1982. I think that was about it. I think it was been maybe out a couple of years by the time I first discovered it. But when I did, I thought, well, hey, I'm in Georgia. This is right in my backyard. This is interesting. And that was an important phase in my thinking. And as Brad just mentioned, it was the idea that, the orientation of the bays, perhaps assuming that it was an impact or a fragmentation event or some variation of that.
Right.
The bay, the axial alignment of the bays is suggesting something coming from the direction of the northwest.
That's right.
But with the limited access I had then, because I didn't know at all about the Nebraska bays, for example, that have been now factored into the equation. But tracking that roughly 45 degrees to the north, that's when I realized that, well, if it was an incoming bolide or object undergoing a fragmentation event, it passed over the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets.
That's right.
Is there anything to suggest something unusual in the deglacial process? And as soon as I looked into that, it was like, oh my God! It was just like a tsunami of stuff. Yeah. Oh, totally. There was.
That's awesome, Randall.
Yeah. So then it becomes the question of, well, all right, is there a connection between the bays and the melting and the potential idea of something from space?
Right.
And it's led into, and of course, by the time Henry Savage's book had come out, I was already obsessed with the KT extinction event.
Right.
Which, of course, there were important papers that came out in 1980, like 3 of them, that kind of turned the tide, I think, in the acceptability of thinking about catastrophist ideas.
Oh, I think everybody would agree with you. It's just how far you take it, and they're resisting the next step. That I've always believed that the 1980 discovery is almost like a reverse telescope, if you will. It's a pained analogy, but you're looking out there, and for some reason we discover the things that are further from us first. Mm-hmm. We discover the most dramatic event of all time within a certain range. And then as our forensic techniques get better and better, we're able to resolve some of the more subtle events in the nearer times. Mm-hmm. And the first one of those to resolve was the Chesapeake Bay crater. Mm-hmm. You thought I was going to say the Younger Dryas event, right?
No, I would, So that takes us back to the Eocene Oligocene times.
That's right, and that's 35 million years ago. So then you cut the difference between 65, it gets down to 35. You have the Chesapeake Bay event, which changed the course of rivers all up and down the East Coast. And had dramatic effects. They still don't have good well water anywhere in southeastern Virginia because it fractured the rock so completely.
Splattered Georgia with a tektite field.
And splattered Georgia with a tektite field, which is absolutely amazing. Yeah. And so you imagine how hard it was to prove that we had the dinosaur extinction at 65 million years ago until they found, fantastic evidence, through some great sleuthing, scientific sleuthing by drilling and using oil and gas information and whatnot. And then that overturns that. And then just years later, an ambitious scientist, I forget his name, at the United States Geological Service that was in the regional office there in the Chesapeake.
Wiley Pogue.
Wiley Pogue, thank you. Yeah. It's got a great name, exactly. Randall, you're a great archivist. Wiley Pogue kind of had to fight the good fight again and say that, listen, something happened 35 million years ago. So then let me zoom forward. What's the next biggest thing that anyone ever proposed?
That's a great
that
run.
definitely
Come on.
got
This is such a good
spat
run.
back by some
Come on.
quarters. Was that holy moly?
Wow, that was not clutch at all.
13,000 years ago, something happened that resulted in extinction and dramatic earth effects. And it's kind of interesting that we found that later than something that happened even deeper in time. But let's look at the difference let's look at a time scale from us, the dinosaurs. I found this helpful explaining this to friends and family before, that because everyone's aware of the dinosaur comment, right? To some extent.
I hope so. By
So
now.
65 million years ago. This is 13,000 years ago. That's roughly 3,500 of that time frame ago. So if I'm sitting here in coastal North Carolina, and say Raleigh, and I draw, there's a road, I-40, that goes all the way out to Barstow, California. It's 3,500 miles long. Okay? So if you stick the dinosaur thing out there in Barstow and run it to Raleigh, this event's at the 7-Eleven I could walk to in 15 minutes. Right? It's so much closer. It's so more tangible, I think, to the public, if this all proves out and it's well on its way. But it's going to have a much more dramatic effect on the psyche when they realize the difference between those two events. The mammoths, to probably a lot of people, and attributed to bad education, might seem just a step away from the dinosaurs. Hell no, they weren't. The mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers and the giant ground sloth and the glyptodon and the other 256 species that went extinct in that time period, not on that day, and that's important, but in that time period, as a result of that very bad day, they're much closer cousins than a damn dinosaur. A dinosaur, to me, God bless people who found them fascinating. Obviously, they are to some degree, but they might as well be on another planet. That's deep time. That's not particularly relevant to our development of a species, as a species. Then you look for our development culturally, and then you look and say something happened 3,500 times more recently that was at least on a global, well, we now know a global scale, just like the dinosaur killer, and we were there to see it, and we were modern Homo sapiens, and we already had art at that point for 25 or 30,000 years at least. That's mainstream science, that we had art.
Yep.
The disputed part is how high the civilization was, but it had some beautiful art. The Denisovans had their bracelet. That bracelet that was found a couple of years, unbelievable. 30,000 years after that, something happened, and that launched us into the age that we are today. And one way or another, those things conspired. That terrible 1,200 years of the Younger Dryas that occurred after the impact, in our opinion, that solidified a certain human approach that required, in my mind, kind of fighting back. That we couldn't just pluck pears, we had to pull plows. Right? Yep. So plucking pears to pulling plows happened to coincide with the time that we're finding abundant proxies for a high pressure, high heat event in well-dated archaeological sources.
Let's talk a little bit about some of those proxies, so people understand. Let's have some examples.
That's right. And go ahead. It plays right off the dinosaur killer science.
Well, it does, because nanodiamonds that have been found at the black mat layer are being compared to nanodiamonds being found at the KT boundary layer. And in fact, the diamonds at the KT boundary layer are the closest analog to the diamonds found at the Younger Dryas boundary layer, which I find
exactly, Randall.
Yeah.
And it's that aspect, the matchup between this was acceptable. It took us 14 years to prove, it's certainly not us. It took the Alvarez father-son team 14 years to prove that their 1980 paper saying that the KT boundary was enriched in iridium and had other things that suggested there was a catastrophe. It took them 14 years to find the crater and, let's say, get it into the classroom. Well, and that's minimum. It really took about 20, but let's say it took 14. If you look at the forensic techniques they used, one by one by one, they've all been used in the Younger Dryas impact. It's set for planar features and quartz, and you know what that is. We go through explaining that. That's a little controversial, but that is probably likely to be associated with some of the stuff that we're finding that's been discovered in Greenland. That story and done. But if you take some of those same proxies, including geochemical markers, enrichments with platinum group metals, right, iridium in our case, platinum.
Platinum,
An enrichment that's multiple times, sometimes 1,000 times higher than what they call the average crustal abundance that you're to expect at any place. And if anything isn't well within a range of error of that crust, you know that there was enrichment that came from somewhere, and they know that enrichment came from space. So that's a set of markers. Another set of markers are magnetic, metallic, and silicate spherules.
Right, silicate spherules. So that's a good one.
That's exactly right. And those are all the frozen mist of the vapor of the moment of hell.
Yes.
Where rock material was vaporized, thrown into the sky, mixed with material from the impactor, and then comes back as literally frozen little tiny spherules of mist. And you can look, and maybe you can pop up a visual.
I will.
And I'll work on my end. You take the screen. I think we both got some that show features that include, it's funny how things scale from large to small. You can see on some of these spherules of frozen mist where another spherule of frozen mist that had frozen before it impacts one and leaves a crater on it. And sometimes those craters will be measured in nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 1,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair. So those little things are interacting in a similar way that we see the moon interact with impacts, but on a much smaller scale. So when you look down at that mist and see that those little bits were hitting each other, and that their component metals couldn't be liquefied until it's 3000 C, and you're finding that in 100 times abundance of anything above or below it at an archaeological site, you know that a mist of molten rock fell in that at that time.
Yeah.
So that's a proxy. There you go. Thank you.
I'm pulling up a visual here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Younger Dryas boundary spherules displaying some of the wide range of surface microstructures indicative of melting and rapid quenching. The top three are from the debitage layer at Topper. The middle six are from Blackwater Draw. And the bottom layer is from Paw Paw Cove.
That's
and
right.
So you notice, that surface texture can be really smooth, but it can also be very mottled looking like this.
That's right, and that's quenching, as they call it.
Yes, that's the quenching. How rapidly it and if there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, could affect the process of crystallization. But this is a whole variety of these types of microspherules that have been found at that Younger Dryas boundary layer. This is actually from one of Malcolm's papers. Which I consider to be also an extremely important paper, because this was Malcolm and his team did the title of the paper, Independent Evaluation of Conflicting Microspheral Results from Different Investigations of the Younger Dryas.
Which was an absolutely critical paper, which is available. Well, I've got to do a pitch here. That is available.
Please do.
On the Cosmic Tusk as paper number. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have assumed that I'm going to be able to find it. Where's Lecomte in 2000? Lecomte Independent Evaluation, paper number 106, if you will, on the Cosmic Tusk bibliography, which can be reached with one click in the upper right of the Cosmic Tusk website. And I'll make that, I'll share my screen. I'll give you another one now, another proxy. And this is one that probably isn't as well discussed because it's not as strong on that evidence, but I'll tell you why it's stronger than a lot of the critics think. And what I'm going to do is take over the share if I can, Randall. Boom.
Well, we'll all be waiting patiently.
No, we're not gonna have any tech glitches here.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's magnetic spherules, and that's what you were just talking about. And actually, a little bit. That's how they obtain them. It's actually not terribly difficult. It takes a lot of sorting into getting out all the silicates and all the organic matter, and then you swipe it multiple times. I have not done the process myself, but I've watching it being conducted now by some students down in Georgia. But eventually you get down to that. You get one of those strong that pulls that stuff out. You're getting those little balls. Those are some of the big ones. But what I was going to show you is the carbon spherules. And then an interesting paper came out in 2011. Actually, I should have said a devastating paper. The carbon spherules were a big part of the thing after 2007, as were the nanodiamonds, as were the magnetic spherules, and the silicate spherules, and the high levels of carbon, and the high levels of platinum group metals, right? So you had this suite of stuff. The carbon spherules weren't, I do not think they necessarily played a part in the KT boundary. They're a little bit of an outlier, so you weren't using that exact same science. And then a paper came out by Scott et al. In 2011 and said that we had misidentified these carbon spherules, that they were actually bug poop. Okay, and that makes for a great headline, first of all. And it became one.
Yeah, I do remember that, yes.
That's right. And it was a terrible, terrible day and blow for the younger dryas impact hypothesis, because we knew better. And we knew better because they, Scott et al., and that could be found, can't give you the citation number right now, but it'd be found, I think, 2011 on the bib, came out with the paper, said it was all bug poop, and it was reported worldwide, ice age catastrophe hypothesis, it's all bug poop.
Yeah, right.
Makes a great headline.
Of course.
Okay, you go back and look at the actual paper, and I'm tempted to bring it up, but I won't be so tedious. First of all, it looks like they typed it over a long weekend eating pizza. Okay, and they did not, the fundamental thing that they, you can see the quality of it versus the forensics that were being done on those spherules in the 2007 and later papers was clearly inferior. And here's the clearest way to look at it. They were looking at the spherules that they looked through other materials and said, you can find bug poop that looks like this under an optical microscope, that looks something like it. But then what we had done, the whole point of listing them in there, is the nanodiamonds were found in the carbon spherules. And if you think bugs are crapping nanodiamonds, I guess you're Scott et al., right? It was more profound than that. First of all, their analogies the photographs weren't that great. They went down and said, yes, you can find honeycomb structures and carbon structures that come from animal poop, right? But no, these were unique out of that kind of, formation, that it looks somewhat different. And also, when you study it under a transmission electron microscope, where you're looking at the atomic level, there are a number of unique properties, including an abundance of nanodiamonds.
So is that what we're looking at here, George, on the share?
Actually, you're not. I could call up Scott et al. That's this, and you're looking at a closer take on that.
Okay.
I'd have to call up Scott et al. to show you their photographs, but they didn't go down to the atomic level, and they were using optical microscopes. So that's my takeaway on just that paper. I'm not trying to beat it up too terribly and single it out. There's a lot to choose from. But the critics used optical microscopes, and the proponents, if you will, were using transmission electron microscopes. And that kind of quick and dirty refutation has haunted the hypothesis from the beginning. And it's particularly torturing to geeks like us, because you can go read one of their papers, and people can now do it at the Cosmic Tusk in the bibliography. You can go one after another and read one of their papers, read one of ours. Here, I'll pop up the bibliography. And then you can see, just as we've been discussing, that was the first paper. We presented that down in Acapulco. It's really neat.
You got to do a separate share if you're going to show us something else.
Oh, excuse me.
Just yeah, so we're still looking at the picture of the carbon spherules.
Yeah.
Kyle just into that share, so.
Okay, and then I'm going to pop on. There's the bibliography right there.
And George, you said that was a quick one click off of your main Cosmic Tusk homepage?
That's right.
To get to the bibliography. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and I think y'all can still see that, or are you stuck on this? But if you go to the Cosmic Tusk bibliography, you can click into any of these, not those initial posters, but there's the original paper. So if you click right there, it takes you straight to it.
All right.
At possible risk of copyright infringement. Okay, but I'm willing to take the hit.
Yeah, gotta get that data out there, man.
Well, you did.
Gotta
You
get out.
honestly did. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm scrolling on y'all right now, right?
Yes.
Yep.
See it.
There you go. So posters are presented at conferences where you discuss with your colleagues what's going on, and it's somewhat tentative. So we don't have all the posters presented, but we have each and every one of the peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah.
And this is
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cosmographia podcast. I am Russ. This is my co-host Kyle. We also are joined by Brad and Randall, as always. This is what is this? The eve of New Year's Eve?
This is the eve of New Year's Eve, yes.
Yeah.
Eve of the Eve.
Final days of the second decade of the 21st century. Interesting. It's the end of a decade here. Pretty cool.
There was so much build up to 2012 and the years and years before that, and now we're like 7-8 years past that.
Right. Yeah.
That's crazy to consider.
It is.
We made it. What's the next catastrophe somebody's talking about?
That was
I think there's a micronova coming in 20 years or something.
Yeah.
It was a great tinfoil hat party we had in 2012.
Yes.
Everybody showed up with all these different awesome tinfoil hats they made, and
Yeah.
we partied for the end of the world, but
Yeah.
Pyramid Head.
Didn't end. We were we were like going all out. Not gonna wake up with a hangover because the world will be ended, right? Dang. Had hangovers.
Eh.
Yeah, and about maybe 2 years. What was maybe 2010? I had lunch with an author who had written a best-selling book on 2012, and pretty much convinced that it was going to be, I don't know, the apocalypse or some extraordinary thing that was going to happen. And he said, wanted to know my take on it, and I said, I think it's probably just going to be, he named the date. I said, well, it's an interesting date because, we're around December 21st, like the week leading up to it and the week after of 2012, you have this interesting winter solstice alignment between the Earth, the Sun, and the center of the galaxy. So I said, it's going to be a very interesting astronomical phenomena, but beyond that, I don't see any major thing happening. And he was almost incredulous. What? You don't believe that that's going to mark a major event? And I said, well, no, probably not. I just, I think I think it's going to be very interesting because it creates this astronomical alignment that's interesting in itself, but he couldn't really believe that I just didn't think it was going to be the onset of the apocalypse.
I was all
Which
in.
apparently, in hindsight, it wasn't.
Right.
Good safe call, yeah.
Pretty safe call at this point. Just like, remember a lot of people were going hysterical over the date May 5th of the year 2000.
2000, yeah.
Yeah, that was going to be it. And May 5th of the year 2000, it was going to be an axial shift, and pretty much everything was going to be wiped out, and it was going to be the apocalypse, and it was going to be ultimately triggered by a planetary alignment that,
Right.
And I was a little skeptical from the outset, and then the more I thought about it and the more I learned, the more skeptical I became. And then there was kind of the same deal. I would be giving a talk or whatever, and somebody would, well, you don't think May 5th? I said, I don't think you need to worry about it. I think it'll be just another day. And
Well, I was going to say what added to that was Y2K. So you had the computer glitch leading up to 2000. So it's like, okay, well, is this a double whammy? Is this really going to happen simultaneously? So yeah, there was actually more build up for that, I think, than the planets aligning. But still people some reason look to those supposed endpoints, points of change or shift, those nodes that something's going to change here, and maybe that's an inner desire that we realize that things aren't functioning right, that there needs to be a shift,
or it's a legacy left over from the fact that shifts have happened. And
exactly.
That's one of the things, kind of one of the themes that we've been talking about through this series of podcasts. And, maybe it's embedded in our memory, the idea that these apocalyptic events do happen from time to time. And of course, I when I was in high school, I had a poster on my wall that showed, it was a graphic, and it showed California had broken loose from the rest of North America and was sinking, and the caption on the poster was "Goodbye, California," and didn't quite happen in the geological sense, maybe in the ideological and political sense. California went bye-bye, but maybe that's what it was meaning. Yeah, maybe that's what it meant. But in any case, then there was a whole succession, and I mean, I made a list and actually wrote an essay called the Boy Who Cried Wolf Syndrome, where I talked about all the ones that I could remember. 73, it was Comet Kahutek was going to strike the Earth, and all kinds of people were running around convinced that this Comet Kahutek, which actually never even came close to the Earth, was going to trigger the apocalypse, which might be a little bit more realistic than some of the other scenarios, because obviously comets do have the potential to trigger apocalyptic events. But yeah, then in November of 78, there was going to be another one that, brought the curtain down on civilization. Then in 1980, and I remember when Mount St. Helens erupted.
Mount St. Helens was 1980, right?
Right, and that was considered to be, this is the first barrage of these catastrophes that's going to basically destroy everything that we know. So,
yep, that was May 18th.
Yeah,
my birthday's May 14th, so I've always remembered that was like that big event was right after my birthday, and there was such a big hubbub talking about what's gonna continue after Mount St. Helens blows, and actually I lived on the street was named Mount Rainier.
Oh.
So yeah, right up the road from Mount St. Helens is Mount Rainier, and that was the road name, or the national park that was in the neighborhood. All the Shenandoahs and anyway the street names there. It's like, okay, yeah. What it made me aware though, as a 12 or 13-year-old, of what was going on in the geological, the world at that time with the volcanic eruption then.
Yeah, and so that was just another in this long chain of these things. There's been, I think I documented about a dozen of them, starting from 1969 up until whenever I wrote this, which was probably around 2015, I think, or 2014 when I wrote it. And basically just saying, the downside is my point in the story of the Boy Who Cried Wolf. You remember he was, this lad who was sent out to watch the flocks of sheep, and he sat out there and got really bored, and then decided it would be a lot of fun if he ran into the village and told everybody that the wolves were attacking the sheep. So he did that, and all the villagers run out to save the sheep, and there were no wolves, and he thought that was great fun, and everybody got irritated. They went back. Then he decided he was going to do it again, a while later after he got bored again. And so everybody comes running out to save the sheep, and no wolves showed up. And I don't know if it was the third or the fourth time that maybe it was the fourth time. I think he did it the 3 times. And at that point, everybody said, this guy's full of it. So then guess what happened? The wolves actually showed up. He goes running out, warns the villagers. Nobody believes him. They don't pay any attention to him.
Ignoring the warnings, even though they're repeated, you're going to ignore it, and then it actually does happen. Yeah.
And then it actually does happen. So the wolves came and ate all the sheep. So the point of it is, I mean, the moral of the story is twofold. One, the most obvious one is, don't bullshit people, or pretty soon they're going to get wise to you and they won't believe you when you're telling the truth. But the other moral is that even though it was just imaginary, the wolves showing up. Eventually, the real wolves did show up. So eventually, the real wolf will show up. In fact, I mean, what is it? Within the next few days, there's going to be 3 flybys, I think. That's the latest I checked. I hadn't had an opportunity yet to really see the details, but I think that's it. Within the next 3 days, there's going to be 3 asteroid flybys, and I think the biggest one is, what, 80-some meters in diameter?
I haven't followed up on that, but yeah, that's the reports that, yeah, there's going to be a couple flybys.
Couple of flybys, yeah. And the question that I'm constantly wondering is, are we seeing more than we used to see, just because we've got better technology and better capabilities of seeing what's out there, or is the flux of these things actually increased in recent years? I don't know the answer to that.
It's got to be both.
I would be inclined to think maybe it's both.
Yeah, but it seems to be both.
If the flux is increasing, why? Yeah. And what does that portend for our future? That's why, I mean, we really need to keep watching and documenting these things and determine. I mean, is the numbers of these things, of the Earth crossing objects, increasing? Because if it is, we need to know that. It'd be valuable information.
Yeah. Well, and that's amongst the other things that we're doing. I do see that as maybe some kind of a role as we progress with this, and we can do news events in real time as being a watchdog or a lookout. Hey, these things are coming. We need to pay attention to this, see what's happening, follow the news. What could this possibly create, and just be ahead of the curve. Be that lookout, or that forewarning.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's what we're trying to do here, right?
Yes, sir.
That is what we're trying to do here.
Good. That's what I signed up for.
Yeah, man.
Okay, and we wouldn't want to let you down, Russ.
Right. No, you don't want to do that.
No, we don't want to do that.
Bad news.
So we've been talking about the Younger Dryas events. There's a lot to talk about relative to that period of time. We had a great interview with George, and I hope some of the people listening have gone over to the Cosmic Tusk and had a look, because he's got some great information up there if they want to get educated about what most likely is the most significant event that happened to this planet in at least 3 million years, at least, maybe 5 million years, somewhere within that range. If we look at the intensity of these events that constantly occur throughout the history of the planet, we see that there are certain ones that stand out prominently from the background. The Younger Dryas is a huge event, and they have. Yeah.
Man, I'm sorry, Randall.
Go for it.
He and his group has compiled the most extensive and inclusive bibliography of every scientific paper related to this topic. So we're gonna have that listed within the description of every video, the link to that. If they can't get to his site, cosmictusk.com, directly and find that bibliography, we'll have the direct link, because he has compilated that list of scientific papers, so people can do as much research as they want to verify that this is what is actually happening right now.
So we left off, I believe, in the last episode with discussing paleontologist C. Vance Haynes, where he's saying that there, and this is from 2008. This was a paper that he published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2008. Actually, it was on May 6th, and his conclusion was that recent evidence for an extraterrestrial impact, although not yet compelling, needs further testing, because a remarkable major perturbation occurred at 10,900 BP that needs to be explained. Now let me mention 10,900 would be in radiocarbon years, right? And there's a 2,000 year discrepancy between radiocarbon years and calendar years. Okay, so once you've calibrated the years 10,900 BP, which is before present, would actually be 12,900 calendar years. Right, so just everybody's clear on that, because sometimes people get confused when you see these dates and there's these discrepancies in the dates, but oftentimes that's why, because you got to be clear, are they talking about radiocarbon years or are they talking about calendar years? And once they go through and they rectify the radiocarbon years, and it varies because of the amount of radioactive carbon that's in the atmosphere, but basically when you go back to Younger Dryas times, the rectification adds about 2,000 years to the radiocarbon dates. So if I say 10,900, in this case, that's radiocarbon years, which in actual calendar years would be 12,900. So just so we're clear on that. And then he makes the point that that the black layers or black mats are black because of increased organic carbon compared with strata above and below. And he says, although these layers are not all alike, they all represent relatively moist conditions, unlike immediately before or after their time of deposition. So he attributes this to a sudden rise in water table, right? And the sudden rise in water table caused increased moisture on the surface, and that's why you had this black layer that is very close in composition to peat, P-E-A-T, peat, right? But it's a thin layer, and so this is interesting because now you can say, well, and see this, because the black mat is so ubiquitous, so widespread. The implication is that there was a very widespread rise of the water table, right? So if you've got a black mat site, a Clovis site out in, say, in New Mexico or Arizona, and you have one in South Carolina, and both of them show this evidence of a rise in water table, that suggests that there is something that had to have happened, and most likely that would be intensified rainfall that would raise the water table. So then that year also, in the American Geophysical Union meeting for spring, which was actually in May of 2008, so these are right about the same time, very interesting paper came out by D.W. Baker, P.J. Miranda, and K.E. Gibbs. And their paper was a summary of their research and evidence in Montana. And this is what they reported. This is abstract number P41A-05. The title of their paper was Montana Evidence for Extraterrestrial Impact Event that Caused Ice Age Mammal Die-Off. Quoting, evidence has been found in Montana for an extraterrestrial impact event previously documented in the states of Arizona, New Mexico, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and in Alberta and Manitoba. A mammoth fossil site dated at 11.5 Ka, which, and he's mentioning that's carbon-14 dating, before present was described in 1969. Now, between 1969 and 2008, the improvements in radiocarbon dating increased considerably, right? So a lot of those older dates had to get adjusted one way or another, right? So the 11.5 thousand years ago was basically where these events were being dated back in 1969. With improvements in radiocarbon dating, then calibrating that, like I was talking about earlier, as far as rectifying carbon dating with calendar dating, that's the discrepancy in the date here when they're saying 11,500 years ago, which just coincidentally happens to be close to that other date that we've been talking a lot about throughout this series. But so really, if this site was being redated, it would be back at our Younger Dryas boundary at between 12.8 and 12.9. So anyways, a mammoth fossil site. dated 11.5 thousand years before present, was described in 1969 as the last mammoth occurrence in Montana. The mammoth remains were found in an organic rich layer, a black mat. So back in 1969, they found this mammoth remains in this organic rich black mat layer. They go on to say that the black mat contains abundant charcoal, which is evidence for forest fire, they have in parentheses, black carbon glass foam, plant material deposited in a pond, and unrusted iron micrometeorites. Scanning electron microscopy photos of iron micrometeorites reveal fusion crusts, flow lines, and micro-impact craters. All direct evidence for an extraterrestrial origin. The mammoth tusks contain rusty pits consistent with iron micrometeorites that were embedded and then rusted out. So this was reported in 2008 by a team that's totally independent of the Firestone Kennett West team. Okay. They go on to say that at the Indian Creek Archaeological Site near Townsend, Montana, below the cultural layers and below an 11.2 Ka, meaning 1,000 years ago, right? Carbon-14, they'll have in parentheses so that you know that this has not been rectified yet. A volcanic ash layer was found, and there are individual glass bubbles about 1 millimeter in diameter with micro impact craters. The size distribution of these micro craters resembles the size distribution of lunar craters, but at a vastly different scale. The carbon glass and micrometeorites suggest a comet rather than a meteorite origin for the extraterrestrial material. So that was the abstract, most of the abstract for their paper that was presented at the spring meeting of the American Geophysical Union. And so there's a few more things we could get into, but we'll go on here. Then at the fall meeting of the American Geophysical Union, you had M. Fayek, S. Hull, L. Anovitz, Vance Haynes again, and L. Bergen presented their paper entitled Evidence of Impact Material and the Extinction of the Megafauna 12,900 years ago. Approximately 13,000 years ago, the landscape of North America was very different from what exists today. Yes, indeed it was. The Clovis people were hunting mammoths and other megafauna that roamed the land at the close of the Pleistocene. Evidence of these large mammals and the material remains of the Clovis inhabitants no longer appear in the geological or archaeological records after 12,900 years ago. This coincides with the onset of the Younger Dryas climatic event. The onset of the Younger Dryas appears to have been relatively abrupt, and it lasted for approximately 1,000 years. It's been refined, I think, now that the dating is closer to 1,300 years. There have been many theories put forth to explain the sudden changes in climate in human culture and the Pleistocene megafauna extinction that appeared to have coincided with the onset of the Younger Dryas climatic event. Few theories, however, have adequately explained the concurrence of all three events. So you've got the climatic event, you've got the the sudden disappearance of the Clovis culture, you've got the sudden mass extinction of the megafauna. Nevertheless, few researchers disagree that something major happened 12,900 years ago. Then he references the point that in 2007, Firestone et al. Proposed that an ET event caused the onset of the Younger Dryas climatic event, which led to the extinction of the megafauna and the collapse of the Clovis culture. They go on to say that, that in reference to the skeptics argue that the ET markers that have been described by Firestone and others are not sufficient evidence to prove the occurrence of an ET event, because evidence for an ET event, such as an impact crater, tektites, shocked quartz, high temperature minerals, and impact material, are absent. However, here, this is the same team now, we present for the first time chemical and textural evidence of impact material from the Clovis Age Murray Springs black mat layer in Arizona. This is the black mat image that we looked at in the last episode, and which can be seen on George Howard's website. The impact material contains iron oxide spherules in a glassy iron silica matrix, which is one indicator of a possible meteorite impact. Chemical analysis of these spherules and the glassy matrices found in the particles from the larger size fractions are compared to the chemistry of carbonaceous chondrites, which is one of the classes of meteorites. They're also compared to impact material associated with meteorite showers and meteorite craters and tektites. The iron oxide-rich glass matrix has an unusually high silicon concentration consistent with the chemistry of impact material from meteorite showers. So this is a totally another team. This is a third team that's coming up and finding this evidence in places, basically where no one had really looked for anything before. That's important to understand, right? The chemistry of the matrix is not consistent with terrestrial minerals, but is similar to the composition of a eutectic point in the silicon dioxide iron trioxide system with a melting point of approximately 1500 degrees centigrade. Now, eutectic point, in a phase diagram of any material that's transitioning from one phase to another, like from solid to liquid or from liquid to vapor, it's going to have this eutectic point, and it's the point where the phase change begins. It's the lowest temperature at which that phase change begins, right? And the iron, actually, it's ferrosulfuric oxide, which is just a fancy name for magnetite, okay? So magnetite actually can form into reaction between iron with steam, which is very interesting and an interesting point to keep in mind. But so he's going back, I'll reread that. He says, the chemistry of the matrix is not consistent with terrestrial minerals, but is similar to the composition of eutectic point in the silicon magnetite system with a melting point of approximately 1500 degrees centigrade. They then go on to say that such a high formation temperature is only consistent with one of two things: impact or fulguritic conditions. You know what a fulguritic condition would be?
It's a lightning strike.
Yes. In fact, fulgur, F-U-L-G-U-R, is Latin for lightning, right? So as it's described, it can form tubes, clumps, masses of sintered, vitrified, or fused soil, sand, rock, organic debris, and other sediments that can sometimes form when lightning discharges into the ground. So what basically it's saying, the only time you're going to have temperatures of 1500 degrees or more is one of those two things. You're going to either an impact or a fulgurite type event. But then as after he says that those two are the only possibilities, he goes on to say, however, the chemistry of the glassy matrices of the particles is vastly different from that of terrestrial materials such as fulgurites. So, so now here we have, by 2008, we've got 3 independent teams that have found this evidence and have interpreted this evidence as being some kind of an ET event. And then also that, go ahead.
Wouldn't the chemistry the chemistry of a fulgurite, wouldn't that be dependent on where the lightning strikes and what's in the ground there? Yeah. It's not making chemicals.
Absolutely. Right. That was the point that he was saying. When he says that
this has some kind of inclusion that wasn't already there in the ground, which is what a fulgurite would be.
Yeah. Right. As the definition was saying, it could be fused soil, it could be sand, it could be rock, it could be organic debris, or other sediments. So yes, it would, the chemical composition, and that would leave a terrestrial fingerprint. And so what he's saying here is that these glassy matrices are very different from that. So they're not consistent with what you would expect to find a fulgurite being formed out of terrestrial materials. Now, at the same meeting, the fall meeting of the American Geophysical meeting, you had Kenneth West and a bunch of others, including Wendy Wolbach and Ted Bunch and a bunch of others that are now members of the Comet Research Group, along with George Howard, presented a paper. And in their paper, they were looking at the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary. The reason being that here is an example of a known impact that has been widely studied, thoroughly analyzed, about which we have a lot of information. Now, could we draw from that information to try to understand better the events around 12,900? So what they did was looked at the boundary clay associated with the KT boundary event, which again, we're going back nearly 66 million years ago for this now. So long before humans are on the planet, right? Here's what in their paper. We present the first evidence from the KT boundary clay and rock for shocked hexagonal nanodiamonds. Now, these are diamonds that, rather than cubic, which most diamonds are, these are hexagonal. And these hexagonal diamonds form under very interesting and unusual conditions. The hexagonal diamonds has actually got a name. It's called Lonsdaleite. And Lonsdaleite is named after Kathleen Lonsdale, who was a crystallographer and mineralogist, who actually, I think, was the first to discover these hexagonal diamonds. And so the name given to this mineral now is Lonsdaleite, named in honor of Kathleen Lonsdale. So these are being found in concentrations greater than 50 parts per million at Needles Point, New Zealand, and Caravaca, Spain. This is also the first evidence for KT diamonds of any kind outside of North America. No diamonds were detected immediately above or below the impact layer. Cubic diamonds have been reported earlier for North American KT sediments, but Lonsdaleite was not detected. Carlisle and Brahman suggested that the cubic diamonds arrived already formed within the impact, but Howe argued that they were shock produced by the impact itself with the Earth. Hence, it is not yet clear that KT cubic diamonds were formed through shock. Lonsdaleite does not co-occur with terrestrial diamonds, but is found with cubic diamonds in extraterrestrial impact craters. The two examples that they cited were Popegaï in Siberia and Sudbury up in Canada. And then they conclude by saying both also have been reported. Both cubic diamonds and hexagonal diamonds have been reported in the impact layer of the proposed Younger Dryas impact event at 12.9 Ka, which is 1,000 years ago. So, yeah.
So when they're looking, how do they sift that, or you just have to look through a microscope to see?
Scanning electron microscopy is the tool that's mainly used, and you have to sieve the material down to a very small, very fine fraction, because these things are microscopic. So first thing you have to do is run it through a series of sieves to get that to eliminate as much possible as the other contaminating material. And then you're subject to, well, there's a whole slew of technologies we could talk about, but one thing you identify them with scanning electron microscopy, but then there are other technologies you use to actually identify the type of crystal and structure that it is.
Like using light or something? Because I'm just trying to imagine I can't imagine a physical way you could sort cubic diamonds from hexagonal ones. Maybe there is one.
Well, yeah, there is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. For example, transmission electron microscopy is where you shine you shoot a beam of electrons through a very thin specimen, and then it interacts with the specimen as it passes through it, and this forms an image. From the interaction of the electrons that are transmitted through the specimen, the image is then magnified, focused onto an imaging device, such as a fluorescent screen or a layer of photographic film, and they're capable of imaging at much higher resolution than typical light microscopes. So you can actually see these things. Let's see, then what else is there? There's the energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy, which is the analytical technique that's used for elemental analysis and chemical characterization of a sample. So it relies on the interaction of some source X-ray excitation of the material, and then it's the idea that each material has a unique atomic structure. I mean, I've never worked any of these. I've tried to look into them and understand them enough to how basically how they work and how they can be used, these tools for identifying materials. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of these things. You're going to selected area diffraction is probably the technique that's mostly going to be used to look at the crystalline structure that allows you to differentiate between cubic and hexagonal nanodiamonds.
Okay.
So yeah, there are technologies, and ultimately we're going to have all of these things. So, Kyle, you could maybe get on line and see what you can come up with for a transmission electron microscope.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think we got some buddies that have a few spare ones.
Sit around.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about these micro glass spherules that have impact craters, much like the moon.
Well, that was all they said about it there. I may have some more information on that.
And George talked about it a little bit too. Showed us some pictures where the microspheral also has impact.
Right.
rays.
Yeah. I remember seeing that, but it's interesting that they would say, "Well, this is very similar to the moon." Why did he point that out, or she?
Well, because basically it's the scale invariance principle again.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. So it's like you're looking at these and the range of sizes. You could just take that and blow it up. I don't know how many orders of magnitude, but yeah, then it now is going to coincide with the range of sizes on the moon. Yeah, that's.
Say about the moon. Tell us about the moon.
Yes, we will.
Just trying to do the commenters a favor here. They're saying, "Tell us about the moon."
Yeah.
So. Right.
At some point, yeah, we got to get into it. But listen, before we get into that, there's some other things, sort of some prefatory material that we need to look at, which we will. And eventually we're going to get to that. But
folks,
Yeah. Moon's coming. We'll get there.
but that is really interesting. I think
Yeah.
I'd love to see some of those images.
well, I might be able to dig up some of those. I may have some of those images actually.
And I am kind of I love all the details of how they do the testing. So we probably don't need to go into that on here, but I love those kind of, you look into this and you say, oh, okay, that's how they're sorting from the technique they're using to see, these minor differences between these tiny freaking particles. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah.
And
So
then
then-
it's good that you love that, Russ, because you have a ability to take all those details, but then put it in a general sense and relay it to people. So that's definitely coming through in your participation here, and other people's comments to say that you can take a big chunk of info and then narrow it down so something that we can all understand. So yeah, that's awesome that you want to take that on, because you do a good job at it.
Yeah. I'm blushing. Thanks, man.
Okay. So then, they are let's see, where was I at? Oh yeah, the bunch, Whitkey, West, Kennett, etc. team, finding this Lon's Delight, reported at the Younger Dryas Impact event, which is very interesting. See, now that's further confirmation that it was an ET event. Then we'll go, let's see, back to here, and this is a, back at the fall meeting. Until the announcements, this is the same group, Ted Bunch, Whitkey, West, Kennett, father, son, scientists. And so in their paper at the 2009 meeting, they state this: until the announcements of a possible impact event at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, around 12.9 Ka. K, remember, is 1,000. A just means annum or annual, so 1,000 years. 12.9 Ka. The KT impact layer that resulted from the Chicxulub impact was the only geological boundary layer known to contain coeval peaks in various impact markers, including diamonds. Here, we compare impact markers from the KT boundary and the Younger Dryas boundary and the 1908 Tunguska airburst layer. Very interesting. First order markers related to impact and biomass burning include magnetic spherules, carbon spherules, nanodiamonds, both cubic and Lonsdaleite, iridium anomalies, charcoal, fullerenes, grape-like soot, and widespread extinctions. Observations and analytical data for the Younger Dryas boundary are consistent with all of the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary layers, while the last three markers are unknown or inconclusive for the Tunguska layer. Selected markers for cratering events, for example, Chicxulub, are 1. A visible crater, 2. Shocked minerals, 3. Impact breccia, remember, broken rock, and microtectites. So at this point, these are not known for the Younger Dryas boundary event. So this has been one of the stumbling blocks as far as the skeptics and the critics accepting the idea is, where's the crater? Over and over again. Where's the crater? Where's the crater? Right? Now, we know why there was no crater at Tunguska, right? Because it was an airburst. It wasn't a ground impact. It was an airburst. So it blew over about 830 square miles of old-growth taiga forest, but it didn't really create a classical crater. Now, interestingly, and this kind of brings us back to the Carolina Bays discussion, and which we will come back to after we have looked at in more detail at the Tunguska event, but there are shallow elliptical depressions under the epicenter of the airburst, which could be significant. Right. So they go on to say that the discussion here is limited to possible origins of the impact markers and not with impact consequences such as climate change or extinctions or whatever. Several origins may account for impact materials in the YDB, which is the Younger Dryas boundary. 1. An extraordinary accretion of micrometeorites, which was proposed by Pintar and Ishman in 2008. However,
I'm done.
as they say, this is inconsistent with YDB carbon spheral compositions, including the large concentrations of nanodiamonds found embedded within those carbon spherules. 2. Oblique impacts into the Laurentide ice sheet. This model is consistent with the lack of a visible crater and apparent lack of cratering markers as described above, and yet also provides for shock production of the many cubic nanodiamonds and lanzolite found in the Younger Dryas boundary. Yeah, so they're proposing in 2009 the idea of an impact into the ice sheet. And as Brad can testify, he and I have been talking about that idea for as long as we've known each other, which is going on 23 years now. Right.
I'm fascinated by the concept of an oblique impact, for sure.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. So he says the Tunguska event is commonly accepted as the result of a near-surface aerial burst and has many similarities to the Younger Dryas event. Comet grazing of the atmosphere involving nearly tangential entry of a comet into the Earth's atmosphere with partial detonation and melting, followed by escape of the unexploded nucleus into space. This has the net effect of an atmosphere-penetrating aerial burst, followed by global fallout of detonation products. 3 of the 4 above scenarios are plausible. Which, interesting that he describes this grazing event, because that is very similar to the scenario that I envisioned several decades ago. Rather than a direct impact of a comet, a grazing event. I even did a graphic to try